Hello everyone, good afternoon. Am I audible and visible? Yes guys, good afternoon. Am I audible and visible? Somebody please ping me so that I can begin with today's important session on modern Indian history. Yes, good afternoon Kaizen. Yes, thank you. Waiting for a long time. Yes guys, am I audible and visible? Somebody please ping me so that I can begin with today's important session. Just hold on for a second guys, just hold on for a second. Just give me a few seconds. We'll start within few seconds. Yes guys. So hello everyone. I have already covered ancient Indian history marathon approximately 7 to 8 months ago. So you can, like, aspirants, those who are watching my lectures for the first time, I have already covered all the sessions in quite depth and detail, precisely related to ancient Indian history, medieval Indian history and modern Indian history. Apart from this, from the prelims perspective, I have covered specifically ancient India and medieval India. In today's session, we are going to cover modern Indian history part 1. Part 2, I would be covering approximately after 10 to 15 days by the end of the month. Okay, guys? Yes, Anup, good afternoon. Anup, today we are going to focus on important events. I'll talk about that, on what important events of modern Indian history that we are going to discuss today. Okay? So today we will be discussing about arrival of Europeans in India, wherein we will be throwing light on Portuguese, Dutch East India Company, also referred as VOC. Okay, then we will discuss about English East India Company, followed by French East India Company, also referred as Campaign de Indies Orientalis. Apart from this, we are going to focus on important governor generals. Then we are going to focus on the important charter acts ranging from Regulating Act 1773, Pitt's India Act 1784. Apart from this, Charter Act 1813, 1833, 1853 and Government of India Act 1858. Is that clear? We are also going to throw light on economic impact of British rule in India and what kind of questions can crop up in the examination. We will also understand about the drain of wealth theory. Then land revenue system, that is Zamindari system, Rayatwari system and Mehelwari system. Is that clear? Followed by peasant movements, then important education commissions. What was the basic objective of Sadler Commission? What was the basic objective of Rayleigh Commission? Is that clear? Why is Wood's Dispatch referred as Magna Carta of English education in India? So all the important education commissions that we are going to cover in today's session. And the last thing that we are going to cover is important Press Act. Okay, like I'll give you a few examples. What kind of questions have cropped up in the examination? Like, as per which act 4 newspapers had to stop their publications? Apart from this, as per Vernacular Press Act 1878, which newspaper had to stop, which newspaper overnight became an English newspaper? So today we are going to understand the things from the perspective of prelims examination. So it's a request to all of you, please have a pen and paper along with you so that you guys can note down the important points, because I have covered all the things in quite depth and detail as a part of the mains class. Okay, you can check the playlist and specifically directly you can search. Is that clear? Yes, good afternoon, Adi Keshav. Adi Keshav, approximately 5 to 6 hours of session would be there today. Approximately. Is that clear? And the second half of the modern Indian history I would be covering in 5 to 6 hours later on. Is that clear, everyone? So are you guys ready for it? Please have a pen and paper along with you, and please bear me because I have a bit of cough and cold. Okay, so in that case, if you feel like if you have any kind of a question, please feel free to ask. Okay, so without wasting any more time, let's begin our today's important session. I'll repeat the points. Please have a pen and paper along with you so that you can note down the important points. This session is majorly from the perspective of prelims examination. Is that clear? Okay, now let's begin our session. Now, who were the first Europeans to arrive in India? Please keep the session interactive, okay guys? I would be asking you few questions after every module. I mean after every chapter. So who were the first Europeans to arrive in India? Take a guess. Yes, please. Was it English East India Company, Dutch East India Company, French East India Company, or Portuguese? Perfect, Kaizen. It was Portuguese. Now pay attention carefully. How did Vasco da Gama come to India? Okay. What is age of exploration? What is blue water policy? And in the end, I'll explain you or I'll talk about what kind of questions have cropped up in the UPSC prelims examination. Is that clear? So now just listen to me carefully. Approximately around 14th-15th century, when the world thought that the land is the milestone, it is believed that specifically there were two countries of the world that gave birth to seafarers. And these seafarers explored different places. Okay. And these two countries were Portugal and Spain. Now, Portugal and Spain, they started exploring the region of Atlantic Ocean. Is that clear? Now, speaking specifically about the Portuguese. So, these voyages of the merchants were being sponsored and supported by the Portuguese rulers or the Portugal rulers. Like, let me give you a small example. King John I, he started supporting the voyages of these Portuguese merchants. And initially, excuse me, these Portuguese merchants, they explored the islands of Quetta, of the specifically northwestern coast of Africa. And these islands were majorly explored for 2 to 3 important purposes. First was gold, second was spices, and third was specifically slave. So initially they explored the islands of Quetta located northwestern coast of Africa. Okay. After some time, the voyages were again being sponsored by another ruler whose name was King Henry. And it is believed that when they started exploring more new places, they started exploring the islands in the entire Atlantic Ocean, specifically southern part of Atlantic Ocean. Now the very basic question arises, when will the profit margin be high in the trade? Obviously, the profit margin would be high when you have a monopolistic control over the trade. Correct? Suppose if there are two European powers trading in the same commodity in the same region, obviously the profit margin will start declining. And if Portugal and Spain both are trading in the same region, in the same resources, obviously nobody will benefit. And finally, there would be what? Specifically, there would be a kind of skirmishes between them. So there was a treaty signed between Portugal and Spain. And that treaty is referred as Treaty of Tordesillas. Now, what is Treaty of Tordesillas all about? In very simple words, Atlantic Ocean would be acting as a boundary line between the territories of Portugal and territories of Spain. Simple words, between the colonies of Portugal and Spain. To the west of Atlantic Ocean, Spain would be trading. And to the east of Atlantic Ocean, Portugal would be trading. That is nothing but, in very simple words, Treaty of Tordesillas. Is that clear? Now what happened further? Let's understand. So initially they started exploring the islands in the Quetta. Okay, after that they started exploring the other islands. Then comes another person. Okay, specifically he explored the entire region till the southern tip of Africa. And the southern tip of Africa is referred as Cape of Good Hope. Okay. Now, there was another person whose name was Christopher Columbus. Now, please note down one more fact. Who had explored the region till the southern tip of Africa? It was explored by Bartolomeo Dias. I repeat the name, Bartolomeo Dias. Please note that down. He had discovered Cape of Good Hope. Okay. Now, there was another person whose name was Christopher Columbus. Now, Christopher Columbus also wanted to explore the region of East, and he goes to the ruler of Portugal, but he denied him sponsoring the voyages. So he goes to King of Spain, whose name was Ferdinand. And Ferdinand said specifically that yes, I'll sponsor your voyages. Okay. Now this person, Christopher Columbus, he started specifically exploring the Atlantic Ocean region. Okay. And finally, he reached somewhere here and he explored a different island. He thought that specifically, this is nothing but I've explored Indies or I've explored India. But mistakenly, he had explored completely a new world. Okay. And that was referred as Americas. So the credit for discovery of Americas goes to Christopher Columbus. Is that clear till here? Okay, I'll repeat the point again within short. Please pay attention carefully. Okay, the voyages of the merchants were being sponsored by Portuguese rulers, and it began with the King John I. Precisely speaking, initially the merchants explored the islands of Quetta. After that, they started exploring the islands to the northwest coast of Africa. Then comes a person whose name was Bartolomeo Dias. He explored the entire western and the northwestern part of Africa, and finally reaches till the southern tip of Africa, which was referred as Cape of Good Hope. It was being discovered by Bartolomeo Dias. Clear? Moving further, there was another person whose name was Christopher Columbus. Okay, now Christopher Columbus, specifically speaking, he asked the rulers of Portugal to sponsor his voyages, but his voyages were not being sponsored. So he goes to the ruler of Spain, whose name was Ferdinand. And Ferdinand sponsored his voyages, and he started his voyage. He reached an island specifically here, which is referred as Island of Hispaniola. Okay, I'll write the name. Hispaniola. And he thought that he has explored the Indies, but mistakenly he had explored altogether a new world, and that was referred as the Americas. So the credit for discovery of America goes to Christopher Columbus. Yes, very good afternoon, Rishiji. Is that clear? Okay. Now, approximately around 1497, there was a person whose name was Vasco da Gama. And now Vasco da Gama had decided that he is going to explore further from Cape of Good Hope. Now Vasco da Gama, along with approximately fleet of 4 ships and approximately 176 to 178 crew members, okay, he reached till southern tip of Africa. Okay, now before reaching till southern tip of Africa, he had a lot of skirmishes with a local tribe. And the local tribe was Khoi Khoi tribe. Okay, he had a lot of skirmishes with the Khoi Khoi tribe. And it is believed that as per many historians, he got severely wounded. He was very injured in that case. But still, somehow he managed to reach the Cape of Good Hope. After that, he moves towards the region of Kenya, and here he reaches a town called as Malindi. Okay, and here he met a local Gujarati merchant whose name was Abdul Majid. Now, Abdul Majid guided him towards India, and finally in 1498, it is believed that Vasco da Gama landed on the coast of Calicut. So the Portuguese were the first to arrive in India. Is that clear till here? Please answer in the comment section, because after some time, as I've told you, after every chapter, I would be asking you questions so that I can understand that how many of you are keenly listening. If you have any kind of a doubt, feel free to ask. Okay. Yes, very good, Santosh. Okay. So Vasco da Gama, he landed on the coast of Calicut. Very good, Renu. Yes, what about others? Okay, very good, Kaizen. Very good. Adi Keshav. So Vasco da Gama, Anup, very good. He landed on the coast of Calicut in 1498. Now here there was a rule of an Eradi dynasty. And the ruler of Eradi dynasty was Samutri. I repeat, the ruler was Samutri. And oftenly he is also referred as Zemurine. Okay. So Vasco da Gama had came up with lot of gifts. But when he visited specifically the region of Calicut for the very first time, it is believed that he had to go back empty-handed. But he knew that this region has a lot of potential, specifically in spices. And to be more precise, in black pepper, which in Hindi is referred as Kali Mirch. Okay. So for the very first time, he had to go back empty-handed. And now comes another person or another Portuguese person to India, whose name was Pedro Cabral. So please remember the names. Names are very important from the exam perspective. Okay. So after Vasco da Gama comes another Portuguese person whose name was Pedro Cabral. Approximately around 1500 to 1501. Now Pedro Cabral, okay, on the way he discovered Brazil. Is that clear? And he had given a very different name to Brazil. He had referred Brazil as Island of True Cross. Just remember this. So he had named Brazil as Island of True Cross. And when Pedro Cabral came to India, he had to face a lot of skirmishes. Why? Because here Arabs were very dominant. Okay, don't you think so? It was just the Portuguese when the spice trade started from India? No. The spice trade during the medieval period was being dominated by the Arabs. These Arabs used to purchase the spices from India and take it to the other European countries. Like from India, it used to go to Central Asia. From Central Asia to the Italian cities of Venice and Genoa. And from there in the entire Europe. Is that clear? So, specifically speaking, what used to happen? Arabs had a very dominant control over the spice trade. And when Pedro Cabral had come, he had to face a lot of skirmishes with the Arabs. Okay, because what was happening? The trade perspective of Arabs was getting hampered. Is that clear? But still, Pedro Cabral, he had established factories across different places. Now again, Vasco da Gama comes to India for the second time. And can you imagine? Vasco da Gama had earned approximately 62 times profit just by sale in black pepper. In very simple manner, suppose he has purchased a black pepper in India at ₹1. In the European markets, he is selling that black pepper at 60 to 62 rupees. So, Portuguese had accrued huge amount of profits just by sale in black pepper. Okay. With the passage of time, Portuguese started establishing their factories over the east and the west coast of India. And as we have discussed in the start of the session itself, when will the profit margin be high in the trade? Obviously, the profit margin will remain high when you have a monopolistic control over the trade route. Isn't that so? Now, have you ever given a thought, how can a small island country like Britain, it has ruled approximately 24 to 28% of the world at that time. Why? Because they had controlled the waters. And in very simple words, the country which has commanded the water has commanded the world. Britain, France, after 1920s, Germany. Isn't that so? So, specifically speaking, here the profit margin will remain high when you have a monopolistic control. So after Vasco da Gama goes back, there comes another person as the first Portuguese viceroy or the first Portuguese governor in India. And his name was Francisco de Almeida. Very, very important name. Why? Because Francisco de Almeida, he adopted a policy. And that policy is referred as Blue Water Policy. In very simple language, Blue Water Policy is nothing but having a monopolistic control over the trade in Indian Ocean. Yes, very good, Renu. Okay, having a monopolistic control over the trade in Indian Ocean. Is that clear? Now, after Almeida, there comes another important person whose name was Alfonso de Albuquerque. Again, he is a very important person. Okay. So, another person was Alfonso de Albuquerque. Now, what is the significance of the era of Albuquerque? First thing, he made Goa as the epicenter of Portuguese economic activities. My friends, I did not say like he made Goa as its capital. He made Goa as the epicenter of Portuguese economic activities. First thing. He had banned sati in the region of Goa for the first time. And Albuquerque, he believed that like he had a very different intention. His intention was not only to trade in India. In fact, Albuquerque wanted to establish a permanent settlement in India. So he asked the Portuguese soldiers to marry Indian girls so that they can establish permanent settlements in India. He had started the first Portuguese mint in Goa. Is that clear? So his rule is, rather than saying rule, his tenure is quite important from the exam perspective. So first thing, Albuquerque had made Goa as the epicenter of Portuguese economic activities. Second, he had banned sati in the region of Goa. Third, he had started the first Portuguese mint in Goa. Is that clear? And then comes another person whose name was Nino Cunha. Nino Cunha had made Goa as the capital of Portuguese in India. Is that clear? And then there were a lot of successive governor generals. So these were the important governor generals from the side of Portuguese. Now, when Portuguese established the trading settlements across the east and the west coast of India, why did the Portuguese power started declining? Because by now, not only Portugal and Spain were the two important European powers. There were other European powers who were also competing for the resources. Example, English East India Company, Dutch East India Company. In the coming years around 1664, French East India Company, also referred as Campagne des Indes Orientales, would be created. So as soon as the competition starts increasing, what happened? Like everyone wants to hijack the resources. Isn't that so? So specifically speaking, this is nothing but the Portuguese. I'll repeat the points again within short. Vasco da Gama, he landed on the coast of Calicut in 1498 along with a fleet of 4 ships and approximately around 176 to 178 crew members. Here the ruler of Calicut was, Eradi dynasty ruler was Samut III, also referred as Zamorin. After Vasco da Gama comes Pedro Cabral. And Pedro Cabral discovered Brazil on his way. Brazil was referred by him as Island of True Cross. Okay, and he had to face a lot of skirmishes with the Arabs. After him comes Vasco da Gama again back to India. And this time Vasco da Gama earned approximately 60 to 62 times profit just by sale in black pepper. Clear? Then comes Francisco de Almeida. He was the first Portuguese governor or viceroy in India. And Francisco de Almeida adopted blue water policy. Very simple words, to have a monopolistic control over the trade in the region of Indian Ocean. Okay. In fact, it is believed that Almeida had also lost one of his sons. Is that clear? And many of the historians do write about Almeida that specifically colonizing India was his personal goal. It was not just out of the trade perspective, but it was vengeance because he had lost one of his sons. Okay. Now, Almeida, after Almeida comes Albuquerque, Alfonso de Albuquerque. And Alfonso de Albuquerque, his tenure is also important because he had banned sati in the region of Goa. He had made Goa as the epicenter of economic activities of Portuguese in India. He had started first Portuguese mint in the region of Goa. After him comes the Nino Cunha, and Nino Cunha had made Goa as his capital. Okay. So hope you have understood about the Portuguese. Is that clear, everyone? Please answer in the comment section because around 2 o'clock I would be asking you a simple question. Okay. I have mentioned everything point to point, everything about the Portuguese. Is that clear? Guys, we are just what we say observing things. We are just analyzing things from the perspective of prelims examination. I have already spoken about this, that I have already covered the things in quite depth and detail as a part of the mains approach. Is that clear? Very good, Renu, Anup, very good. We'll take a short break around 3 o'clock, okay? Very good, everyone. Santosh, Anup, Renu, Kaizen, very good. Now let's understand about Dutch East India Company, also referred as VOC. Okay? What is the role of Dutch East India Company? Let's understand in depth and detail. Everything has been mentioned here. But before that, how was Dutch East India Company created? Okay. How did the Dutch find the map towards Southeast Asia and India? We have to understand that. Is that clear? So we'll throw light on the other aspects as well. Okay. Now, just listen to me carefully. Initially, Netherlands or Dutch, it was a colony of Spain. Okay. And after getting independence from Spain, they had a vision to colonize Indies or the region of Southeast Asia. Now, initially, they themselves were a colony, and now they had a vision to colonize India or the other regions of Southeast Asia. Okay. Yes. Perfect, Kaizen. Perfect. Perfect guess. So, how was it possible for them to explore the trade routes towards India? Let's understand about that. Okay. Dutch East India Company, also referred as Verenigde Oost-Indies Campaign. It was created specifically around 1600. Okay. Now, what were the important factors that actually promoted specifically the formation of Dutch East India Company or VOC? Okay. As I've told you, specifically, Dutch was a colony of Spain, and after getting independence from Spain, they wanted to colonize India, they wanted to colonize Southeast Asia. But Spain, they had imposed embargo on Dutch. Now, what is embargo? Any country that would be trading with Dutch, we won't be trading with them. Like we usually hear in the news that USA has imposed embargo on Iran. Correct? Embargo is a kind of economic sanctions. So, Spain had imposed embargo on Dutch. And Spain had closed all the trade routes, all the important ports for Dutch. Is that clear? Otherwise, Dutch had one of the best options. And what was that option? They could have directly come towards here, Cape of Good Hope. After crossing the region of Madagascar, they can directly come to India. And they can also go to Southeast Asia. But all the trade routes were being closed by the Spain at that point of time. So Dutch had no other option. They had to explore the other trade route. Okay. So at that time, how will they explore the other trade route? So there was a person whose name was Huygen van. Okay. Huygen van. Now, Huygen van, he was a Dutch traveler, and he used to work for the Portuguese viceroy, and he was a cartographer. Like, I'll give you a very simple example. Whenever Portuguese used to explore the new places, what do they used to do? They used to make the navigational maps of these places so that it would become quite easier for the other Portuguese explorers and travelers. So this person, Huygen van, he was working as a cartographer. Specifically, he used to make maps for the Portuguese. Once upon a time, he stole all the maps and sold it to the Dutch government. And when this sold it to the Dutch government got inspired to create a company which is referred as Dutch East India Company or Verenigde Oost-Indies Campaign. Now, the very first question arises that, yes, does India have, or does the region of Indies have the potentiality of the trade? So there was a person whose name was Cornelis D. Houtman. Just remember Houtman, okay? There was a person whose name was Cornelis D. Houtman. So he explored the places from this region, okay? And when he explored the different places across the Pacific Ocean, he said, yes, this region has the potentiality of the trade. Specifically, the trade in spices, and you can start a company. So finally, Dutch East India Company was created, also referred as VOC. Okay. Now the question arises, Dutch East India Company, initially it was not a single company. Okay, Dutch East India Company, it was an amalgamation of 6 different companies. Is that clear? Again, the very basic question arises, if all the companies are going to trade individually, okay, so nobody is going to receive specifically the profit margin, nobody. So why don't we amalgamate all these companies and form a single company? And finally, a single company was created, Dutch East India Company or VOC. And this suggestion was given by a person whose name was Johann van. Johann van had said that nobody is going to benefit if all the 6 companies start trading in the region of India individually. So here we have to amalgamate all these companies, and after amalgamating all these companies, we will create a new company referred as VOC. Correct? Now the very basic question arises. If the company has been created, how will the structure of the company work? Because you require court of directors, you require board of directors who are going to frame rules and regulations for the company, who will manage the administration of the company. So what happened? When Dutch East India Company was created around 1600, it is believed that a board of director was created. And the board of director was referred as 17. 17 basically means 17. Okay? So how will the members of the board of directors be chosen? As I've told you, Dutch East India Company was an amalgamation of 6 different companies. So one company was located in Amsterdam. The other one was located in the region of Delft. The third one in the region of Rotterdam. The fourth one in the region of Zeeland, also referred as Middelburg. The fifth one in the region of Hoorn. And the sixth one in the region of Enkhuizen. So all these companies were operative in 6 different places. All of them were being amalgamated, and from every region or from every place, what used to happen? Board of directors were chosen. So out of 17, 8 came from Amsterdam, 1 from the region of Delft, 1 from the region of Rotterdam, from Zeeland or Middelburg, 4, from Hoorn, 1, and from Enkhuizen, 1. So totally it becomes 16 members, 1-6. Clear? And 1 was chosen by the consensus. So totally the number of board of directors became 17, also referred as 17. Okay? The company's charter had total 46 articles, and Article 10, it has specifically launched an IPO, initial public offering, in 1602. So Dutch East India Company can be referred as the first multinational company of the world. It is also referred as a shareholders company because IPO was launched way back by the Dutch East India Company in 1602. Is the point clear till here? How was Dutch East India Company created? Okay, what is 17? Is the point clear till here? Please answer in the comment section. If yes, I'll move further. If no, I'll explain again. Yes? Is it clear? Okay, very good, Renu. What about the others? Kaizen, perfect. Now let's speak about, just a second. Now, in 1605, a person named as Stephen Van, he started exploring the region of Southeast Asia, And after exploring the region of Southeast Asia, the region of Ambon, that is located in Indonesia, was taken away from Portuguese. And Ambon was renamed as Castle Victoria, okay, which is also referred as Batavia or Jakarta. Now, with the passage of time, Dutch East India Company started exploring the other places of India, specifically the east and the west coast of India. And in 1605, Dutch East India Company established their first factory in India. So, Dutch East India Company established their first factory in Indonesia. Is that clear? And they established their first factory in India at a place called as Masulipattnam. Okay? In 1610, they established their another factory at a place called as Palikat. And in fact, they had fortified the factory at Palikat. And the fort was referred as Fort Geldria. It was referred as Fort Geldria. With the passage of time in 1616, they established their another factory at Surat. Around 1641, Bimbilipatnam again in Andhra. 1658, Kasim Bazar and Balasore in Odisha. So with the passage of time, Dutch East India Company started establishing factories on the east and the west coast of India. But after 1620s itself, Dutch East India Company had a lot of skirmishes with the Portuguese. They had a lot of skirmishes specifically with English East India Company. Let me give you a very small example about the Ambon massacre. Ambon, it's a place in Indonesia. And the massacre, it took place approximately around 1623, wherein approximately 10 Englishmen or 10 English merchants were being massacred by the Dutch soldiers at a place called as Ambon. Okay? And from there onwards, the rivalry began between the Dutch East India Company and English East India Company. Finally, there was a truce. Okay. Now, what is a truce all about? Yes, perfect. In 1667, there was a truce or a treaty. As per this truce, it is believed that English East India Company is not going to interfere with the Dutch territories in Indonesia. And Dutch East India Company is not at all going to interfere with the English East India Company's territories in India. Okay. Then, with the passage of time, the intentions of Dutch started getting more aggressive. Now, Dutch wanted to have a monopolistic control over the trade, specifically in the region of Malabar. Okay, and here the ruler was specifically Martanda Varma. So at that time, Gustav van Imhoff, one of the Dutch governor, he said to Martanda Varma, please help us in establishing a monopolistic control over the trade in the region of Malabar. Martanda Varma said, it's not possible. Okay, you cannot have a monopolistic control over the trade in this region. So obviously there is going to be a battle between both of them. So Gustav van Imhoff, what did he do? Gustav van Imhoff, he made an alliance with the local rulers, such as rulers of Kayakulam, Kollam, and so on. And he started raiding or attacking the territories of Martanda Varmaji. And this is referred as nothing but Battle of Kolachal. Okay, Battle of Kolachal was the last nail in the coffin of Dutch East India Company in India. And the battle was fought between the Dutch East India Company and Martanda Varmaji. Okay. Now, Martanda Varma, he had a very able military commander. And the name of his military commander was Ramayan Dallava. He played a very pivotal and crucial role in defeating the Dutch, specifically Gustav van Imhoff, and there was another person whose name was de Lannoy. Both of them were being defeated by the Martanda Varma's military commander, whose name was Ramayan Dallava. In fact, the army of Martanda Varmaji had expert naval divers. Okay, and these naval divers were referred as Muvakkar. They were expert naval divers. Like they used to enter into the waters in hundreds, and they used to capsize the entire boat or ship. So in this manner, Dutch East India Company was defeated in the Battle of Kolachal, and a treaty was signed which is referred as Treaty of Mavelikar. As per this treaty, it is said that Dutch East India Company lost all its major possessions in the region of southern India. Okay, and finally they went back to the region of Indonesia. As discussed previously, Indonesia was a permanent trading post of Dutch East India Company. Is that clear? Did you understand everything about Dutch East India Company? Do you want me to repeat any aspect or point? See, Kaizen, it is also referred as Ambayona, also pronounced as Amban. Is that clear? Yes, Sunita, good noon. Everything clear about Dutch? Did you understand what is 17 all about? Okay, did you understand after 17 the Dutch East India Company structure and so on, Battle of Colachel and so on? Okay, very good, Renu. Now let's move with another important company, also referred as English East India Company. There are different presidencies and so on. Okay, Adi Keshav, there were different reasons for decline of Dutch. I'll give you a very simple example, like we have discussed specifically about the Portuguese. And one of the major reasons for decline of Portuguese was what? The rise of other European powers. Similarly here, there was specifically what happened? Okay, specifically there was another important reason, and the reason was specifically Dutch again had to face the competition from the other European powers. Is that clear? Like specifically speaking, English East India Company, they had fallen into skirmishes with Martanda Varma and so on. Okay. So hope the point is clear. Okay. And another important aspect, like the major reason for decline of Portuguese and Dutch was practice of crusading. That is forceful conversion into Christianity. Okay. Yes, PK Solis ji, I'll try. जो आपकी रिक्वेस्ट है उसको पूरा किया जाए. Is that clear? So yes, any other question? Okay, clear. Now let's understand about the English East India Company. Now English East India Company, it had played a very major role because English East India Company, it was established around 1600, and English East India Company. Yes, Adi Keshav, yes. Here I'm just focusing the perspective from the prelims examination. Is that clear? There are many points about the Dutch. Like I've taken a specific lecture on Dutch East India Company, approximately 40 minutes. Portuguese, more than 1 hour. Okay. So here I'm just focusing from the perspective of prelims examination, because in Portuguese also there are important points such as Battle of Swali, a very important battle and so on. Is that clear? Now, English East India Company. English East India Company, it was formed in 1600, and English East India Company specifically ruled till 1857, because after 1857 there was Government of India Act 1858, and the rule of company in India started declining, and it was followed by the rule of Britishers in India. So what was the rule of English East India Company? How was English East India Company established and so on? Let's understand about that. English East India Company was created approximately around 1600 by a royal charter of Queen Elizabeth. And the first person to arrive in India from the side of English East India Company was Captain William Hawkins. Now, Captain William Hawkins, he came specifically in the court of Jahangir. At that time, the Mughal emperor was Jahangir. But Jahangir initially denied the permission to establish factory in the region of Surat to English East India Company. After some time, Captain Middleton and Sir Thomas Roe comes in India. And around 1613, they were given the permission to establish their first factory in Surat. Okay, so English East India Company established their first factory in Surat. With the passage of time, English East India Company started establishing factories across the east and the west coast of India. Okay, they had different factories across different places: Surat, Agra, Broj, Kasim Bazar, Hooghly, and so on. So they had established the factories at different places. Now, another important reason for decline of Portuguese, another important reason for decline of Dutch was their colonies were quite splintered. They were not very well administered. But the colonies of English East India Company were very well administered in India. Okay, very well administered. Let me give you a very simple example about this. Okay, like they had established 3 different presidencies in India: Madras Presidency, Bombay Presidency, and Bengal Presidency. Whatever trade was being taking place in southern part of India, it was being managed by a presidency referred as Madras Presidency. Whatever trade perspective was taking place in central part of India and western India, it was taken care of by Bombay Presidency. And whatever trade was taking place in the East India and the northern part of India, it was taken care by Bengal Presidency. So who had created these different presidencies? Let's understand about this. The credit for creation of Madras Presidency goes to a company's official whose name was Sir Francis Day. Okay, so he had created Madras Presidency. Apart from this, it is said that here a fort was being constructed which is referred as Fort St. George. Okay, it was the first territorial possession in India. Now let's talk about Bombay Presidency. Okay, it is believed that Bombay was given in dowry. Matrimonial alliances is one of the best policies to strengthen one's position. It is not just about the rule of English East India Company. We have seen in ancient India as well. We have seen in medieval India as well. Correct? In ancient India, there were many incidences of matrimonial alliances where the rulers used to use this policy to strengthen their position. Similarly, in medieval India, one of the finest example was Akbar. Akbar knew about the courage and valor of the Rajputs, and he knew that single-handedly he cannot fight with the Rajput rulers. So he had adopted a very different approach with the Rajputs. And what was that approach? The policy of matrimonial alliances. Isn't that so? So what happened here? It is said that Portuguese princess Catherine Braganza, she was married to Prince Charles II of England. And when she was married to Prince Charles II of England, the entire region of Bombay was given in dowry to Prince Charles II at just ₹1. Okay. And Prince Charles II gave the region to English East India Company on a rent. And the rent was £10 per annum. Okay. And in this manner, Bombay, it became one of the most important presidencies, specifically of English East India Company. In fact, the credit for creation of the Bombay Presidency also goes to other officers such as Gerald Ongier and George Oxenden. So just remember the two names, Gerald Ongier and George Oxenden. Is that clear? Now let's come to Bengal Presidency. Establishment of another important presidency referred as Bengal Presidency or Calcutta Presidency. The credit for creation of Calcutta Presidency goes to a company's officer whose name was Job Charnock. But before we understand about this, let's understand about the rule of the different rulers. Now, the entire Mughal administration, it was divided into different provinces. And these provinces were referred as Subas. Okay? And Suba was headed by a provincial governor referred as Subedar. So, right from the time of Akbar, the entire Mughal Empire was divided into different provinces, different Subas. So, after Akbar comes to power, his son Jahangir. After Jahangir comes to power, Shah Jahan. And during the time of Shah Jahan, Bengal was considered as the richest province, with its capital at Dhaka. And the Subedar or the provincial governor of Bengal was Shah Shuja. I repeat, his name was Shah Shuja. So English East India Company's official, they visited Shah Shuja and asked them, we want to establish a factory in the region of Bengal. Please give us the permission to establish the factory in the region of Bengal. This was said to whom? This was said to Shah Shuja. Shah Shuja said that, yes, I'll give you the permission to establish a factory. But what will I get back in return? So the company's official asked him, what do you want back in return? He said that the Mughal Empire requires 3,000 per annum, to which the English East India Company agreed. Finally, English East India Company established their first factory in the region of Bengal at a place called as Hooghly. Okay, and they were given dastak. Dastak means you can trade, what we said, you can trade in the region of Bengal till you pay 3,000 rupees per annum. Okay. And the first agent of English East India Company in the region of Bengal was William Hedges. So William Hedges, he was the first agent of English East India Company in the region of Bengal. Now William Hedges observed one thing, that although they are paying 3,000 rupees per annum to the Mughal Empire, but still the officials of the Mughal Empire continuously used to disturb the traders of the English East India Company, the merchants of English East India Company, and they used to try to extract extra revenue from them. So William Hedges, he goes to Shaista Khan, because by now, what we say, there was another Mughal emperor whose name was Aurangzeb. Now the Subedar of Bengal was not Shah Shuja. The Subedar of Bengal was Shaista Khan. Okay, so William Hedges goes to Shaista Khan and says, although we are paying you 3,000 rupees, but still we are not getting any kind of a protection from the Mughal side. And your officers are corrupt. They are charging extra money from us. So we want to fortify the factory at Hooghly. Shaista Khan said that I'm not going to allow you to fortify the factory at Hooghly. Now Shaista Khan, he understood about the intentions of English East India Company. So Shaista Khan started attacking the factories of English East India Company across different places, such as Kasim Bazar, Hooghly, Hijli, Midnapur, and so on. And finally, English East India Company was ousted from the region of Bengal. Clear? Then in 1698, there was another officer of English East India Company whose name was Sir Job Charnock. Okay. Now Sir Job Charnock, he comes to Shaista Khan and says that at least allow us to trade in certain regions of Bengal. So it is said that he had purchased 3 villages, Govindpur, Sutanuti and Kalikata, from the zamindars at 1,200 rupees. Okay, and later on this region was elevated to the level of presidency, referred as Calcutta Presidency or Bengal Presidency. So the credit for creation of Bengal Presidency goes to whom? Sir Job Charnock. And finally, Fort William was created in 1700 in the region of Bengal Presidency. Is the point clear till here? How was the 3 presidencies created? I'll repeat the points again within short so that the aspirants, those who have joined late, they can easily understand and correlate the different aspects. Okay. English East India Company, it was formed approximately around 1600 by a charter of Queen Elizabeth. The first person or the first agent from the side of English East India Company was Captain William Hawkins. He comes to the court of Jahangir, but initially he was denied the permission to establish factory at Surat. Then comes 2 other persons, Captain Middleton and Captain Thomas Roe. They were given the permission to establish factory at Surat, and they established their first factory in Surat. With the passage of time, they started establishing factories across the east and the west coast of India. And later on, they created 3 important presidencies. First was Madras Presidency. And the credit for creation of Madras Presidency goes to company's officer whose name was Sir Francis Day. A fort was also created here, which was referred as Fort St. George. Another important factory that was established was Bombay Presidency. As we have seen, Bombay Presidency was a result of matrimonial alliances. The Portuguese princess Catherine Braganza was married to Prince Charles II of England, and the entire region of Bombay was given at a dowry of ₹1. Prince Charles II gave the region of Bombay at a rent of £10 per annum to English East India Company. Other officers who were responsible for creation of Bombay Presidency was George Oxenden and Gerald Ongier. Okay. Bengal Presidency. The credit for creation of Bengal Presidency goes to Job Charnock. Is the point clear till here? Yes, please. Okay, very good. Now, before we understand about the important governor generals, I'll speak about the formation of French East India Company. Okay, and after that, I'll be talking about specifically in short about Battle of Plassey. In short, okay. I'll speak about Battle of Buxar in very short, and then I'll speak about why Battle of Plassey I'm explaining, because it is said that approximately, like Battle of Plassey was fought in 1757. Battle of Buxar, it was fought in 1764. Just within a span of 7 to 8 years, approximately 4.94 million pounds was drained out of India. Can you imagine 4.94 million pounds just within a span of 7 to 8 years? Hence, understanding Battle of Plassey is very important. So next, within 15 to 20 minutes, I'll be talking about the French East India Company followed by Battle of Plassey. Is that clear? Guys, one more information. Anglo-Carnatic Wars, Anglo-Sikh War, Anglo-Mysore War, Anglo-Maratha Wars, Anglo-Burma Wars, I have covered in quite depth and detail. Okay, so whenever I'll be speaking about the important governor generals, in that part itself, I'll explain certain aspects of these wars. Because if I'll explain Anglo-Mysore War, just explanation of Anglo-Mysore War will take 2 to 3 hours. And I have covered Anglo-Mysore Wars in quite depth and detail. You can just observe in the playlist. Is that clear, my friends? So here, I'll just speak about Battle of Plassey, that too within 4 to 5 minutes. Just pay attention carefully. French East India Company. Here you have to remember about French East India Company, 2 to 3 important characters. King Louis XIV, his important minister Colbert, then Campaign de Indies Orientalis, Francis Caron, Francois Martin. See, from 1643 itself, the ruler of France was King Louis XIV, and he was a very intelligent ruler. And apart from being a person who was quite intelligent and powerful, he had a intelligent minister in his court, and his name was Colbert. Now, Colbert said to King Louis XIV that there are many European countries that are trading in the region of East, and they are accruing huge amount of profit. They are accruing surplus profit. So why don't we start trading in the region of East, and we will also start what we say accruing huge amount of profit. But we will trade in a very different perspective. So this person, King Louis XIV, asked Colbert, do you have any kind of a suggestion for it, that how we are going to approach a trade in the region of East? He said that yes, I have another approach. Directly, we are not going to trade in the Southeast Asia region. Directly, we are not going to trade in the region of India. First of all, we will go to Madagascar. We will create Madagascar as our base. Okay, we will create Madagascar, this region, as our base. Okay, and from here we will send our ships in the different directions. This was a suggestion that was given by Colbert to whom? King Louis XIV. And King Louis XIV, he loved this idea. He said that okay, you can go ahead with this idea. And finally, in 1664, a company was created which was referred as Campaign de Indies Orientalis, also referred as French East India Company. Now, as per the plan, French East India Company decided that they are going to create Madagascar as their transshipment hub, as their base. And from here onwards, they'll be sending the ships in different directions. This was the plan, and they started executing the plan after 1667 itself. Okay. Now, what happened? Initially, they implemented the plan, but again, there were skirmishes with the other European powers. So there was a person whose name was Francis Caron, and Francis Caron believed that in this manner, we cannot trade in the region of India and Indies. Now, directly, we have to lead a naval expedition to the region of India. And at that time, the Mughal emperor was Aurangzeb. Okay. So Francis Caron, he arrived in India. He met Aurangzeb and Aurangzeb gave him the permission to establish their factory. So Francis Caron, they established their first factory. Okay. Later on, Francois Martin, okay, he had established the factory around the region of Masulipatam. Then he had acquired the region of Pondicherry. Now, why the region of Pondicherry was acquired from Sher Khan Lodi? There was a reason behind that. Like the workers who are working at the factories in Masulipatam, where will their families stay? And for that purpose, he had acquired the region of Pondicherry from Sher Khan Lodi. And in this manner, there were four important European powers in India. That is Portuguese, English East India Company, Dutch East India Company, and French East India Company. And now began struggle for supremacy. Okay. The power of Portuguese started declining. How? As we have seen, there were a lot of skirmishes between Portuguese and Dutch East India Company. Later on, it is believed that after a matrimonial alliances between the English East India Company and the Portuguese were just confined to the region of Goa. Okay. Then Portuguese were out of the race. Now there are three other European powers who are in the race. Okay, that is the English East India Company, French East India Company, and Dutch East India Company. In 1741, Battle of Colachel was fought between the forces of Martanda Varmaji and Dutch East India Company, in which Dutch East India Company was being defeated and Dutch East India Company was ousted from India. So DEIC, Dutch East India Company, is also out of the race. Two European powers are left in India. That is English East India Company and French East India Company. Is that clear? English East India Company and French East India Company. So specifically speaking, what happened further? There were series of wars between English East India Company and French East India Company, and that is nothing but Anglo-Carnatic Wars. Now, Anglo-Carnatic War, it is also referred as a global war. Why it is referred as a global war? Because Britain and France are not only fighting in India, they are fighting throughout the world in the name of colonies. They are fighting in Europe, they are fighting in Africa, they are fighting in Southeast Asia, India, they are fighting in Americas. Hence, the battle between Britain and France is also, or Anglo-Carnatic War is also referred as a global war. And after a series of three Anglo-Carnatic wars, it is said that English East India Company became one single power to rule over India. And in this manner, French East India Company was just confined to the region of Pondicherry. Is that clear? Now, English East India Company, how it started assuming more power after Battle of Plassey. Let's understand about that. Okay. Just note down few points along with me so that you can understand things. Just please note down along with me. Aurangzeb, Bahadur Shah I, Farukh Siyar, Muhammad Shah Rangila. Then Murshid Quli Khan, Shahabuddin Khan. No. Just note down along with me. Sarfaraz Khan, Ali Vardi Khan, Shaukat Jung, Siraj Ud-Dawla, and there's another important character, Mir Jafar. Adikeshav, I'm just noting down the important ones. Okay. There are many series of late Mughal rulers as well. Okay. I'm just trying to make you understand about the significance of the different rulers. So later Mughal rulers, it's a different part. Just noting down the important ones. Is that clear? So have you guys noted this down? And I'll start explaining the Battle of Plassey just within 5 to 7 minutes. It's very important to understand because we need to understand drain of wealth. Because we can only understand drain of wealth specifically after understanding the Battle of Plassey. Okay. Have you written down, everyone? Please answer in the comment section yes or no so that I'll start explaining the things. I'll give you 30 seconds to note down fast. Okay, very good. Now, as we have seen previously itself, from the time of Akbar, the Mughal Empire was divided into different provinces. And these provinces were referred as Suba. And the provincial governor were referred as Subedar. From the time of Shah Jahan itself, the Bengal province was one of the richest province. And in fact, the region of Bengal province encompassed the region of present-day West Bengal, East Bengal, that is present-day Bangladesh, Bihar, Odisha. So everything was under a part of the Bengal Suba or Bengal province. So it was one of the richest province. Now during the time of Shah Jahan, Shah Shuja was the governor of Bengal. And he had given the permission to English East India Company to trade in the region of Bengal if you pay them 3,000 rupees per annum. So English East India Company paid approximately around 3,000 rupees per annum. To whom? Specifically, the Mughal Empire. After some time, what happened? Aurangzeb became the Mughal emperor. And during the time of Aurangzeb, Shaista Khan, he became the Mughal governor, specifically of the Bengal province. At that time, William Hedges, he had requested that he wanted to fortify the fort of Hooghly, but he was denied the permission. In fact, Shaista Khan started attacking and raiding the territories or factories of English East India Company, specifically at Hijli, Midnapur, Hooghly, Kasim Bazar, and so on. But after some time, Job Charnock, he was given the permission to establish factory, Job Charnock, he had purchased 3 important villages, Govindpur, Sutanuti, and Kalikata. And later on, it was elevated to the level of presidency, which was referred as Calcutta Presidency or Bengal Presidency. Around 1700, a fort was constructed here, which was referred as Fort William. Clear? Aurangzeb, he passed away approximately around 1707. And after that, there were series of weak successors or series of weak rulers. One among them was Bahadur Shah. After Bahadur Shah comes Farooq Siyar. Okay. Now, Farooq Siyar, specifically speaking, he had made another person as the governor of Bengal. And his name was Murshid Quli Khan. Okay. Now, Murshid Quli Khan, he was made as the governor of Bengal. Now, it is believed that at this particular point of time, around 1717, English East India Company played a very diplomatic game. And what was that diplomatic game? English East India Company, they asked Farooq Siyar to provide them dastak. Dastak means free trade passes. And at that particular point of time, Farooq Siyar gave dastak or free trading permission to English East India Company. In very simple words, if you have to trade in the region of Bengal, it is not necessary to acquire permission. Okay? So, with the passage of time, the officials of English East India Company started misusing these dastak or the free trade passes. So, it is believed that Farooq Siyar, he gave dastak to English East India Company around 1717. His military commander was Murshid Quli Khan. After some time, Farooq Siyar was succeeded by Muhammad Shah Rangila. And Muhammad Shah Rangila was not that competent ruler. Okay? So this was seen as an opportunity by another person. And what was that opportunity? Murshid Quli Khan saw this as an opportunity, and Murshid Quli Khan, he declared his virtual independence. He said that I am going to govern the region of Bengal independently. So he declared himself as independent and he became the Nawab of Bengal. Is the things clear till here? Now he shifted the capital from Dhaka to a new place called as Murshidabad. Who? Murshid Quli Khan. Now comes another person. Now after Murshid Quli Khan, he was being succeeded by Shahabuddin Khan, who was son-in-law of Murshid Quli Khan. Then he was succeeded by Sarfaraz Khan, and Sarfaraz Khan was son of Murshid Quli Khan. But Sarfaraz Khan was also not that competent ruler. So what happened? Sarfaraz Khan had a military commander, and the name of the military commander was Ali Vardi Khan. So Ali Vardi Khan saw this as an opportunity. And after seeing this as an opportunity, what happened? He deposed this person, Sarfaraz Khan, declared himself as the new Nawab of Bengal. Okay. Now, at that time, Marathas were also following the policy of expansionism. They were also following the policy of imperialism. So, as a part of their expansionist approach, what happened? Like anybody who does not want that Marathas should raid their territories, so they have to pay Marathas chauth. Chauth means 1/4 of your annual revenue. If you do not want the Marathas to attack upon you, pay them annual chauth. So this person, Ali Vardi Khan, he knew that at any cost, I have to purchase peace from Marathas. And if I have to purchase peace from Marathas, compulsorily, I have to pay them chauth. Compulsorily. So he paid chauth to whom? Marathas. By now, what happened? It is said that the European companies had also started their fortification effort. Okay. And this move was not at all liked by Ali Vardi Khan. Because once these companies started fortifying themselves, what will happen? They will start overpowering the Nawab of Bengal. So this effort or this move by the different European companies was not at all liked by whom? By the person whose name was Ali Vardi Khan, but he could not do anything because of his advancing age. Okay. Now another big question in front of Ali Vardi Khan was who will succeed him? Because he did not had any son. He had 3 daughters. Okay. The son of his eldest daughter, his name was Shaukat Jung. And the son of his youngest daughter was Siraj ud-Dawla. And Ali Vardi Khan had a military commander named as Mir Jafar. As we have discussed, Ali Vardi Khan did not had a single son. He had 3 daughters. He had a military commander named as Mir Jafar. So what did Mir Jafar thought? Since Ali Vardi Khan does not have a single son, what will happen? I would become the next Nawab of Bengal. This is called as nothing but daydreaming. Isn't that so? But at this point of time, what happened? After Ali Vardi Khan, Shaukat Jung and Mir Jafar, both of them created alliances. Okay? Because Ali Vardi Khan chose his next successor as Siraj ud-Dawla. He was just 21 to 22 years of age. So Ali Vardi Khan chose the son of his youngest daughter, Siraj ud-Dawla, as his next successor. This was not at all liked by Shaukat Jung and Mir Jafar. So both of them created an alliance, okay, and attacked Siraj ud-Dawla. Clear? When both of them attacked Siraj ud-Dawla, it is believed that Siraj ud-Dawla defeated their alliance. In fact, he killed Shaukat Jung, and Mir Jafar, he apologized for his act to Siraj ud-Dawla. And again, Mir Jafar was made as the new military commander for Siraj ud-Dawla. Is that clear? I'll repeat the point again. Ali Vardi Khan, the basic question after him was who will succeed him? Because he did not had any son. He had 3 daughters. The son of his eldest daughter, his name was Shaukat Jung. The son of his youngest daughter, his name was Siraj-ud-Dawla. Okay. Now, Ali Vardi Khan wanted Siraj-ud-Dawla to become the next successor. But Mir Jafar, who was a military commander, he believed that I'll become the new Nawab of Bengal. After Ali Vardi Khan, what happened? Siraj-ud-Dawla was chosen as a successor. This was not liked by Mir Jafar and Shaukat Jung. Both of them created an alliance and attacked Siraj-ud-Dawla. Siraj-ud-Dawla defeated both of them. In fact, he killed Shaukat Jung. And Mir Jafar apologized him and he was made the new military commander for Siraj-ud-Dawla. Now, Siraj-ud-Dawla, now he wanted to take step against all the European companies. And he asked all the European companies to dismantle their forts. Like French East India Company had their fortifications in Chandan Nagar. Dutch East India Company had their fortifications in the region of Chinsura. In the region of Hooghly, English East India Company had made their fortifications. So at this particular point of time, he asked everyone to dismantle their forts, to which Dutch East India Company and French East India Company followed. But English East India Company did not listen. At this particular point of time, around 1756, this person, Siraj-ud-Dawla, he attacked Fort William. And when he attacked the Fort William, the president of Calcutta Council was Robert Drake. Okay. Robert Drake, he fled away because the attack was very fierce. He fled away. In fact, he fled away to a region called as Fulta Islands. Now, there were very few people remaining in the Fort William, approximately around 146 people. Okay. Now, these 146 members in the Fort William decided to choose another president. So, they chose Holwell as their president. Clear? Now, Holwell was chosen as a president, but at this particular point of time, Siraj-ud-Dawla was not in a conciliatory mood. He attacked again Fort William, and along with Holwell, 146 members of Fort William were confined in a room which was approximately 18 to 24 square feet. Okay, in the month of June. It was scorching heat of summer. And out of 146, only 23 members survived. And this is referred as Black Hole Tragedy. The capital or the Calcutta was now renamed as Ali Nagar. And when Robert Clive and William Watts, he heard about this, Admiral Watson, not William Watts, Admiral Watson, they heard about this, they came up with the additional forces. And when they came up with the additional forces, it is believed that Siraj-ud-Dawla, now he signed a treaty. Now, the very basic question arises in the mind of every aspirant. Siraj-ud-Dawla, initially, he was not in a conciliatory mood. Okay, now why he was ready to sign a treaty with Robert Clive and so on? Because it is believed that Ahmad Shah Abdali, he had raided the many territories of Bengal. He had raided the many territories around the region of Delhi, not Bengal. And now there was a rumor. And what was that rumor? With the help of Nawab of Awadh, with the help of Rohillas, he will further advance to the region of Bengal. This was a rumor. So now he was forced to sign a treaty which is called as Treaty of Ali Nagar. Okay. And as per Treaty of Ali Nagar, there would be a British resident in the court of Siraj-ud-Dawla. And the British resident who was there in the court of Siraj-ud-Dawla was William Watts. Now, the basic objective or the basic purpose of this British resident in the court of Siraj-ud-Dawla was to find out the perpetual traitor, a person who is going to betray Siraj-ud-Dawla, okay, or a person who is having an eye over the throne of Nawab of Bengal, and he can betray Siraj-ud-Dawla, okay, and we will help him out in becoming the Nawab of Bengal, because that person is going to work as a puppet for us. This was the belief of English East India Company. And William Watts observed one thing. They found one best puppet, and the puppet was in the form of Mir Jafar. As we have seen previously, Mir Jafar had an eye over the throne. Yes, perfect, Kaizen. Mir Jafar had an eye over the throne. Okay, so Mir Jafar along with the other members, they became the perpetual traitors. And now it is said that English East India Company accused Siraj-ud-Daulah of breaching the Treaty of Alinagar. And the battle became inevitable. It became unavoidable. And that culminated in the form of Battle of Plassey, 1757. Okay. Now, specifically speaking, when the Battle of Plassey was fought, it is believed that this person, Siraj-ud-Daulah, lost the battle, and the new Nawab of Bengal, he was chosen as in the form of Mir Jafar. Okay. And Mir Jafar was nothing but a puppet in the hands of whom? Britishers. Okay. So this is nothing but Battle of Plassey. Another important event which is hidden within the books of history. In 1757 itself, there was another battle that was fought. And that is nothing but Battle of Gokul. I'll give you a very simple example. Ahmad Shah Abdali, when he had raided the territories around the region of Delhi, okay, he had adopted a very different policy. And he had adopted the policy of Shikhan. Shikhan basically means destroyer of temples, plundering the temples and spread of Islam. Okay. So at that particular point of time, it is said that he had attacked the region of Mathura and Vrindavan, destroyed many temples there, and he had raided the territories in that region. And now he had an eye over the region of Gokul. But in 1757, a battle was fought between Sardar Khan, who was one of the representatives of Ahmad Shah Abdali, and Naga Sadhus. Okay. Like the Naga sect, it was being established by Adi Shankaracharya ji way back around 8th century AD. Okay. And Battle of Gokul was fought, wherein Sardar Khan had to get the help of additional 5,000 forces. But finally, Sardar Khan had to retreat. Okay. So this was a battle that was Battle of Gokul that was fought in 1757 between Naga Sadhus and the forces of Ahmad Shah Abdali. Is the point clear, everyone? Just hold on for a second. Yes, please answer in the comment section. Is the point clear, everyone? Now, there was another battle that was fought, that is Battle of Buxar in 1764. And after Battle of Buxar, there was a treaty that was signed by the Britishers, and that treaty is referred as Treaty of Allahabad. Okay. Now, let me talk about Treaty of Allahabad in short, and let me talk about Battle of Buxar again within short, just within 1 minute or 2 minutes. See, as we have seen after Battle of Plassey, this person, Mir Jafar, he became the new Nawab of Bengal, and he had to pay a very huge price to become the Nawab of Bengal. You can directly say that the treasury of Nawab of Bengal was directed towards the British treasury or the treasury of English East India Company, because English East India Company continuously used to interfere with the administration of Bengal. Apart from they drained the territory of this person, Mir Jafar. Okay. Now, within the 6 months after Battle of Plassey, he had promised that I am going to pay you so and so money. Okay, like Mir Jafar, he had asked English East India Company, you help me out in becoming the Nawab of Bengal, and for that I will provide you certain lump sum amount of money. So whatever money that he had promised, approximately 50% of the money he had paid to the English East India Company. Now Robert Clive, after 6 months, asked him, when are you going to pay the 50% of the money? So Mir Jafar said that, give me a time of 3 years. And I will pay that money to you in 6 equal installment. Okay. Apart from this, what happened? Like with the passage of time, it is believed that he was unable to pay the money. And Robert Clive continuously used to interfere with the administration of Nawab of Bengal, that is Mir Jafar. So Mir Jafar, he took help from Dutch East India Company. And Robert Clive comes to know about this. And Robert Clive defeated whom? Robert Clive defeated Dutch East India Company. After some time, like this person, Robert Clive, he said to Mir Jafar, first of all, you are not paying the money. And secondly, you are making an alliances against us. This is not fair. So now please answer, when will you pay the money to us? Mir Jafar directly said, I apologize. I don't have a single penny. I don't have money that I can pay you back. Everyone was worried. If he's not able to pay the money, what will happen? Who will become who is going to pay the money? So everyone thought that, why don't we choose a person named as Mir Qasim? And who is Mir Qasim? Mir Qasim is the son-in-law of Mir Jafar. He is also the military commander for Mir Jafar. Who? Mir Qasim. So English East India Company said to Mir Qasim that we will help you out in becoming the new Nawab of Bengal. But there are certain conditions. First of all, 50% of the money that is left, you have to pay it to us. Second condition, whatever profit that you accrue in the trade of what we say chunam. Chunam means limestone from the region of Sylhet. Okay, 50% of the profit you will share with us. Second condition, you will help us out in our war expeditions precisely in southern part of India. Third condition. And fourth important condition was specifically, apart from paying the arrears, apart from giving us the profit in chunam trade, that is trade in the region of Sylhet, apart from sponsoring our military fights in the region of South India, okay, you have to also surrender certain territories such as Midnapur, Burdwan and so on. Mir Qasim, he was an intelligent person. He agreed all the conditions of English East India Company. And when he agreed all the conditions of English East India Company, Mir Jafar was replaced by Mir Qasim as the new Nawab of Bengal by English East India Company. Okay. Mir Qasim, he became the new Nawab of Bengal. And Mir Qasim, he was an intelligent person. He did not want to work as a puppet like the person Mir Jafar. So he fulfilled all the conditions that he had promised. Like he surrendered the region of Burdwan and so on. He gave 50% of the profit from the trade in chunam, that is limestone, to English East India Company. He sponsored their military expeditions in southern India. Okay, he paid the arrears and so on, because he did not want it to become the puppet. Now Mir Qasim, he brought certain changes. He brought certain administrative changes. Okay, apart from administrative changes, he brought different other changes. Like I'll give you a very simple example. Like here I have talked about one thing, that apart from getting the revenue from Bengal, English East India Company continuously interfered with the administration of Bengal. Continuously. Why? Because Murshidabad, which was the capital of Nawab of Bengal, was quite close to Calcutta. It was just 150 to 200 kilometers from Calcutta. So the best step that was taken by Mir Qasim was to transfer the capital. So he transferred the capital from Murshidabad to Mungyar. And Mungyar, it is located on the borders of Bihar and West Bengal, which is approximately 450 to 500 kilometers away from Calcutta. The first step taken, so that there would be minimum interference or no interference by English East India Company officials. Okay, so he shifted the capital. Apart from this, what did he do? Now he observed one thing. If you remember, I've talked about Farooq Siyar, who was one of the Mughal emperor. He had given the dastak or free passes to English East India Company, that if you have to trade in the region of Bengal, there's no necessity of acquiring the permission. You can freely trade in the region of Bengal. Now these dastaks were being misused by the company's officials. Okay. And one more thing was observed by Mir Qasim. And what was that? The officials of English East India Company had to pay 0% tax on trade. On the other hand, Indian merchants had to pay approximately 40 to 42% tax on the trade. How? For example, if I'm a trader who is trading in cotton textile, okay, I have come from the region of Gujarat to trade in the region of Bengal. Now I have to go through approximately 3 to 4 checkposts. At every checkpost, I have to give a kind of a tax. Like usually we pay the toll tax. Similarly, I had to pay a kind of a tax. So Indian merchants had to pay 40 to 42% as a tax. On the other hand, the merchants of English East India Company, they did not have to pay a single penny as a tax. So this thing was observed by Mir Qasim. And Mir Qasim, he abolished all the kind of taxes on the checkpost for Indian merchants. And this was not at all liked by the officials of English East India Company. Okay. So they asked Mir Qasim, this is a very derogatory step. This is a very wrong step that you have taken. He said that you also pay 40% tax. Okay. I'll again impose a tax on Indian merchants. If you are paying 0% tax, Indian merchants will also pay 0% tax. Now what happened? At this particular point of time, English East India Company attacked Mir Qasim. And when they attacked Mir Qasim fled away. Now again the post of Nawab of Bengal was vacant. So whom to choose the Nawab of Bengal now again? Again Mir Jafar was chosen as the Nawab of Bengal. Why? Because whatever money was left, it was being paid by Mir Qasim already. Okay. So there were no arrears remaining. In fact, Mir Jafar used to work for English East India Company as puppet. He used to listen to every demand of English East India Company. Isn't that so? So why don't we choose Mir Jafar, or why don't we reinstall Mir Jafar as the new Nawab of Bengal? So Mir Jafar was again reinstalled as the new Nawab of Bengal. And Mir Jafar again imposed 40% tax specifically on the Indian merchants. Okay. As I've told you, Mir Qasim, he had fled away. Where he had fled away? He had fled away to Awadh. Okay. And in Awadh, along with the Nawab of Awadh, Shuja-ud-Dawla, and Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II, he had made an alliance. So here there was a triple alliance. Nawab of Awadh, Shuja-ud-Dawla, Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II, and Mir Qasim. English East India Company comes to know about this. And there was a battle which was fought in 1764, which is referred as Battle of Buxar. As a part of Battle of Buxar, the Triple Alliance was defeated. And finally, in 1765, Treaty of Allahabad was signed after Battle of Buxar. Now, what is Treaty of Allahabad all about? Let's understand. Okay. As per Treaty of Allahabad, what will happen here? English East India Company. Okay. Specifically speaking, it is said that they asked Nawab of Awadh that specifically you have to pay 50 lakh rupees as a war indemnity to us. Okay. And Nawab of Awadh, that is Shuja-ud-Dawla, he paid specifically 50 lakh rupees as a war indemnity. First thing. They recognized him as the Nawab of Awadh, English East India Company. Secondly, English East India Company promised to give 26 lakh rupees to Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II. Now, the very first question arises, the company which is taking money from everyone, okay, how is it giving the money to Shah Alam II? There was a reason behind that. Because English East India Company wanted Shah Alam II to grant Diwani rights of Bengal, Bihar, and Odisha to English East India Company. So as per Treaty of Allahabad, the Diwani rights of Bihar, Bengal, and Odisha was now given to English East India Company by Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II. So this is nothing but Battle of Buxar, which took place in 1764. So Battle of Plassey in 1757, Battle of Buxar in 1764, and just within a span of 7 to 8 years, approximately, I'm saying approximately 4.94 million pounds was drained out of India. Is the point clear, everyone? Yes, and he was given just a pension, Shah Alam II, in the coming years. Did you understand everything, guys? Any question, any doubt, any query, please feel free to ask. Hope the point is clear? Okay, very good, everyone. Very good, Kaizen, Adikeshav, Santosh. Now, before we talk about the important Governor Generals, okay, very good, Anup. Important Charter Acts. I'll speak about the important Charter Acts first, and then I'll speak about Warren Hastings, Lord Cornwallis, Sir John Shore, then Sir George Barlow, Lord Minto, Hastings, Amherst, William Bentinck, then the Metcalfe, Dalhousie, and so on. And before that, I'll speak about the important Charter Acts and the Government of India Act 1858. Is that clear? Please do not worry. Everything is available as a part of PDF or PPT. Okay. And in that case, you can download the PDF or PPT from my Telegram channel, history_Alok Ojha. Is that clear? Yes, Jay Prakash ji, perfect. The grand old man of India, Dadabhai Navroji, he has highlighted about this in his book, Poverty and British Rule in India. Okay. So now let's understand about the different acts. We'll begin with Regulating Act 1773. Now, before I begin with Regulating Act 1773, let me explain you the structure of English East India Company. Just one second. Okay. Yes, Madhuriman. Now let's understand about the Regulating Act 1773, Pitt's India Act 1784. All of them are very, very important from the exam perspective. Okay. As we have seen, English East India Company, it's a shareholders company, and it was created way back around 1600 by the Charter of Queen Elizabeth. Correct? With the passage of time, English East India Company started establishing their factories across the east and the west coast of India. And they had established three important presidencies in India. That is Madras Presidency. And the credit for creation of Madras Presidency goes to company's official whose name was Sir Francis Day. Another important presidency that was created was Bombay Presidency. And the third important presidency that was created was Bengal Presidency. Okay. Now, Bengal Presidency, specifically the credit for creation of Bengal Presidency goes to company's official whose name was Sir Job Charnock. Is that clear? Now moving further. Now you can imagine, as we have discussed specifically, that it is believed that around 1757 Battle of Plassey took place, 1764 Battle of Buxar it took place, and within a span of 7 to 8 years, approximately 4.94 million pounds was drained out of India. And this act of English East India Company was very closely observed by the British government. Now, British government or the British Parliament, they asked English East India Company one thing, that if you have to trade in India now, you have to pay us 4 lakh pounds. Can you imagine 4 lakh pounds? And in fact, from 1765 to 1770, English East India Company paid approximately 4 lakh pounds to whom? The British government. And in 1771, British government was very astonished. They were very surprised. Why they were surprised? Reason was, in 1771, the officials of English East India Company, they asked a loan of 1 lakh pounds from the British Parliament. Like, they were very confused. On one hand, you are paying us 4 lakh pounds on annual basis as a fees. On the other hand, you are demanding a loan of 1 lakh pounds. On the other hand, the officials of English East India Company are considered or were considered as one of the richest officials across the world at that time. This simply highlights one of the most corrupt system at that particular point of time as a part of what we say working pattern of English East India Company. Okay. Now, English East India, and to regulate that, they gave a loan of 1 lakh pounds, but in finally 1773, the British Parliament came up with Regulating Act 1773 to have a control over the activities of English East India Company. Okay, now what is Regulating Act 1773 all about? Let's understand. First thing, as we have discussed, English East India Company, it's a multinational company. It's a shareholders company. Prior to 1773, if anyone wants to become a shareholder in English East India Company, he had to pay 500 pounds as a fee. Okay, I repeat, he had to pay 500 pounds as a fee if he has to become a shareholder in the company. As per Regulating Act 1773, if a person has to become a shareholder in English East India Company, now he has to pay 1000 rupees as a fee. So the minimum investment is 1000 rupees if you have to become a shareholder in English East India Company. Okay. Now these shareholders are referred as Court of Proprietors, COP. Now obviously these shareholders, like there are more than 250 shareholders, 125 to 250 shareholders. All these shareholders cannot make rules and regulations for the entire company. So what will they do? They will choose court of directors who are going to make the rules and regulation for the entire company. Correct? And these court of directors will decide who will become the governor of Bombay, who will become the governor of Madras, who will become the governor of Bengal. Okay? So court of directors used to appoint the governors, and the responsibility of the governor was to report to the court of directors. Clear? I repeat, English East India Company, it's a joint stock company. Approximately there were 125 to 250 shareholders. These shareholders were referred as Court of Proprietors. Now, obviously, these 250 members cannot make rules and regulations for the entire company. So they will choose 24 as Court of Directors who are going to frame rules and regulations for the entire company. Is that clear? And these 24 were referred as Court of Directors. Now, prior to Regulating Act 1773, if you have to become a shareholder, you had to pay 500 pound minimum investment. But after Regulating Act 1773, minimum 1000 pounds is an investment if you have to become a shareholder. Apart from this, prior to Regulating Act 1773, the election for Court of Directors was held annually. Okay? And after Regulating Act 1773, the elections for these 24 Court of Director is held once in 4 years, and that too for 1/4 of the seats, not for 24 Court of Directors. 1/4 of the seats. Is that clear? So prior to 1773, Court of Directors election was held on annual basis. After 1773, the elections is held once in 4 years for 1/4 of seat. Okay. There were totally 3 important presidencies: Bombay, Bengal and Madras. All the 3 presidencies had their respective governors. Like there was a separate governor for Bombay, Madras and Bengal. Okay. The governor of Bombay was designated as governor of Bombay. The governor of Madras was designated as governor of Madras. But as per Regulating Act 1773, Governor of Bengal will now be designated as Governor General of Bengal. And the first Governor General of Bengal was Lord Warren Hastings. Is that clear? The governors of Bombay and Madras would be subordinated to Governor General of Bengal. Governor General of Bengal would be assisted in performance of his duties by an executive council consisting of 4 members. Okay? So they are going to make laws, they are going to implement them. Correct? Like I'll give you a very simple example. The executive council of the Warren Hastings consisted of 4 members. Like let me give you a few examples. Richard Barwell, then Philip Francis, George Monsoon, Clavering. All these were the members of Executive Council of Warren Hastings. Okay. As per Regulating Act 1773, Supreme Court was created at Fort William, Calcutta for the very first time. And the Supreme Court had 1 Chief Justice and 3 other judges. The first judge of the Supreme Court at that time was Sir Elijah Impey. Just remember the name. Sir Elijah Impey was the first judge of the Supreme Court at Fort William at that time. Is that clear? And as per Regulating Act 1773, it was decided that after every 20 years, we are going to revise the charter. Is that clear? So I'll repeat the points again within few seconds. Pay attention carefully. Company had more than 125 to 250 shareholders. These shareholders were referred as court of proprietors. As per Regulating Act 1773, if a person has to become a shareholder, he had to do a minimum investment of £1,000. Now these 125 to 250 shareholders will choose 24 as court of directors among themselves. The key word here is among themselves. The election for these 24 court of directors was held initially on annual basis. But after Regulating Act 1773, the elections for these court of director was held once in 4 years, and that too for 1/4 of the seats. Clear? Moving ahead. There were respective governors of different presidency, like there was a separate governor for Bombay, Madras and Bengal. The governor of Bombay was referred as governor of Bombay, governor of Madras as governor of Madras, but governor of Bengal was designated as governor general of Bengal. And the first governor general of Bengal was Lord Warren Hastings. Governor of Bombay and Madras were subordinated to governor general of Bengal. Governor general of Bengal was assisted by an executive council consisting of 4 members. As per this act, Supreme Court was established at Fort William in Calcutta. Okay. And specifically, it had 1 Chief Justice and 3 other judges. The first Chief Justice was Sir Elijah Impey, and the 3 other, there were judges. So this is all about Regulating Act 1773. Is the point clear, everyone? Please answer in the comment section. Yes. So everything has been mentioned here as a part of Regulating Act 1773. As I've told you, you can download the PDF from the Telegram channel history_Alok Ojha. Okay. Now, before we understand about the Pitt's India Act 1784, okay, we need to understand about the Act of Settlement. Okay. Madhuri. Okay. Renu, very good. Yes, Adi Keshav, we have planned a small break around 3 p.m. Yes, we'll just go ahead by 10 to 15 minutes, and I'll after completing the Charter Act, I'll give you a short break of 15 minutes. Okay. Now, before we understand about the Pitt's India Act 1784, let's understand about the Act of Settlement 1781. As we have seen, as per specifically Regulating Act 1773, Supreme Court was established at Fort William at Calcutta, and Sir Elijah Impey was the first Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. Now, there was a continuous interference and there was a continuous ideological differences between the Governor General of Bengal and the Chief Justice. Whatever laws was being made by the Governor General, they were not being sanctioned by whom? Specifically, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. So there used to be a lot of ideological differences. On the other hand, the Court of Directors continuously used to pressurize these people, the Governor of Bombay and Madras, the Governor General of Bengal. Why aren't you able to accrue huge amount of profit and revenue? So Governor General of Bengal, they asked the Court of Directors, there is a lot of interference by the Chief Justice. On one hand, you are asking us to generate a lot of revenue. On the other hand, there is a lot of interference by the Chief Justice. How can we work at the same time? So this doubt or this point was highlighted by the Governor General to Court of Directors. Court of Directors took this issue into the British Parliament, and British Parliament, like, why? Because they had to pay £4 lakh. And in the coming years, the British Parliament will say that not 4 lakh pounds now, you have to pay us 5 lakh pounds. So Court of Directors will say, on one hand, you are expecting 4 to 5 lakh pounds from us. On the other hand, there is a lot of interference by the Chief Justice. So do something. So British Parliament created a committee, and that committee was referred as Touchett Committee. Now Touchett Committee gave certain recommendations. And the recommendations were, they asked the Supreme Court, which was established at Fort William, you just make laws that are consistent with the local customs and traditions. Do not interfere with the revenue, do not interfere with the administrative aspects of the English East India Company. Leave the administrative aspects to the Court of Directors. You just make laws which are consistent with the local customs and traditions. That's it. So this is nothing but Act of Settlement that came in 1781. Okay. And now Britishers had come up with another important act, which is referred as Pitt's India Act 1784. Now what is Pitt's India Act 1784 all about? Let's understand about this. Okay, pay attention carefully. Just a second. Court of Directors, Board of Control, Crown. Now, I'll tell you one of the major aspects, like why Britishers, the British Parliament has come up with Pitt's India Act 1784, because already they have mentioned as a part of Regulating Act 1773 that after a span of 20 years, we will come up with a new act. So it should come around 1793. Why in 1784 itself? Because there was a rampant corruption that was going on in the company. And now it was very necessary to take a step to contain these these corrupt activities. I'll give you a very simple example. Warren Hastings, who was the first Governor General of Bengal, he was the first Governor General to be impeached. Very simple words, there were serious charges of corruption against Warren Hastings. Okay, serious charges of corruption. We'll understand when we'll study about Warren Hastings. So now Britishers had come up with an act which is referred as Pitt's India Act 1784. Now why it is called as Pitt's India Act 1784? Because at that time, William Pitts was the Prime Minister of England. Okay. He can be considered as the youngest Prime Minister. He was approximately 23 to 24 years of age when he became the Prime Minister of England. And at that time, they came up with Pitt's India Act 1784. Now, what is this act all about? Let's understand. As I have told you previously, English East India Company, it's a shareholders company. And these shareholders were referred as Court of Proprietors. These Court of Proprietors used to choose among themselves 24 as Court of Directors who are going to frame rules and regulation for the entire company. Now, let me give you a very simple example about this. Suppose I conduct a test, okay, and specifically that test, I have conducted a small test. There is no camera in the class, there is no CCTV in the class, there is no invigilator in the class. Like you guys are suppose 100 in number, you are attending the test, okay. Now you have chosen a person who is going to invigilate you from among yourself. Can you guarantee me the test would be conducted in a fair and transparent manner? No. Why? Because there is no external control over you guys. Correct? So here an external control over the English East India Company is required, because these Court of Directors are chosen within the Court of Proprietors. They are chosen by themselves. So what happened? As per Pitt's India Act 1784, Board of Control was now appointed above the Court of Directors. Okay? And Board of Control totally had 6 members. All the 6 members were appointed by the British Crown. Is that clear? So Board of Control was appointed over the Court of Directors, so that they can have an eye over the activities of English East India Company. Initially, Court of Directors used to decide who is going to become the Governor General of Bengal, who is going to become the governor of Bombay, who is going to become the governor of Madras. This was decided by whom? This was decided specifically by the court of directors. Now, who will decide this? This will be decided by the board of control. In very simple words, specifically the power of English East India Company is getting diluted now. This is the initiation of the process of the dilution of the powers of English East India Company. Because now English East India Company, specifically the court of director, are just confined to commercial functions. You just do the business. Do not decide who is going to become the governor general, who is going to become the governor of the respective presidencies. That would be decided by the board of control. So very simple words, board of control, they are managing the political and administrative functions. On the other hand, court of directors, they are managing the commercial functions. Okay. We had seen that as per Regulating Act 1773, Governor of Bengal was designated as Governor General of Bengal. And the first Governor General of Bengal was Lord Warren Hastings. And in the, Executive Council of Warren Hastings, there were 4 members, correct? Now, as per Pitt's India Act 1784, the number of members of the Executive Council and Governor General of Bengal has now been reduced to 3 members. Out of 3 members, 1 would be British Commander-in-Chief of the Army. So here you can observe that in a very step-by-step manner, the British government is trying to dilute the powers of English East India Company. This is nothing but the steps are taken to end the monopoly of English East India Company, which will be ended around 1813. Okay. So this is nothing but Pitt's India Act 1784. I'll again repeat the points within the next 15 to 30 seconds. Please pay attention carefully. As per Pitt's India Act 1784, Board of Control consisting of 6 members was appointed over the Court of Directors. All the members of Board of Control were being appointed by the British Crown or the Parliament. Now, Board of Control will have political and administrative functions. They will decide that who is going to become the Governor General of Bengal, who is going to become the Governor of Bombay, who is going to become the Governor of Madras. It would be decided by whom? It would be decided by the Board of Control. And the Court of Directors will just manage the commercial function. That's it. Okay. Moving ahead. Specifically speaking, we have seen as per Regulating Act 1773, Governor General of Bengal's Executive Council had 4 members. Now the number of members had been reduced to 3. Out of 3, 1 would be British Commander-in-Chief of the Army. This, in simple words, is nothing but Pitt's India Act 1784. Is the point clear? Please answer in the comment section. Yes, please. So this is about Pitt's India Act 1784. Very good, Madhuri. Yes, what about the others? After this, I'll be asking you a few questions, okay? So that I can understand how many of you are keenly listening. Let's speak about Charter Act 1813 now. There was another Charter Act as well, which was referred as Charter Act 1793. Okay. Certain powers of Governor General and his executive councils were changed. Otherwise, all the important things remained same. Again, in 1793, English East India Company was given the monopoly to trade over India. But now comes Charter Act 1813. Pay attention carefully. Okay. Yes, Anup, don't worry. You will get the PDF of this session, and you will get the PDF of this session, or you can download the PDF from my Telegram channel, history_Alok Ojha. Is that clear, Anup? Don't worry about that. Now, As per Charter Act 1813, it is said that the monopoly of English East India Company got ended, but not completely. Why was the monopoly of English East India Company ended now? It is said that after 1800, okay, Napoleon had brought hard days to the businessmen of England. Correct? Because specifically Napoleon, he had followed the continental system and so on. So at that particular point of time, these businessmen approached the British Crown. And for that reason, the English East India Company's monopoly in India was ended, but not completely. Okay, the monopoly was kept intact still in terms of tea and China. Only English East India Company can trade with China. Only English East India Company can trade in tea. Is that clear? So as per Charter Act 1813, English East India Company's monopoly got ended, but not completely. The very first point. Second point, Christian missionaries were allowed to come in India and preach Christianity as per Charter Act 1813. Okay? Another important point. See, it is quite easier to rule over the people who are illiterate. Isn't that so? But with the passage of time, Britishers started taking interest in educating the Indians. And the very first step was taken by Warren Hastings. Warren Hastings had established a madrasa which is called as Calcutta Madrasa or Madrasa Aliyah. Later on, Sir Jonathan Duncan, he had established Sanskrit College. And now Britishers had come up with Charter Act 1813. As per this act, it was decided that Britishers will now spend, or the company will now spend every year 1 lakh rupees for the purpose of educating Indians. Now, the very basic question that arises in the mind of every aspirant, sir, on one hand you are saying it is quite easier to rule over the people who are illiterate. On the other hand, you are saying that Britishers are now going to spend rupees 1 lakh every year for purpose of educating the Indians. Isn't this contradictory? The basic purpose was, now Britishers wanted Indians in the lower rung of the administration because they were quite aware about the local customs, traditions and languages. Hence, for that purpose, Britishers, they came up with Charter Act 1813 through which they will educate Indians by spending 1 lakh rupees every year. So these are the three important aspects that you have to remember as a part of Charter Act 1813. First, the monopoly of English East India Company got ended, but not completely. It was still kept intact in terms of tea and China. Second, Christian missionaries were allowed to come in India and preach Christianity. Third important aspect, that specifically every year the government is going to spend 1 lakh rupees for the purpose of educating Indians. Is that clear? That is nothing but Charter Act 1813. Now comes Charter Act 1833. Now what is Charter Act 1833 all about? Let's understand. Charter Act 1833 is also referred as St. Helena Islands. Sorry, St. Helena Act. Now why it is also called as St. Helena Act? Let's understand about this. St. Helena, it's an island located in southern part of Atlantic Ocean. If you remember, I've talked about this. Like when Vasco da Gama was coming to India, he had faced a lot of skirmishes from a local tribe named as Khoi Khoi tribe. Correct? And in such a situation, the basic thing here was he had met with skirmishes with the Khoi Khoi tribe at a place called as St. Helena Islands. Okay, so it's an island in southern part of Atlantic Ocean. So this island was under the control in the coming years under English East India Company. But in 1833, this island was transferred from English East India Company to the British Crown. Hence, Charter Act 1833 is also called as St. Helena Act. Okay? Very important point. As per Charter Act 1833, Governor General of Bengal will now be designated as Governor General of India. If you remember, as per Regulating Act 1773, Governor of Bengal was designated as Governor General of Bengal, and Warren Hastings was the first Governor General of Bengal. Similarly, as per Charter Act 1833, Governor General of Bengal will now be designated as Governor General of India. And please answer in the comment section who was the first Governor General of India. Okay. Now, again, very important aspect you need to understand. Specifically speaking, as per regulating, I am going for a comparative analysis. Okay, so please listen to me patiently. As per Regulating Act 1773, Governor General's Executive Council had 4 members. Correct? As per Pitt's India Act 1784, Governor General's Executive Council was now reduced to 3 members. Again, as per Charter Act 1833, Governor General's Executive Council will now have 4 members again. Okay, again 4 members are there in Governor General's Executive Council, and the 4th member was specifically whom? The 4th member was a law member. Okay, for codification of laws, it is said that during, as per Charter Act 1833, what had happened? Indian Law Commission was set up under Lord Macaulay. So these are the important points about Charter Act 1833. Okay, I'll repeat the points again. Charter Act 1833, it is also referred as St. Helena Act because in the same year, St. Helena Islands located in southern part of Atlantic Ocean was transferred from English East India Company to the British Crown. As per this act, Governor General of Bengal was now designated as Governor General of India. And the first Governor General of India was Lord William Bentinck. Is that clear? Moving ahead, it is believed that as per Charter Act 1833, the number of members of Governor General Executive Council was again increased to 4. 1 law member was added. Okay. Indian Law Commission was set up under Sir Thomas Macaulay for codification of the law. This is nothing but Charter Act 1833. Is that clear? Okay. Yes, very good. Santosh, Adi Keshav, then Srinivasu. Yes, perfect. It is Lord William Bentinck who was the first Governor General of India. Another question, who was the first Viceroy of India? A very simple one. Take a guess. Who was the first Viceroy of India? An easy one, guys. See, there can be many kind of a question specifically, although factual, but these questions can be a part of a statement. Okay. See guys, very soon, probably from Wednesday or Thursday, I would be coming up with a series of sessions. And these series of sessions are MCQs and PYQs, and I would be taking up the MCQs and PYQs topic related. And the series would continue for the next approximately 1 month. Okay. Like from ancient Indian history, I'll be covering prehistoric culture, Indus Valley civilization, whatever questions have been asked in UPSC, NDA, CDS, CAPF assistant commandant, or any different examination, I will go through that questions. Okay. Similarly with other important chapters. So I'll be covering in that manner. Is that clear? Yes, very good everyone. They have given the correct answer. Adi Keshav, Santosh Ji, Anup, Renu, Madhuri, it's Lord Canning. Yes, Jay Prakash, perfect. Yes, Kundan Ji, good afternoon. Now let's understand about Charter Act 1853. Okay, now Charter Act 1853 is considered as the last charter. Why it is considered as the last charter? Because after this, the rule of English East India Company in India will end, and it will be followed by the rule of the British Parliament or the British government. Okay, so Charter Act 1853, it is considered as the last charter. Is that clear? Now, as we have seen, now pay attention carefully. The total number of court of directors were 24. Correct? Now the number of court of directors have been reduced from 24 to 18 as per Charter Act 1853. Now, whatever rules and regulation has been made by the Governor General of India, Court of Directors have the authority, they have the power to veto on the laws made by the Governor General of India. Okay? Apart from this, legislative and executive functions of Governor General was changed or separated. Let me give you a very simple example. There was a Governor General. Okay. Now, Governor General had an executive council of 4 members. Additionally, there can be one law member who could be added. Okay. So, all these 6 were responsible for making the law and executing the law. Okay. So, there are more chances of corrupt practices. Suppose you are making the law, you are implementing the law, and a person among you is interpreting the law. So, what's the point in that? So, as per Charter Act 1853, legislative and executive function of Governor General's Council were separated. Now, there was a separate legislative council consisting of 6 members. So, totally Governor General plus 5, that is 6 year plus 6. This was referred as mini parliament. So, legislative council consisting of 6 members was created as per Charter Act 1853. So, just remember 2 to 3 important points. As per Charter Act 1853, it is considered as the last charter because after this the rule of company in India will get ended and it would be followed by the rule of crown in India. The number of court of directors were reduced from 24 to 18. Clear? Now, these 18 court of directors have the authority to veto the laws that were made by Governor General of India and his executive council. As per Charter Act 1853, the legislative and the executive functions of the Governor General's Executive Council were separated. Is that clear? Now, specifically, there were 6 additional members in the Legislative Council and totally they functioned as mini parliament. So, this is nothing but Charter Act 1853. Okay. And another important thing, 3 important provinces or new provinces were being created, such as Assam, Burma and central provinces were created as per Charter Act 1853. Hope the point is clear. So, Assam, Burma and central provinces, that is present day Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, were created as per Charter Act 1853. Now, let's understand about the Government of India Act 1858. Okay. Bengal, Bombay, Madras, Viceroy. Just a second, guys. After revolt of 1857, lot of structural changes were made in the working pattern of English East India Company. And it is believed that after the revolt of 1857, the English East India Company was diluted. And the rule of company in India was replaced by the rule of crown in India. Okay? And obviously the British Crown or the British Parliament won't be coming directly to India to govern it. So a representative of British Crown would be governing India now. And the representative was in the form of Secretary of State for India. Okay. Now, specifically speaking, Secretary of State for India, it is believed that was assisted by an executive council consisting of 15 members. Out of 15 members, 8 were appointed by the Court of Directors and 7 were appointed by the British Crown. Correct? Now, as per Government of India Act 1858, Governor General of India will now be designated as Viceroy of India. The last Governor General and the first Viceroy of India was Lord Canning. Is that clear? And there would be a separate executive council for Viceroy as well, consisting of 6 members. Is that clear? So I'll repeat in very simple words. Secretary of State for India was acting as a channel of communication between the British India and the British Crown or the British Parliament. Is that clear? So I'll repeat. As per Government of India Act 1858, the rule of company in India was replaced by the rule of crown in India, and it was being governed by the representative who was referred as Secretary of State for India. Lord Stanley was the first Secretary of State for India. Please note down this point. Lord Stanley was the first Secretary of State for India. Okay. Then Secretary of State was assisted by an executive council consisting of 15 members. Out of 15, 8 would be appointed by COD, that is Court of Directors. 7 would be appointed by the British Crown. Okay. Then Governor General of India will now be designated as Viceroy of India, and Lord Canning was the first Viceroy. Okay. Now please answer in the comment section. Like every one of you might have heard about this, that specifically till 1911, Calcutta was the capital of India. After 1911, the capital of India was shifted to Delhi. Which place was the capital of India for one day? Please answer in the comment section. Which place was the capital of India for one day? Okay. Specifically, SK Madhusudan, yes, I'll take a marathon session on Bipin Chandra as well in the coming sessions. Jagrati, हिंदी में ऑलरेडी मैंने एक सेशन कंडक्ट किया है जहां पर मैंने 35 सेशंस कंडक्ट किए हैं. You can watch it on the StudyIQ playlist. You will get all the sessions of modern Indian history there. Okay. No, Santosh, it was not Devagiri which was the capital of India for one day. No, Srinivasu, it was not Ahmedabad which was capital of India. Yes, Jay Prakash, perfect. Allahabad, present day, Prayagraj, it was capital of India for one day. 1st November 1858, it was capital of India for one day. Okay, because on this day, the power was transferred from English East India Company to the British Crown. Hope so the point is clear. Okay. So guys, we'll take a short break of 15 minutes. And after a short break, we will be covering the important Governor Generals within next 1.5 hours. And after that, again, we'll take a short break of 15 minutes and then we'll move ahead. Is the point clear, everyone? So just take a short break, everyone. A very small break. So it's a break. And after the break, we'll be covering up with the, which part? We'll be covering up specifically the part of Governor Generals and so on. Jagrati, आप स्टडी आईक्यू के मेन चैनल पर अगर आप देखेंगे तो उसमें आप प्लेलिस्ट में सर्च करेंगे आलोक ओझा, तो वहां पर 35 लेक्चर्स आपको मिल जाएंगे. ठीक है. सो यू कैन गो देयर एंड देयर यू कैन वॉच इट. Okay guys, so we'll continue with after 15 minutes. Yes, hello everyone, regathered. Yes, guys, regathered everyone. So can we go for a quick question and answer round? Yes, please. Just a second. Let me ask you 5 important questions. Jagrati, it's online, it's not offline. Now let me ask you 5 important questions, an easy one. Okay. Which act, specifically which Charter Act is also referred as St. Helena Act? Please answer in the comment section. Which Charter Act is also referred as St. Helena Act? Fast, we have just seen it right now. Yes, guys. It's which one? It's Charter Act 1833. Okay. Yes. Next one. Board of Control above the Court of Directors was appointed as per which act? Santosh, yes, perfect answer. Jay Prakash, it was not 1813 for the previous one. Yes, Rajkumar ji, perfect, 1833 for the previous one. As per which act, Board of Control was appointed over the Court of Directors? It was Pitt's India Act 1784. Okay. As per which act, the monopoly of English East India Company was ended completely? I'm not saying partially, completely. It was Charter Act 1853. Okay. Yes, perfect, guys. So, we'll take a next break approximately around 5:40, 5:45 after 2 hours. Okay. So, now let's begin with another module, another important chapter, that is Important Governor General. See, I'll ask you, okay, I'll tell you about one important thing. What kind of questions do crop up in the examination from the perspective of Governor General? Let me give you a few examples. Thana and Daroga system was started by, or which it was initiated during the tenure of which Governor General? Then, a Mehalwari system of land revenue, it was initiated during the time of which Governor General? Vellore Mutiny of 1806, it took place during the tenure of which Governor General? Then, Thuggy and Dacoity Department was created during the tenure of which Governor General? So, this, what we say, session is important from the perspective of fact plus concept. So, I'll request every one of you to have a pen and paper along with you so that you guys can note down the important points. Is that clear? Let's begin with the first Governor General of Bengal, Lord Warren Hastings. As we have seen previously, as per Regulating Act 1773, the Governor of Bengal was designated as Governor General of Bengal. And the first Governor General of Bengal was Lord Warren Hastings. Now, Lord Warren Hastings, before becoming the Governor General of Bengal, he has served as a clerk for the company for approximately around 22 to 23 years. Then he became the Governor General of Bengal. Now, what were the administrative changes or what were the important administrative works done by Lord Warren Hastings? Let's understand about that in depth and detail. First important thing, he completely abolished the dual system. Now, what is dual system all about? Let's understand. He completely abolished the dual system. Okay. Suppose the company has acquired any particular territory. Now, what will the company do? After signing a treaty, the Britishers or the English East India Company will take care of the finance or the revenue of that territory. And apart from this, they will give the entire administration to the ruler of that particular territory. In simple words, Britishers have all the powers with zero responsibility, and the ruler have zero powers with all the responsibility. And to tackle this, Warren Hastings completely abolished the dual system of governance. First point to be remembered. Second important point, Warren Hastings completely abolished the dastak system. As we had seen, around 1717, Farrukhsiyar, the Mughal emperor, he had granted the dastak specifically to the English East India Company, that is free trading passes. And these dastaks were being misused by the English East India Company's officials. And that led to all sorts of corrupt practices. So Warren Hastings, as soon as he became the Governor General, he completely abolished the system of dastak. Okay, so he abolished the dual system. He abolished the dastak or free passes. Apart from this, he created a uniform tariff of 2.5%. In very simple words, any goods that are exported out of India, they had to pay a tax of 2.5%. Any goods that are imported to India, they had to pay a simple tax of 2.5%. So uniform tariff of 2.5% was imposed. Two codes were created, that is civil court and criminal court. Civil court was referred as Sadar Diwani Adalat and the criminal court was referred as Sadar Nizamat Adalat. Okay. During the tenure of Lord Warren Hastings, Bhagavad Gita was translated into English. It was not translated by Warren Hastings himself. It was translated by Sir Charles Wilkin. So I repeat, Sir Charles Wilkin translated Bhagavad Gita into English during the time of Sir Warren Hastings. Apart from this, Warren Hastings, he had come up with a very important policy which is called as ring fence policy or security cell policy. Now, what is ring fence policy all about, or what is security cell policy all about? Let's understand this. Okay, let me give you a very small example. Suppose these are the territories of English East India Company. These are territories of Hyderabad, that is Nizam of Hyderabad, Nizamul Mulk, territories of Marathas, territories of Mysore. Okay. Now, English East India Company is having animosity with Nizam of Hyderabad. It is having animosity with Marathas. It is having animosity with Mysore. Apart from this, Hyderabad is also having animosity with Maratha. Maratha is also having animosity with Mysore. So what happened? This person, he came up with a policy which is called as ring fence policy or security cell policy. And what is ring fence or security cell policy all about? Let's understand in very simple words. Suppose, I'll give you a very simple example. English East India Company have animosity with Marathas. So between the territory of Marathas and the territories of English East India Company, there are small regional kingdoms, small regional territories. So, as per security cell policy, the territories of English East India Company should not touch the territory of the enemies at any cost. So, in such a situation, these buffer small states, why don't we start befriending them? So, English East India Company started befriending these buffer states. Now, the question arises here, if you are not annexing the buffer state, your enemy will annex the buffer states. Correct? So here, as a part of ring fence policy or security cell policy, it is the responsibility of English East India Company to provide protection to these buffer states. Because if any of the enemy of the English East India Company decides to attack on English East India Company, these buffer states would be helping out English East India Company. In very simple language, in very simple words, this is nothing but the ring fence policy or security cell policy initiated by Lord Warren Hastings. Is that clear? Then, Lord Warren Hastings, it is said that during his tenure, two important acts were passed. Regulating Act 1773 that we have seen and the Pitt's India Act 1784. Important battles that were fought during his tenure was First Anglo-Maratha War, then Second Anglo-Mysore War was fought during his tenure. Apart from this, First Anglo-Rohilla War was fought during his tenure. Now, after the Anglo-Rohilla War, the corrupt practices of Lord Warren Hastings got exposed. How? I'll give you a very simple example. Let's understand about this. Rohillas, who are they? In fact, it is said that there was certain Sheikh, Pathan or Pashtun who were living on the borders of India and Afghanistan, and they had a very strong physical build-up. They had a very strong stature, and they migrated to India. And because of their physical build-up and stature, they were recruited as military commanders in the Mughal army. With the passage of time, the power of Mughals started declining. And when the power of Mughals started declining, these Rohillas declared themselves as independent and got settled in western part of UP, which is referred as Rohilkhand. Now, Marathas wanted to take over the region of Rohilkhand. And Rohillas were quite aware about one important fact, that they are not capable of fighting with Marathas alone. Okay, so what did they do? They asked their neighboring kingdom for help. The neighbor of Rohillas was Nawab of Awadh. And Nawab of Awadh, they sought help from Nawab of Awadh, whose name was Shuja-ud-Dawla. Now Shuja-ud-Dawla said, why will I help you and what will I get back in return if I help you against the Marathas? So Rohilla said, what do you want? He said, I want 40 lakh rupees. He said, okay, I'll give you 40 lakh rupees. The battle was fought, the Marathas were defeated. And when Shuja-ud-Dawla asked 40 lakh rupees from the Rohillas, Rohillas denied giving the money. Now Shuja-ud-Dawla, he got very angry. He goes to Warren Hastings and informs him about the everything and says that capture the region of Rohillas. Warren Hastings was an intelligent personality. He thought that English East India Company is following the policy of imperialism and expansionism. If I conquer the territories of Rohillas, obviously I am adding on to the territories of English East India Company. First thing. Second thing, if Nawab of Awadh could have been competent enough to tackle with Rohillas alone, he couldn't have sought my help. If he is seeking my help, it simply means that he is not competent enough. So in coming future, I can also annex the territories of Nawab of Awadh. Second thing. And third important thing, company's territories are getting increased. But the company does not know that for conquering the regions from the Rohillas, I am getting 40 lakh rupees in return. Okay. So in such a situation, First Anglo-Rohilla War took place and there were serious charges of corruption against Lord Warren Hastings. Now, there was a person whose name was Maharaja Nand Kumar. Now, Maharaja Nand Kumar, he used to take care of the accounts of English East India Company. And already Maharaja Nand Kumar had highlighted the serious charges of corruption against Warren Hastings. But just there was a small mistake that was committed by Maharaja Nand Kumar. So it was a clerical mistake of approximately it was a mistake of 100 rupees approximately. Okay. And just for a small mistake of 100 rupees, it is believed that Maharaja Nand Kumar ji was given death penalty by Warren Hastings. On one hand, there were serious charges of corruption against Warren Hastings. Okay. On the other hand, he had given death penalty to Maharaja Nand Kumar just for a petty, we cannot say it as a crime, it was just for a petty small mistake of 100 rupees. Okay. And you have charged him on the case of forgery. Finally, it is said that Warren Hastings became the first Governor General to be impeached. Impeached means he was removed from the post of Governor General. Okay. So these are the important things that you need to understand about Lord Warren Hastings. I'll tell you one more interesting story of 1 minute. Okay. And the story goes like, do you know one important fact that the love story of Warren Hastings was responsible for introducing terror of Bengal in India? And terror of Bengal, that is water hyacinth crop. Okay, I'll give you a very small example. Warren Hastings, he was traveling on a ship to India. And when he was traveling on a ship, he was approximately around 37 years of age. And it is said that 18 months, when he was traveling to India, 18 months prior to it, his wife Mary had passed away. So on ship, he fell in love with a lady whose name was Mariam Imhoff. And Mariam Imhoff already was a mother of 3 children. Okay, she had a husband named as Karl Imhoff. Although both of them fell in love with each other, her husband Karl Imhoff was a painter. And he had come to India to try his fortune, but specifically his luck was not in his favor. And he comes to know about the affair between Warren Hastings and Mariam Imhoff. Both of them get divorced. After some time, Warren Hastings gets married to Mariam Imhoff. And Mariam Imhoff, she was an aesthetic lady. So she asked Warren Hastings that in the region of Amazon, I have seen beautiful purple flower. I want that purple flower in my garden. And this person, Warren Hastings, got that purple flower. Okay, but he did not knew that it is going to prove as an invasive species. And accidentally he brought water hyacinth to India, which is also referred as terror of Bengal. In local Bengali language, it is called as Kochuri Panna. Okay, so this is majorly about Lord Warren Hastings. I'll repeat the points again within short. Please pay attention carefully. So what are the important points to be remembered? Warren Hastings was the first Governor General of Bengal as per Regulating Act 1773. He abolished the dual system of governance. He abolished the dastak or free passes. He introduced a uniform tariff of 2.5%. Civil court was initiated, which was referred as Sadar Diwani Adalat. Criminal court was initiated, which was referred as Sadar Nizamat Adalat. The treasury was shifted from Murshidabad to Calcutta. Then, apart from this, Bhagavad Gita was translated into English by Sir Charles Wilkin during the time of Lord Warren Hastings. Then, the Second Anglo-Mysore War and the First Anglo-Maratha War was fought during the tenure of Lord Warren Hastings. Regulating Act 1773 and Pitt's India Act 1784, they were passed during the tenure of Lord Warren Hastings. And the last important point, he was the only Governor General to be impeached. That is, he was removed from his post of Governor General. Is the point clear? Please answer in the comment section. Any question, query or a doubt? Okay. Another important Governor General, Lord Cornwallis. Hope so the points are clear. Okay, very good. Lord Cornwallis. Now, Lord Cornwallis, specifically speaking, he was Governor General of Bengal for 2 tenures. Okay, and specifically speaking, Lord Cornwallis, he had observed one thing. Listen to me very carefully. You might have heard about a statement, and the statement goes like, power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. If there are unlimited powers in the hand of a single person, 100% there is going to be misuse of that power. And to avoid the misuse of such a power, it is necessary for segregation of power. Correct? So, specifically speaking, at that time, district collector was quite powerful. Because district collector had lots of power in his hands. Lots of power. Correct? I'll give you a very simple example. District collector, rather than being a tax collector, he was also acting as a judge in civil cases. And the office of district collector had become a very corrupt office. So Lord Cornwallis, as soon as he came to power, he used the technique of separation of power. In fact, the theory of separation of power was given by Montesquieu. And what was the theory all about? The power should not be handed to a single person. So district collector was deprived of his judicial powers during the tenure of Lord Cornwallis. First point. Second important point. He initiated the Thana and Daroga system. You might have heard about the word called as Daroga, that is inspector. It is a very common word specifically in the northern part of India. So he had initiated Thana and Daroga system. Apart from this, for example, if I have to become a SP of a particular district, if I have to become a district collector of a particular district, and I know a person, suppose for that sake, my father, my uncle, he is one of the shareholders in English East India Company, and he has majority of the shares in English East India Company. He is a part of court of directors. So on his instructions, I could be directly appointed as a district collector or an SP of a particular district without any examination. Lord Cornwallis, he introduced the examination of civil services. If anybody wants to enter into the company's service, he had to crack that exam. After entering into the company's service, all the private trade practices needs to be abolished. You either serve as a company's official or you just serve as a businessman. It's your call. But the point is, if you are serving as an English East India Company as an official, you have to abolish all your private trade practices. You have to stop all your trade practices. This was the rule, first rule. Okay. After becoming an official of English East India Company, you have to disclose your personal property within 2 months of joining. Just within 2 months of joining. Okay. So, it is said that Lord Cornwallis is also referred as father of civil services in India. But one more thing should be noted down. He had laid down westernization of public service. Very simple words. Indians were not allowed in civil services examination. Okay. Another important aspect that we need to remember about Lord Cornwallis is Lord Cornwallis had initiated zamindari system of land revenue, which is also called as permanent settlement. Very simple words, zamindari system of land revenue. Here, zamindar used to act as a middleman between English East India Company and the peasants. Correct? Like English East India Company directly did not collect the revenue from the peasants. English East India Company had appointed zamindar as a middleman. Zamindar used to collect the revenue from the peasant, the cultivator or the farmer, keep his commission and give the revenue to the English East India Company. Approximately 89% of the revenue went to the company and the rest was kept by zamindar as his commission. Okay. This system is called as zamindari system of land revenue or permanent settlement. And it covered approximately 19%, 19%. I repeat, it covered approximately 19% of British India. Is that clear? So, zamindari system of land revenue, it was being initiated by Lord Cornwallis. Lord Cornwallis is also referred as blue-blooded aristocrat. Why blue-blooded aristocrat? Because he came from a very royal family. He came from a very noble family. Hence, he is referred as a blue-blooded aristocrat. Okay. So, these are the major points that you guys need to remember about Lord Cornwallis. I'll repeat the point again. District collector was deprived of his judicial powers. He initiated the policy of separation of power. And this was a theory given by Montesquieu. Then, specifically, he started Thana and Daroga system. He initiated zamindari system of land revenue, which is also referred as permanent settlement, which covered approximately 19% of British India. Okay. He initiated the civil services examination. He's also referred as father of civil services. But he had laid down westernization of public services. Indians were not allowed to sit in civil services examination. And the last important point, he is also referred as blue-blooded aristocrat because he came from a very noble and a royal family. Okay. So please keep on noting down the key points because after explaining all the Governor Generals, I am repeating the Governor Generals and their points in short. Why I am repeating them? So that I expect that you guys are noting them down. Is that clear? Moving ahead. Sir John Shore. Okay. Now, Sir John Shore, he had introduced a policy of laissez-faire. Laissez-faire basically means no major interference. Okay. And it is believed that, it is said that he had followed the policy of non-intervention. Like English East India Company had continuously followed the policy of expansionism and imperialism. It has continuously increased its territory. On one hand, they are following the policy of expansionism. On the other hand, Sir John Shore, he has adopted the approach of non-intervention. So there was no major increase in the territories of English East India Company during his tenure. Okay. So it is believed that he was being called back and Lord Wellesley was sent as the new Governor General of Bengal. Okay. During the time of Sir John Shore, Battle of Kharda was fought between Nizam and Marathas, in which the Marathas emerged victorious. So just remember about one thing about Sir John Shore. He followed the policy of non-intervention and laissez-faire policy. Now let's understand about Lord Arthur Richard Wellesley. Okay. Now the very first thing, as soon as the name Wellesley comes, that crops up our mind is subsidiary alliance system. Now, what is subsidiary alliance system all about? Let's understand about this. In fact, we have seen this system which was initiated by Lord Warren Hastings, and this is referred as ring fence policy or security cell policy. In fact, the subsidiary alliance system is an extension of the ring fence policy initiated by Lord Warren Hastings. Okay. Now, as we have discussed previously, English East India Company not only have animosity with Nizam of Hyderabad, Marathas and Mysore. Like Hyderabad also has animosity with Marathas. Marathas also have animosity with Mysore. So there is bitterness among them as well. Okay. So at that particular point of time, what happened? Here it is said that Lord Wellesley, he came up with a system which is called a subsidiary alliance system. What is this system all about? I'll give you a very simple example. Now Hyderabad, he has animosity with Marathas, and Hyderabad has a fear that Marathas might attack on them. Marathas will raid their territories, and to protect my territories from Marathas, I have to pay chauth to them every time. Simple words, 1/4 of my annual revenue every time I have to pay to the Marathas. So this is not a feasible approach, correct? So at that time, this was observed by Lord Richard Wellesley. Now Lord Richard Wellesley, he told to Nizam of Hyderabad that why don't you sign subsidiary alliance system? As per this system, you have to consider us as the paramount power, and you would be called as a protected state. Why? Because we are providing you the protection. Is that clear? Britishers were referred as the paramount power, and the kingdoms who were accepting the subsidiary alliance system were referred as protected state. Okay. Now, there would be a British resident who would be staying in the court of the person who has accepted the specifically subsidiary alliance system. As a part of subsidiary alliance system, you have to cede a particular part of your territories to English East India Company. English East India Company will be providing you the military support, and you have to pay for that military support. Okay, you have to pay the British resident. In such a situation, you cannot enter into any kind of a friendship, any kind of a mutual agreement, or any kind of a treaty with any other European power without consulting Britishers. You are free to solve your internal disputes. You are free to manage your administration. In simple words, subsidiary alliance system is nothing but surrendering one's sovereignty. In fact, the subsidiary alliance system originally was the idea of the French Governor General, whose name was Dupleix. Originally, it was his idea. Okay. Hundreds of kingdoms had accepted the subsidiary alliance system that was initiated by English East India Company under Richard Arthur Wellesley. And the first to accept the subsidiary alliance system, Perfect Jai Prakash ji, was Nizam of Hyderabad. Many of them were accepted later on. Awadh, Marathas, Peshwa, everyone. Then Mysore, they accepted the subsidiary alliance system. So very simple words, Wellesley, he came up with the subsidiary alliance system. Okay. So it was the originally idea of French Governor Dupleix. First one was Nizam of Hyderabad, followed by Mysore, Tanjore, Awadh and Peshwas and so on. Okay. Fourth Anglo-Mysore War took place during the time of Lord Wellesley, and Tipu Sultan was being killed as a part of Fourth Anglo-Mysore War. Is that clear? One more important thing. Specifically speaking, initially it is said that this person, Lord Wellesley, he had established one college which was referred as Fort William College. Okay, and he had established the Fort William College without the permission of the Court of Director. What was the basic purpose for establishing the Fort William College? This question has been asked in the UPSC Prelims examination. What was the basic objective for establishing the Fort William College? The basic objective specifically here was to train the future recruited civil servants. I'll give you a very simple example. The civil servants are recruited in London. Examination is held in London. They have to work at the grassroots level in India. What would be their administrative efficiency and effectiveness? Almost zero. Why? Because they are hardly aware about the grassroots realities of India, the social structure of India, the customs and traditions of India. For them, he started the Fort William College at, what we say, Calcutta. The basic purpose was to train the future recruited civil servants in the local languages. Okay, although as I've told you, this college was specifically established without the permission of the Court of Directors of English East India Company. So around 1805, 1806, English East India Company had abolished, or they had stopped, the Fort William College. And a new college was established, which was referred as Hailbury College in London. Okay, Hailbury College in London was established. So specifically speaking, this is all about Lord Richard Wellesley. Okay, I'll repeat the points again within short. The very first point is Lord Richard Wellesley, he had come up with subsidiary alliance system. Subsidiary alliance system originally was the idea of a French governor, Duplessis. There were hundreds of kingdoms who had accepted a subsidiary alliance system. The first one to accept the subsidiary alliance system was Nizam of Hyderabad. There were certain terms and conditions. The first term and condition was a British resident in the court. Second, the ruler who has accepted a subsidiary alliance system, he cannot enter into any kind of a treaty, then mutual friendship with any other European power without the permission of Britishers. You are free to solve your internal disputes and administration. Okay. Britishers would be referred as paramount power, and those who have accepted the subsidiary alliance system would be referred as protected state. Okay. Richard Wellesley, he started with Fort William College to train the future recruited civil servants. One more important point that you need to remember here is, I haven't discussed about this. Lord Richard Wellesley, he had introduced Press Censorship Act 1799. Okay. Now, what was the basic purpose of press censorship? Censorship basically means to condemn. The basic objective was to stop the French from publishing anything derogatory against the British economic interest. This was the basic purpose of the Press Censorship Act 1799 introduced by Lord Richard Wellesley. Is the point clear? Okay. Yes. Did you understand till here? Please answer in the comment section yes or no. And then I'll move further. Clear? Okay. I'll be asking you questions in the end. Okay, guys, after the end of the Governor General, I'll be asking you questions. Now, let's talk about another important Governor General, Sir George Barlow. One important thing that you need to remember about Sir George Barlow is Vellore Mutiny of 1806. It took place during the time of Sir George Barlow. Okay. Now, what is Vellore Mutiny of 1806 all about? Let's understand. Very good, Santosh. Very good, Jayaprakash ji. See, Vellore initially was a very important fort and it was a part of the Vijayanagar Empire. Later on, it became the part of English East India Company under Madras Presidency. Now, as a part of the Vellore fort, what used to happen? Like, in the region of Vellore, okay, there was a commanding unit. It was under the command of Colonel John Fancourt. Now here, there were two other officers who passed down the foolish orders. The name of the officer was John Cradock and Lord Hodown. I repeat, the regiment that was posted in the region of Vellore, it was under the command of Colonel John Fancourt. Okay. Then there were two commanding officers whose name was Sir John Cradock and another one was Lord Hodown. They passed out the foolish orders, and the orders were that the soldiers, specifically Hindus and Muslims, like Hindus cannot apply tilak on the forehead. Hindus cannot wear the caste marks. The Muslims compulsorily need to shave their chin. Muslims cannot wear the holy cap. Okay. So the soldiers specifically thought that this was a step taken by the Britishers to Christianize them, or they were getting forcefully Christianized. But Sir John Cradock and Lord Hodown thought that this is nothing but the dress regulation that needs to be introduced in the army for better discipline. Okay. And it was decided that specifically on one particular day, the entire army unit would be staying in the fort of Vellore, because next day after the dress regulation we are going to conduct a field parade. So the army was stationed around in 1806 at the fort of Vellore. In the midnight, what happened? All these soldiers, they got angry, and under the leadership of Fateh Hyder, he was one of the sons of Tipu Sultan. It is said that more than 15 British officers were killed. Okay, like specifically speaking, Colonel John Fancourt, he was being killed. 15 British officers were killed and more than 100 European soldiers were killed as a part of Vellore mutiny. Somehow there was one major whose name was Major Coops. Okay, he escaped from the fort of Vellore. And when he escaped from the fort of Vellore, it is said that immediately additional forces came from the region of Madras Presidency, and these additional forces came under the command of Colonel Gillespie. Okay, entire Vellore mutiny was suppressed just within a span of one day. After the Vellore mutiny, trial was being conducted. Many of them were being hanged. Many of them were being shot. Then many of them were being given the life sentence or death penalty. Many of them were given life imprisonment. So this episode in the history of modern India is referred as Vellore Mutiny of 1806, which took place during the tenure of Sir George Barlow. In fact, many historians do write that Vellore Mutiny of 1806 and Barakpur Mutiny of 1824 are the precursors to the revolt of 1857. Is that clear? So just remember, Vellore Mutiny of 1806, it took place during the tenure of Sir George Barlow. One important point, just please note down. Vellore Mutiny of 1806, it took place during the tenure of Sir George Barlow. Only one point. Lord Minto I. Now what happened during the tenure of Lord Minto I? Let's understand about this. Charter Act 1813 was passed during the tenure of Lord Minto I. We have seen about the Charter Act 1813 in quite depth and detail, and some of the important clauses that we have seen was, as per Charter Act 1813, the monopoly of English East India Company got ended, but not completely. The monopoly was still kept intact in terms of tea and China. Only English East India Company can trade with China. Only English East India Company can trade in tea. First point. As per Charter Act 1813, Christian missionaries were allowed to come in India and preach Christianity. Okay. In fact, in Charter Act 1833, the number of bishops had been increased to 3. Okay. And the third important clause was, as per Charter Act 1813, English East India Company is going to spend 1 lakh rupees annually for the purpose of educating Indians. So Charter Act 1813 came during the tenure of Lord Minto I. And another important aspect, Treaty of Amritsar was signed in 1809 between Maharaja Ranjit Singh and Sir Charles Metcalfe during the tenure of Lord Minto I. I'll give you a very small example. Maharaja Ranjit Singh, he was one of the most important rulers of the Sikh Empire, and he was following the policy of expansionism. The territories majorly to the northern part of river Satluj was conquered by Maharaja Ranjit Singh Ji. And now Maharaja Ranjit Singh Ji wanted to conquer the territories to the south of river Satluj. The territories to the south of river Satluj majorly belonged to English East India Company. Correct? So at this particular point of time, he wanted to conquer the territories to the south of river Satluj. Now at that time, Lord Minto I was worried about this. And Lord Minto I asked Sir Charles Metcalfe to go and negotiate with Maharaja Ranjit Singh Ji. Now Maharaja Ranjit Singh Ji at the initial stages was not ready for any kind of negotiations. Okay, he denied negotiating with them, and in fact, he tried to attempt the territories to the south of river Satluj, but he was not successful. After some time, Treaty of Amritsar was signed between Maharaja Ranjit Singh Ji and Sir Charles Metcalfe during the tenure of Lord Minto I. As per the Treaty of Amritsar, first clause, River Satluj acted as a boundary line between the territories of English East India Company and Maharaja Ranjit Singh Ji. All the territories to the north of River Satluj belong to Maharaja Ranjit Singh Ji. All the territories to the south of River Satluj belong to English East India Company, and nobody is going to encroach into each other's territories. First point. So River Satluj acted as a boundary line. Second, specifically, English East India Company will not claim over Kashmir, Peshawar and Hazara. I repeat, English East India Company will not claim over Kashmir, Peshawar and Hazara. And third, we are going to help out each other in case of our enemy attacks upon us. This is nothing but the Treaty of Amritsar, which was signed during the tenure of Lord Minto I. Okay? So you have to remember about two important aspects. The first point is the Charter Act 1813. It took place during the tenure of, it came up during the tenure of Lord Minto I, and Treaty of Amritsar took place during the tenure of Lord Minto I. Hope the point is clear. Okay. Then let's understand about Lord Hastings. Please do not get confused between Warren Hastings and Hastings. Both of them are two different personalities. Is that clear? So please do not get confused between both of them. Otherwise, many of you will feel that Lord Warren Hastings and Hastings are the same personality. Okay. Lord Hastings, he is also referred as Lord Moira, and he had a tenure of 10 years from 1813 to 1823. Okay. Now, what were the things that took place during his time? Gorkha War followed by Treaty of Sagali. Now, Gurkhas, they were ruling in the region of Nepal on feudal basis, and they had completely underestimated the power of English East India Company. And they had attacked the certain regions of Kumaon Himalayas and annexed it. And at that time, Lord Hastings was the Governor General of Bengal. Immediately, the Gurkhas were being defeated, and Gurkhas were forced to sign a treaty which is referred as Treaty of Sagali. Sagali, it's a village located in the region of Bihar. Okay, and Gurkhas were forced to pay a war indemnity. Gurkhas were forced to give back the territories that they had acquired previously. So in very simple word, First Anglo-Gurkha War followed by Treaty of Sagali took place during the time of Lord Hastings. Second important aspect that you need to remember, Rayatwari system of land revenue came up during the time of Lord Hastings. Although it was being implemented by Thomas Munro and Captain Reeds in Madras Presidency. Okay. Now, what is Rayatwari system all about? As we had seen in Zamindari system, as a part of Zamindari system, Zamindar used to act as a middleman between English East India Company on one side and the peasant on the other side. Very simple words, he used to collect the revenue from the peasants, keep his commission and give the additional revenue to the company. But as a part of Rayatwari system, English East India Company will directly collect the revenue from the peasants now. There is no middleman. Okay, and Rayatwari system of land revenue covered approximately 51% of British India. Is that clear? It was introduced majorly in Madras and Bombay Presidency. So Rayatwari system of land revenue came up during the time of Lord Hastings. Clear? As we had seen about the tenure of Lord Richard Wellesley. And there I have spoken that during his time, Press Censorship Act 1799 had come up. So as per Press Censorship Act, the basic objective was to stop the French from publishing anything derogatory against the British interest. Okay. But this person, Lord Hastings, he believed in something called as liberty of press, freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom of press, and so on. So he completely relaxed the Press Censorship Act 1799. In simple words, it was taken back. The Third Anglo-Maratha War, followed by the crushing of Pindaris, took place during his tenure. So who are Pindaris? Pindaris are nothing but band of plunderers, and they were being supported by the Marathas. Okay. And these Pindaris used to attack the territories of the English East India Company. Apart from this, these Pindaris used to, attacking and raiding the territories of English East India Company. These Pindaris used to plunder the wealth of them. And they were being supported by Marathas in this cause. And when Britishers got to know about this, they suppressed the Pindaris, first point. And secondly, they also defeated the Marathas in the Third Anglo-Maratha War. And this took place during the time of Lord Hastings, who is also referred as Lord Moira. So I'll repeat the points again. First thing is, First Anglo-Gurkha War took place during his tenure, followed by Treaty of Sogoli. He relaxed the Press Censorship Act 1799, which came up during the time of Lord Richard Wellesley. Third important point, he suppressed the Marathas and the Pindaris. Okay. And the fourth important point that you need to remember, very, very, very important point, Samachar Darpan, first vernacular newspaper. It came up during the tenure of Lord Hastings. Okay. Time and again there have been a question. Samachar Darpan, which one is the first vernacular newspaper? So it is Samachar Darpan. It came up during the tenure of whom? Lord Hastings. Okay, and the most important one, Rayatwari system of land revenue. It came up during the tenure of Lord Hastings. Is that clear? Moving ahead with Lord Amherst. Most important one. Like, you have to remember two important things when it comes to Lord Amherst. First important thing is, First Anglo-Burma War followed by Treaty of Yandabu and Barakpur Mutiny of 1824 took place during the tenure of Lord Amherst. Now, what is Barakpur Mutiny all about? What is First Anglo-Burma War all about? Let's understand in short. Burma, it was also following the policy of expansionism. And Burma had completely underestimated the power of English East India Company. Now, Burma initially had a plan to capture the region of Siam. Siam basically means Thailand. And Siam was a very close associate of China. So Burma dropped that plan. And now Burma had an eye over the territories of English East India Company in India. During the initial stages, to an extent, Burma was successful. Burma had entered and conquered certain northeastern part of India. Okay, so at the initial stages, to an extent, they were successful. But at that time, Lord Amherst was the Governor General of Bengal. And Lord Amherst wanted to contain Burma at any cost. So immediately he dispatched the forces by land route as well as sea route. Mark my words, land route as well as sea route. The Burma was stopped, the Burmese army was defeated, and Burma had to retreat back. Now, there was a treaty signed which was referred as Treaty of Yandabu. Yandabu, it's a name of a village in Burma. As per the treaty, Burma had to pay a huge war indemnity to English East India Company. First thing. Second, Burma had to return back the conquered territories. Okay? Now, as per many historians, the Barakpur Mutiny, which took place in 1824, was a result of the First Anglo-Burma War. How? As we have discussed now itself, that as a part of First Anglo-Burma War, the forces were dispatched by the land route as well as sea route. Correct? At that time, there were many Brahmins in the British Indian Army. And for Brahmins, crossing the sea means losing their caste. It was considered as a taboo by them. It was considered as a kala pani. So, when the forces were dispatched by the sea route, many soldiers were forced to go through the sea route. And it was considered as a taboo by the Brahmins. So, it is said that more than 400 to 500 sepoys or 200 sepoys revolted under the leadership of Baba Binda. And that is referred as Barakpur Mutiny. It is believed that, it is said that Baba Binda, he was hanged to a peepal tree. And more than 200 sepoys were being killed or executed. Okay? And this was done by Sir Edward Peggott. I repeat, Sir Edward Peggott. He was responsible for execution of more than 200 soldiers and Baba Binda. It is said that Baba Binda ji was hanged to a peepal tree, and the place where Baba Binda ji was hanged, okay, today there stands a temple which is referred as Baba Binda Mandir. And the deity of Baba Binda Mandir is Lord Hanumanji. Is that clear? So this is nothing but Barrackpur Mutiny of 1824, which took place during the tenure of Lord Amherst. So Vellore Mutiny of 1806, which took place during the tenure of Sir George Barlow, and Barrackpur Mutiny of 1824, which took place during the tenure of Lord Amherst, can be considered as the precursors to the revolt of 1857. Is the point clear? Please answer in the comment section. Yes, please, fast. Okay. Very good, everyone. Now let's talk about Lord William Bentinck. Now the works done by Lord William Bentinck are very, very important from the exam perspective. So you have to pay attention carefully. You have to note down the important points along with me. Okay. So just listen to me carefully. As per Regulating Act 1773, Governor of Bengal was designated as Governor General of Bengal. And the first Governor General of Bengal was Lord Warren Hastings. As per Charter Act 1833, which is also referred as St. Helena Act 1833, okay, Governor General of Bengal was now designated as Governor General of India. And the first Governor General of India was Lord William Bentinck. Okay. Now, when Lord William Bentinck, he became the Governor General, he observed one thing, that an exchequer was running a loss of 1 million rupees. That is approximately around 10 lakh rupees. And at any cost, he wanted to recover back those losses. So he adopted one approach. And what was that approach? He halved the salary of every officer, everyone, rather it be Indian or it be an European officer. So everyone's salary was halved. Second, he had abolished the double batta system. Now, what is double batta system all about? You need to understand. Double batta system is also referred as foreign service allowances. Okay. Suppose I am recruited into British Indian Army as a part of Bengal Presidency. Okay. Now, I have to serve anywhere in India. If I am serving anywhere even outside India, suppose if I am serving in the region of Sindh at that time, rather than saying outside India, it was a part of Bombay Presidency itself. Suppose I am serving anywhere apart from Bengal. I was given extra allowances. I was given extra incentive. But as soon as Lord William Bentinck became the Governor General, he had abolished these foreign service allowances or extra incentive. And that is referred as double batta system. And why this step was taken? We have previously discussed that when he became the Governor General, he observed that Exchequer was already running a loss of 1 million. And he wanted to recover back those losses. Okay. Third important thing that he did was, he introduced duty on the cultivation of opium in the region of Malwa. Malwa, it is located in the region of western part of MP. Like, let me talk about this. Like, Madhya Pradesh is divided into different geographical units, such as the northern part of Madhya Pradesh is referred as Chambal and Bundelkhand. Southern part of Madhya Pradesh or MP is referred as Nimad. Eastern part is referred as Baghelkhand and western part is referred as Malwa. And Malwa encompasses different districts such as Dhar, Mandu, Indore, Ujjain. Okay. So, Devas, all of them come under Malwa. So, the extension of Malwa are Neemach and Mandsaur. And it was known for cultivation of what? Opium at that time. It is said that like Britishers used to export opium to China. Initially, opium was used in China as a medicine for medicinal purpose. But later on, the people in the region of China got addicted to opium. And for that, opium was exported to China. So at that time, opium was cultivated in the region around Bihar, region around Calcutta, in the region around Malwa. So at that time, it is said that William Bentinck, he imposed the duty on the cultivation of opium. Okay. Apart from this, as we have seen previously, or you might have studied about that in the NCERT or in different books, that the socio-religious reform movement specifically began from the region of Bengal. Indian Renaissance is also referred as Bengal Renaissance because it got initiated from the region of Bengal. Okay, and the major role or the pioneering role here was being played by Raja Ram Mohan Roy ji. In fact, Raja Ram Mohan Roy ji is also referred as father of Indian Renaissance, father of Bengal Renaissance. He is also referred as pioneer of journalism. Correct? And at that time, Raja Ram Mohan Roy ji was campaigning against the sati system. And it is said that right from his childhood, he was quite inspired for working for the women, specifically for emancipation of the women. Like he has seen his sister-in-law commit sati. So he had taken a pledge, he had taken a vow at that time that some or the other day I'll get the sati system abolished. So with the efforts of Raja Ram Mohan Roy ji, on 4th December 1829, Lord William Bentinck abolished sati in the region of Bengal. Okay. Another important point. Lord William Bentinck, he laid down Indianization of public services. As we had seen previously, Lord Cornwallis, who is called as father of civil services in India, he had introduced westernization of civil services. Very simple words, like specifically only Englishmen can enter into the civil services. But here, William Bentinck had laid down Indianization of public services where Indians were also allowed to enter into the civil services. Okay. Then Lord William Bentinck, he had started one important department which is called as Thuggy and Dacoity Department, a very important department. Now, what is Thuggy and Dacoity Department all about? It is said that in the northern part of India, there were many thugs and they used to continuously, they were continuously involved in all kind of plundering activities. Yes, Muskan, hello. They were involved in all kind of, thuggy activities. In such a situation, what happened? This was observed by Lord William Bentinck. And when Lord William Bentinck observed this, what happened? He created one department which is referred as Thuggy and Dacoity Department. Okay. And to have, to overhaul the Thuggy and Dacoity Department, a separate officer was appointed. He was referred as Sir William Henry Sleeman. Now, William Henry Sleeman, he was a very intelligent personality. What did he do? As a part of Thuggy and Dacoity Department, he started one program which is called as King's Evidence Program. Okay. Whenever any thug was caught, he was being questioned. Why are you doing these kind of activities? So probably he used to reply, for livelihood. So at that time, he was being promised that become the evidence on behalf of the government and provide the information about the other thugs. We'll try to reduce your, imprisonment. We'll try to provide you employment opportunities and so on. Okay. And in such a manner, it is said that, lots of thugs were being imprisoned by this person, William Henry Sleeman. In fact, it is said that a separate jail was created for these thugs at a place called as Jabalpur. So this is all about Thuggy and Dacoity Department created by William Bentinck. Okay. Another important thing I'll tell you about this, that in fact, there is a place or a district called as Katni. Katni, it is located in Madhya Pradesh. And there is a village named as Sleemanabad after William Henry Sleeman. Okay. So this is all about Lord William Bentinck. And last important point, during the tenure of Lord William Bentinck, Indus Navigation Treaty was signed with Maharaja Ranjit Singh ji. Now, what is the basic purpose of Indus Navigation Treaty? At that time, Russia was also following the policy of expansionism. And Russia had reached till the northern tip of Afghanistan. Probably Russia's next target might be India. And Lord William Bentinck was the first Governor General to realize the Russian threat. I repeat my point, Lord William Bentinck was the first Governor General to realize the Russian threat. So what did he do? He signed a treaty with Maharaja Ranjit Singh. That is Indus Navigation Treaty. And the basic purpose was to make the river Satluj navigable. Okay. River Satluj should be made navigable so that it was not for the purpose of trade. It should be made navigable so that they can have an eye over the activities of Russia, okay, for patrolling purposes. So all these are the important things that you guys need to remember about whom? About specifically Lord William Bentinck. I'll repeat the points again within next 30 seconds. It's a request. Please note down the important points. William Bentinck, he was the first Governor General of India as per Charter Act 1833. William Bentinck, he reduced the salary of every officer to half. He had cancelled the double bhatta system, also referred as foreign service allowances or extra incentive. He had imposed duty on the cultivation of opium in the region of Malwa. He had, on 4th December 1829, with the efforts of Rajaram Mohan Roy ji, Sati was banned in the region of Bengal by Lord William Bentinck. Fourth one. Fifth important point that you need to remember is, like William Bentinck, he had initiated Thuggy and Dacoity Department under William Henry Sleeman. Another important point, he had laid down Indianization of public services. He was the first Governor General to realize Russian threat, and so he had signed Indus Navigation Treaty with Maharaja Ranjit Singh ji. The basic purpose was to make River Satluj navigable so that they can have an eye over the activities of Russia. Okay, so these were the important things that you guys need to remember about Lord William Bentinck. Is the point clear? Yes, perfect, Jayaprakash. Abolition of Sati done by Alfonso in Goa and Bentinck in Bengal. Hope the point is clear. Okay. Now, specifically speaking, Lord Metcalfe, he is also referred as Charles Metcalfe. I have spoken about Sir Charles Metcalfe previously when we have seen about Lord Minto I. Like during the tenure of Lord Minto I, Treaty of Amritsar was signed with Maharaja Ranjit Singh ji. And as per the Treaty of Amritsar, River Satluj acted as a boundary line between the territories of English East India Company and Maharaja Ranjit Singh. So this treaty was negotiated by Sir Charles Metcalfe. So around 1835, Sir Charles Metcalfe, he became the Governor General. Only one statement needs to be remembered about him. And what is that statement? He is referred as liberator of press in India. He believed that specifically the newspapers, the pamphlets, the journals, the magazine, they are acting as a channel of communication between the government on one side and the governed. And they should be given all kind of freedom. Hence, this person is also referred as a liberator of press in India. So one thing that you need to remember about him is liberator of press in India. Now, before jumping on to Lord Dalhousie, let me speak about few other Governor Generals like Lord Auckland. Okay. Now, Lord Auckland, he is considered as one of the most unsuccessful Governor Generals by many historians. Okay. Why he is considered as one of the most unsuccessful governor? Because First Anglo-Afghan War took place during his time. Is that clear? Now, what is First Anglo-Afghan War all about? Let's understand. First Anglo-Afghan War. It took place during his time. Now, in Afghanistan, there was formation of an empire which is referred as Durrani Empire. And it was established by Ahmad Shah Abdali. And there was another person who was contender to the throne. His name was Dost Muhammad. So Dost Muhammad had usurped the throne. Okay. Now, it is believed that Dost Muhammad had initiated conquering different regions such as Kashmir, Peshawar and Hazara. And all these regions initially were under Maharaja Ranjit Singh ji. So every time Dost Muhammad had tried to conquer this region, he was unsuccessful in all his attempts. Because Maharaja Ranjit Singh ji was equally powerful. Okay. So at that particular point of time, it is said that he was unsuccessful every time. Okay. Now, it is believed that here this person believed, what we say, his name was Dost Muhammad. He thought that why shouldn't I take help from English East India Company, specifically from Lord Auckland. So he approached Lord Auckland and said, break the friendship with Maharaja Ranjit Singh, okay, and help us out in conquering the regions of Kashmir, Peshawar and Hazara. English East India Company, Lord Auckland, he was very intelligent. He said to Dost Muhammad, you break your friendship with Russia and Persians. Okay, I will break the friendship with Maharaja Ranjit Singh. Dost Muhammad declined. Okay, now what happened? This person, Lord Auckland, he went to Maharaja Ranjit Singh and said, do you know that this person, Dost Muhammad, he is eyeing on the region of Kashmir, Peshawar and Hazara, and he was seeking the help of English East India Company. But we people denied because we are loyal towards our friendship towards you. Okay, this was said by Dost Muhammad to whom? Maharaja Ranjit Singh. So now it is said that, as we have seen, Dost Muhammad was contender to the throne of Ahmad Shah Abdali. Similarly, there might be some other person who might be having an eye over the throne of Afghanistan. Why don't we find out that person? Because if we help in becoming the ruler of Afghanistan, what will happen in that case? He will work as a puppet for us. And they found a right puppet, Shah Shuja. Okay. So a tripartite alliance was signed between Maharaja Ranjit Singh, English East India Company and Shah Shuja. Against whom? Dost Muhammad. Now Dost Muhammad comes to know about this and Dost Muhammad got infuriated. He got angry. Immediately there was a war that was being fought between Dost Muhammad and whom? Specifically the tripartite alliances, and in which Dost Muhammad was being defeated and Dost Muhammad was being imprisoned in Calcutta. As soon as Dost Muhammad was being imprisoned, there was outbreak of civil revolt in the region of Afghanistan. And there were many English officers who had lost their lives. Like, I'll give you a small example about this. English officers who had lost their lives, such as Alexander Burnes, Charles Byrne, Elphiston, they had lost their life. Finally, Dost Muhammad was being released. This is nothing but first Anglo-Afghan war that took place during the time of Lord Auckland. Hence, Lord Auckland is considered as the most unsuccessful Governor General. There was no point in interfering with the internal political dynamics of Afghanistan at that time. Okay. Now, another important person, in fact, after this, Maharaja Ranjit Singh ji also passed away. Okay, around 1839 and so on. Now, another important Governor General that you need to remember is Lord Ellenborough. Now, what happened during the tenure of Lord Ellenborough? That is also important to understand. Okay. Lord Ellenborough, specifically speaking, during his time, there was one important event that took place that is referred as annexation of Sindh. Now, the region of Sindh, it was being ruled by the Baluchis. They are also referred as the Amirs. Okay. Now, these Baluchis, they had ruled the region of Sindh. Now, English East India Company, in the initial stages, they had established their factories on the west coast of India. And they had a plan to establish their factories in the region of Sindh. But since they had established many factories on the west coast of India, they dropped this plan. But they entered into the Treaty of Mutual Friendship with Sindh. Okay. And every 20 years, they used to renew this treaty. Now, the Baluchis or the Amirs of Sindh, they had a blind trust on whom? They had a blind trust on English East India Company. And they were quite faithful for this mutual friendship treaty. In fact, the French East India Company had asked the Baluchis of the Sindh that provide us the port in the region of Sindh. We want to establish here the trading post. But they denied them. Now, it was a time of Lord Ellenborough. And during the tenure of Lord Ellenborough, there was one military commander. His name was Sir Charles Napier. This person, Sir Charles Napier, he loved the military pomp. Simple words, fighting battle. He loved that. Okay. He suggested Sir Ellenborough, how many times we are going to renew the Treaty of Mutual Friendship with Sindh? Why don't we capture the region of Sindh once and for an all? Okay, but Lord Ellenborough asked him what reason would be cite. He said, do not worry. It is said that two battles were fought, Battle of Dobol and Battle of Miani. Okay, and in both the battles it is said that 12,000 Baluchis were defeated by 3,000 British soldiers. And the entire region of Sindh was annexed during the tenure of whom? Lord Ellenborough. This step was heavily criticized. In fact, Lord Ellenborough was sent to India to restore back the peace in Asia, but he had created a more chaotic situation. And his step of annexation of Sindh was being criticized on the ground that it is nothing but pro-imperialistic approach adopted by the Britishers. The Baluchis of the Sindh have never breached the treaty. They have always maintained all the terms and conditions of the Mutual Friendship Treaty. On what pretext, on what context have you annexed the region of Sindh? It is said that Sir Charles Napier and Ellenborough said that the Baluchis and the Amirs of Sindh had helped out Dost Muhammad in First Anglo-Afghan War. Hence, we had annexed the region of Sindh. Okay, so two important things. First Anglo-Afghan War, it took place during the time of Lord Auckland. Annexation of Sindh, it took place during the time of Lord Ellenborough. Okay. Another important Governor General that you guys need to remember is Lord Hardinge. Pay attention very carefully. During the tenure of Lord Hardinge, two important events that you need to understand. First important thing, now in the region of Chota Nagpur Plateau, there is a tribe which is referred as Kand tribe or Kond tribe. Locally, this tribe is also called as Kui tribe. Kui basically means people residing in the mountains, people residing in the hills. Okay, and the people of Kui tribe had practiced one system, or they had one custom which is referred as Maria system. And Maria system is nothing but human sacrifice system. As soon as Lord Hardinge comes to know about the Maria system, he had completely abolished or banned the Maria system. And this hurted the sentiments of the Kui tribe. And there was a Kand uprising during his tenure. Okay, so in very simple words, just remember one thing. Lord Hardinge had abolished the Maria system or human sacrifice system that was practiced by Kand tribe or Kui tribe. And then another important event that took place during his tenure was First Anglo-Sikh War. Please keep on noting down along with me. First Anglo-Sikh War, it took place during the time of or tenure of Lord Hardinge. Now, what were the reasons for First Anglo-Sikh War? Let's understand within next 2 minutes about this. As per Treaty of Amritsar, which was signed in 1809, what had happened? It is believed that River Satluj was chosen as the boundary line between the territories of English East India Company and territories of Maharaja Ranjit Singh Ji. To the north of River Satluj, who would be having the control? Maharaja Ranjit Singh Ji. To the south of River Satluj, English East India Company would be having their control. And both of them are not going to encroach into each other's territories. This was decided as per Treaty of Amritsar. During the tenure of William Bentinck, Indus Navigation Treaty was signed to make River Satluj navigable because English East India Company wanted to keep an eye over the activities of Russia. True? Now, it is said that by now Maharaja Ranjit Singh had passed away. And Maharaja Ranjit Singh was succeeded by his son whose name was Maharaja Dalip Singh. And Maharaja Dalip Singh or Dulip Singh Ji, he was just 6 to 7 years of age at that time when he became the ruler of Sikh Empire. Okay. After some time, as we had discussed, suppose this is River Satluj. Okay. So, to the north of River Satluj were the territories of Maharaja Ranjit Singh Sikh forces, and to the south of River Satluj were the territories of English East India Company. Now, what happened after some time? It is said that the Britishers, they started sending more troops to the, what we say, banks of river Satluj. The basic purpose was to have a patrol in this region against Russia. Okay. But here, what did the Sikh forces thought? That these people are trying to surpass the Satluj river, or they are trying to cross the Satluj river. So the Sikh forces, they crossed the Satluj river and they started raiding the territories of English East India Company to the south of river Satluj. At that time, immediately the forces were being dispatched, and this culminated in the First Anglo-Sikh War. Okay. And when the First Anglo-Sikh War got over, a treaty was signed which was referred as Lahore Treaty. Okay. It was like harsh terms and conditions were imposed on the Sikh. First thing, as per Lahore Treaty, English East India Company said that we realize Maharaja Dalip Singh as the ruler of Sikh Empire. First thing. Then, we understand specifically Maharani Jind Kaur, who was the mother of Maharaja Dalip Singh and wife of Maharaja Ranjit Singh Ji, as the regent, that is Raj Pratinidhi. And we recognize Lal Singh as the Wazir. So Maharaja Dalip Singh was recognized as the ruler. Rani Jind Kaur, Maharani Jind Kaur, she was accepted as the Raj Pratinidhi or regent. And finally, Dalip Singh was accepted as the Wazir. Apart from this, they had to pay a huge war indemnity, or they were forced to pay a war indemnity of 1.5 crore rupees. Can you imagine 1.5 crore rupees? Apart from this, the number of cavalrymen was just restricted to 20,000 cavalrymen. The Sikh forces were asked that you are not going to increase the strength of your cavalrymen beyond 20,000. So all this terms and condition was very humiliating for whom? All this terms and condition was very humiliating specifically for the Sikh forces. At that time, they said that from where will we get 1.5 crore rupees? We are not able to pay you 1.5 crore rupees. We'll only pay you 1 crore rupees. Sikh forces, the Britishers said that it's okay. If you are not able to pay 1.5 crore rupees, give us the region of Kashmir. Forcefully, the region of Kashmir was taken away from the Sikh Empire. And later on, the region of Kashmir was sold to Maharaja Gulab Singh for 75 lakh rupees by English East India Company. Now the Sikh forces got infuriated and again they attacked the British territories. Again. And this time, what happened? Britishers again defeated the Sikh forces, and apart from the Treaty of Lahore, they were forced to sign another treaty which is called as the Treaty of Bhairovall. As per Treaty of Bhairovall, what happened? Specifically speaking, the Maharani Jind Kaur, who was initially recognized as the regent or the Raj Pratinidhi, she was removed from the post of regent and sent to Banaras as a pensioner. And specifically, on behalf of Maharani Jind Kaur, Regency Council was being appointed. Regency Council was being headed by an Englishman, and it was supported by 8 Sikh Sardar. Is that clear? So, Lahore Treaty and the Treaty of Bhairovall, followed by First Anglo-Sikh War, took place during the tenure of Lord Hardinge. Lord Hardinge, he had abolished the Maurya system that was being practiced by Kand tribe or Kui tribe of Chota Nagpur Plateau. Is the point clear? Please answer in the comment section. Lord Auckland, Lord Ellenborough and Lord Hardinge. Yes, please, fast. Yes, guys. Hope so the points are clear. Any question, any query, any kind of a doubt? Okay, very good. Now let's begin with the last important Governor General, whose name is Lord Dalhousie. Okay? Yes. Now before we go with Lord Dalhousie, let me ask you a few questions about Lord Dalhousie. What all things you guys know about Lord Dalhousie? Yes, please, fast. What are the important things that you guys know about Lord Dalhousie? And then I'll start explaining. Yes, guys. Okay. Very good, Jay Prakash ji. Yes, Pradeep Kumar ji. Hello. Okay. See, as soon as the name Dalhousie comes, the first thing that crops up our mind is doctrine of lapse system. Isn't that so? Now, apart from doctrine of lapse system, let's understand about the different works done by Lord Dalhousie. Clear? Pay attention very carefully, because apart from doctrine of lapse system, I'll be speaking about two other systems, such as non-regulation system that was initiated by Lord Dalhousie, and another important system that was being initiated by him was guarantee system. Okay. Yes, perfect. Anup ji, train. Okay. Yes, youngest Governor General Srinivasu. Okay. Doctrine of lapse. Okay. Now pay attention carefully. Just listen to me carefully. An important thing that we are going to discuss now. Lord Dalhousie. Lord Dalhousie, his original name was James Andrew Ramsay, and he can be considered as the youngest Governor General. He became the Governor General at the age of 36. Okay. He became the Governor General at the age of 36. Now, he had introduced one system which is referred as non-regulation system. Now, what is non-regulation system all about? Let's understand. Now, if any territories were conquered in the southern part of India, they were added on to Madras Presidency. If any region was conquered in the central part of India and western part of India, it was added on to Bombay Presidency. If any territories was conquered in the region of northern part of India and eastern part of India, it was added on to Bengal Presidency. And the Bengal Presidency had become quite vast. Okay. And for that purpose, Lord Dalhousie had initiated non-regulation system. As per the non-regulation system, for any newly acquired territory, okay, a commissioner would be appointed. And that commissioner would be directly reporting to the respective governor of that particular presidency. In very simple words, this is called as non-regulation system. For the development of railways, Lord Dalhousie had introduced the guarantee system. Now, what is guarantee system all about? Let's understand. Suppose, now, like it is said that Britishers had started the development of railways in India. As a part of guarantee system, suppose I am one of the investors. Now, Britishers have said me, invest rupees 100 for next 20 years, for the span of next 20 years in India. And on the investment that you have made, you will be getting minimum 5% interest rate on annual basis. Minimum 5%, at least minimum. Okay. For the next 20 years. So suppose I have invested 100 rupees in the railways in India. On annual basis, as per 5%, I would be getting 5 rupees. So how much is the interest rate? 100 rupees is the interest rate for the next 20 years. How much is the principal amount? 100 rupees is the principal amount. After a span of 20 years, 200 rupees would be given to me and the entire railways would be purchased from me. And this system is called as guarantee system, which was initiated by Lord Dalhousie. The basic purpose of the guarantee system was the development of railways in India. The very basic purpose of the guarantee system. Is that clear? First thing. Okay. Then, one more thing you need to remember is, during the time of Lord Dalhousie, the first passenger railway was introduced. We could not say that railways came up during the time of Dalhousie. In fact, before the time of Dalhousie, right from 1832 itself, okay, there was development of railways. In fact, there was development of railways to transport granite from Chidrapet to Red Hills. Okay, in the way back in 1832 and so on. Later on, there was establishment of two railway companies, East India Railway Company and Peninsular India Railway Company. During the time of Lord Dalhousie, passenger railway was introduced for the first time. And the first passenger train, it was from Boribandar to Thane. And it covered a distance of approximately 34 kilometers. It had 3 locomotives, and the name of the 3 locomotives were Sindh, Sultan and Sahib. It had 14 carriages, and the carrying capacity of the 14 carriages was approximately about 400 passengers. So first passenger railway was introduced during the time of Lord Dalhousie. Another important thing that we need to remember about Lord Dalhousie was a system that he had introduced that is referred as Doctrine of Lapse System. Now, what is Doctrine of Lapse System all about? If any ruler does not have a legal male heir, his territories would be annexed by the Britishers. Okay, adopted child won't be considered as a legal male heir. Okay, hundreds of kingdoms were annexed under the pretext of Doctrine of Lapse. Let me give you a very small example. You might have heard about one thing, that Maharani Lakshmi Bai had led the revolt of 1857 from the region of Jhansi. Okay, let me give you a small example for easier understanding of the concept. Lakshmi Bai ji, her original name was Manikarnika ji, and she was born at a place called as Varanasi, located in Uttar Pradesh. Her father's name was Morupanta Tambe ji, and her mother's name was Bhagirathi Bai. Okay, like when she was just 3 to 4 years of age, her mother passed away, and her father Morupanta Tambe ji used to work as a minister for Peshwa Bajirao II in Bithur, that is Kanpur. So he, along with his daughter Manikarnika, moved towards the region of Kanpur. Okay, right from the childhood, she was expert in horse riding, fencing, archery and shooting. In fact, she had different breed of horses such as Pawan, Badal and Sarangi. Approximately around age of 14 to 15 years of age, she was married to Maharaja of Jhansi. His name was Gangadhar Rao, and now Manikarnika ji was referred as Maharani Lakshmi Bai. Okay, now after some time they were blessed with a son, and their son was named as Damodar Rao. But unfortunately, 3 to 4 months later, Damodar Rao passed away. Okay, after some time, Maharaja of Jhansi, Gangadhar Rao, he adopted his cousin's son and renamed him Damodar Rao. Okay, but unfortunately, in fact, the Maharaja of Jhansi, Gangadhar Rao, also passed away. He also died after some time. And Dalhousie, he was the Governor General of India at that time. And what does the Doctrine of Lapse policy say? Adopted child won't be considered as a legal male heir. Okay, and so Jhansi was taken away from the Maharani Lakshmi Bai. Correct? So, under the pretext of Doctrine of Lapse, hundreds of kingdoms were being annexed by the Britishers, such as Satara was the first one to be annexed in 1848, followed by Jaitpur, Sambalpur, which is located in Odisha, around 1849, Bhagat 1850, Udaipur in 1852, Jhansi in 1853, Nagpur in 1854. In fact, Awadh was annexed in 1856. Awadh was the last one to be annexed. I'll give you a very simple example. In fact, the ruler of Awadh, his name was Nawab Wajid Ali Shah. He had a legal male heir, British Qadir. But still Britishers annexed the region of Awadh. On what pretext? On the pretext of misrule and maladministration. You are not able to administer the region properly. So we will annex it and administer it properly. So this is nothing but the pro-imperialistic approach adopted by the Britishers. Okay. Then Gurkha regiment came into force during the time of Lord Dalhousie. Apart from this, Shimla was made as a summer capital of India during the time of Dalhousie. Apart from this, Public Works Department was being introduced by Dalhousie. Apart from this, first Education Commission in the form of Wood's Dispatch came to India during the time of Lord Dalhousie. In fact, Wood's dispatch is also referred as Magna Carta of English education in India. Is that clear? So all these were the important works of Lord Dalhousie. Apart from this first telegraph line from Calcutta to Agra, which covered the distance of approximately 900 miles during the time of Dalhousie. Okay, then first postage stamp, it was during the modern postal system. It came up during the time of Lord Dalhousie. So these are the important things about Lord Dalhousie. I'll repeat within short. Non-regulation system, guarantee system for development of railways, then first passenger railway, first telegraph line, modern postal system, then doctrine of lapse system. Apart from this, first education commission in the form of Wood's dispatch, introduction of public works department, then Shimla became the summer capital of India during the tenure of Lord Dalhousie. Gurkha regiment came into force during the time of Lord Dalhousie. Okay, Second Anglo-Sikh War took place during the tenure of Lord Dalhousie, and the entire region of Punjab was taken away by the English East India Company. Hope so the point about Lord Dalhousie is clear. Yes, please. Yes, guys. Let me go for a fast question and answer round for the next 5 to 7 minutes. Okay, for the next 5 to 7 minutes, I'll be going for question and answer round so that I can understand how many of you were keenly listening to me. Is that clear? And then I'll move with the land revenue system. Okay. So after every question that I ask, I'll be giving you guys 5 to 7 seconds. And you have to write the answer in the comment section. I'll be going with the easier questions. Okay? Yes. First simple question is, which Governor General laid down Indianization of public services? Answer fast. I repeat, which Governor General laid down Indianization of public services? Adi Keshav, advent of Europeans, Mughal decline, Governor General, Charter Acts. Now the next point that we are going to discuss is the land revenue system, followed by peasant movements. Yes, Pankaj, MBBS students stop the UPSC exam. Is it good for the medical education of India? See, you can observe that, in fact, the engineers are also qualifying the civil services examination. They are also making into the top ranks of the civil services. It completely depends upon the hard work. And if you speak about the medical system of India, in fact, the person who has done his MBBS, okay, he knows about the health sector of India. So as an administrator, he would be good, he would be working in a very fair and transparent manner for the health sector of India. In my personal opinion, this is my personal opinion. Okay, Pankaj? Yes, only Santosh has given the correct answer. It was Lord William Bentinck who had laid down the Indianization of public services. Okay. Second important question, easy one I'm asking you. Okay, I'll be asking you 5 to 7 important questions for the next 5 to 7 minutes. Another important question, easy one. During the tenure of which Governor General, Thuggy and Dacoity Department came into force? Fast. During the tenure of which Governor General, Thuggy and Dacoity Department came into force? Easy one. It is William Bentinck. Lord William Bentinck. Next easy question. Which Governor General is also referred as blue-blooded aristocrat? Rohang, it was not Warren Hastings. Which governor general is also referred as blue-blooded aristocrat? Blue-blooded aristocrat. I've spoken about this at least twice or thrice. I'll give you a small hint. He had also initiated Thana and Daroga system. He had deprived the district collector from his judicial powers. Yes. Perfect. Santosh has given the correct answer here. It's Lord Cornwallis. AI edits, it's not Benting, it's Lord Cornwallis. 2 more questions I'll be asking. It's Lord Cornwallis. Okay. Next question. First Anglo-Sikh War was fought during the tenure of which Governor General? I repeat, First Anglo-Sikh War was fought during the tenure of which Governor General? Yes, please. No, it's not Cornwallis. It's Lord Hardinge. Okay. And the last important question. Okay. Last important and a simple question. Lord Hardinge had abolished the human sacrifice system that was practiced by. Yes, Aditya, you have given the correct answer for the previous one. Anoop has given the correct answer. Very good. Lord Hardinge, he had abolished one system, that is human sacrifice system, that was practiced by Kui tribe or Kandh tribe. What was that system referred as? Fast. What was that system referred as? Yes, guys. It was referred as Maria system. Human sacrifice system that was abolished by Lord Hardinge. Is that clear? Okay. Now let's understand about the land revenue system. Module number 4. So we'll understand within the next 15 minutes about the land revenue system, and then we'll take a short break again of 15 minutes. Okay, Aditya, perfect. It's the Maria system. Now first is Zamindari system of land revenue. Zamindari system of land revenue, it is referred as permanent settlement, and it came up during the tenure of Lord Cornwallis. Lord Cornwallis is also referred as blue-blooded aristocrat because because he came from a royal family, he came from a noble family. Is that clear? Now, what is Zamindari system all about? Let's understand about this. Prior to introduction of Zamindari system, there was quennial settlement that was introduced by Warren Hastings. But quennial settlement failed drastically. So Lord Cornwallis, he had come up with Zamindari system of land revenue, which is also referred as permanent settlement. Okay. Now, what is Zamindari system of land revenue? As a part of this system, English East India Company will not collect the revenue directly from the peasant or will not collect the revenue directly from the cultivators. In fact, English East India Company has appointed a zamindar, and this zamindar will act as a middleman between company on the one side and the peasant or the cultivator on the other side. Okay, the peasant, like the zamindar, will collect the revenue from the peasant and give it to the company. Now, how will this zamindar be appointed? Suppose this is a village, and in this village, suppose there are 100 peasants. Out of 100 peasants, suppose there are 4 zamindar. Okay. Now, all the 4 zamindars cannot be given the responsibility of collecting the revenue from the entire village. So, what will be done? Here, a proper auction process would be announced. Okay. A proper bidding process would be there. And the highest bidder would be chosen as the zamindar. He would be given the responsibility of collecting the revenue from the individual peasants in the entire village. Is that clear? He would be given the authority to collect the revenue from the individual peasants in the entire village. Okay. Specifically speaking, here it is said that zamindari system is also referred as sunset law. Very simple words, fixed rate and fixed date. At this particular date, before the sunset, we want this much amount of money. If the farmers are unable to pay the money irrespective of the reason, we hardly care about that. We will collect the revenue from the zamindar. If the zamindar is unable to collect the revenue, we will pass on the zamindari rights to somebody else. If the zamindar himself wants to give the zamindari rights to somebody else, he can give the zamindari rights to somebody else. Okay. So here, the peasants were dually exploited. How? I'll give you a small example. Zamindar was being appointed. Now, zamindar will collect the revenue from the peasant and he will give 89% of the revenue to the company. Now, this system is also called as permanent settlement. Why? Because for next 1 decade, that is for next 10 years, the revenue is fixed. Suppose I am a farmer. I have earned rupees 100. I have to pay 70 rupees as a tax. Next year, I have earned 200 rupees. Still, I have to pay 70 rupees as a tax. Next year, I have earned 500 rupees. Still, I have to pay 70 rupees as a tax. Next to next year, I have earned just 20 rupees. But still, I have to pay 70 rupees as a tax. Since the tax is fixed, it is referred as permanent settlement. Okay. So, zamindari system of land revenue is also referred as permanent settlement. Is it clear? Now, another important aspect. Now, how zamindar used to exploit the peasants? Britishers are just concerned with 89%. What zamindar is doing with the peasants, Britishers are not concerned with that. Why? Because they believed in something called a sunset law. Fixed rate and fixed date. Okay. Now, after giving 89% of the revenue to the company, there is no clear-cut distribution. Okay, I'll give you a very simple example about this. 100 rupees needs to be paid to whom? Suppose 100 rupees needs to be paid to English East India Company. Now, 170 rupees has been earned. Okay, 170 rupees. 70 rupees is left. So, what should be the proper distribution? 35 rupees should be kept by zamindar. In fact, zamindar should take less amount of money. The proper distribution, suppose even if you go by the idealistic distribution, 50-50%. So, 70 rupees is left. 35 rupees should be kept by zamindar. 35 rupees should be kept by the farmer, or 35 rupees should be given to the farmer. In fact, we can go by other method. What is that? In fact, it is said that this person, zamindar, he should keep 25 rupees. He should give 25 rupees to the farmer, and rest 20 rupees should be invested back in the land. Why? Because the land is the main source through which the productivity can be improved. Isn't that so? So, what used to happen here? Reverse case used to happen. The 70 rupees that is left, out of 70 rupees, 50 rupees would be kept by zamindar. He will give 20 rupees to the peasant and nothing would be invested back in the land. Okay. Apart from this, another major flaw of zamindari system was, here the cost of the, specifically the taxes should be collected on the basis of productivity. The taxes should be collected on the basis of the quality of the soil. But here the taxes are collected on the basis of quantity of the land. Suppose I am a farmer. Okay. I have 1 acre of land, and on 1 acre of land, I have produced 5 quintals of wheat. On the other hand, there in my neighborhood, there is another farmer. He has 1 acre of land. On 1 acre of land, he had produced 7 quintals of wheat, and we both are paying the same taxes. So isn't this a kind of injustice towards me? Because here the taxes should be on the basis of production, not on the basis of quantity of the land. So this system is called as Zamindari system of land revenue, which covered approximately 19% of British India, 19%. Okay. And this system was introduced initially in the region of Bihar, Bengal and Odisha. Okay. Later on, certain parts of Gangetic Valley and so on. This is nothing but Zamindari system of land revenue. Hope you might have understood the point of Zamindari system or permanent settlement. Is that clear? Yes, please. Okay, great. Now let's understand about Rayatwari system of land revenue, or referred as Rayatwari settlement. See, as we have seen, one more thing about Zamindari system of land revenue. I have provided the information that it covered 19% of the British India. Zamindari system of land revenue, it is called by different names. It is called as Jagirdari, it is referred as Malguzari, it is referred as Istemarari. Okay, so it is called by different names as well. Now let's understand about this system, that is Rayatwari system, that came up during the time of Lord Hastings. And what is Rayatwari system all about? Let's understand about this. As a part of Rayatwari system, English East India Company directly collected the revenue from the peasants. What we have seen previously. Previously, we had seen as a part of Zamindari system, Zamindar used to act as a middleman between English East India Company on one side and the peasant on the other side. But as a part of Rayatwari system, English East India Company directly collected the revenue from the peasant. Okay, and the genesis of the Rayatwari system goes back to the time of Sher Shah Suri. And we have seen that in the marathon session of medieval India. Is that clear? Like during the time of Sher Shah Suri, the land was categorized into 3 important categories. The land which was highly fertile, they had to pay higher taxes. The land which was average, they had to pay average taxes. And the land which was barren, they had to pay very minimum taxes. Okay. Same thing was adopted at the later stages by Akbar. And during the time of Akbar, the land was categorized into 4 important categories: Polaj, Parauti, Chachar and Banjar. On Polaj land, the taxes was very high. It was Polaj means the land which was specifically, the cultivation was throughout the year. Parauti, cultivation once within a year. Chachar, cultivation once within 2 years. And Banjar, it's a barren land. Same thing was adopted by the Britishers in the modified format, which is referred as Rayatwari system. As a part of Rayatwari system, British East India Company or English East India Company directly collected the revenue from the peasant. And the land here was categorized into 3 important categories. The land that was good. The land which was highly fertile had to pay 60 to 66% as a tax. The land which was average had to pay 50 to 55% as a tax. And the land which was completely infertile, barren, that land was expected to pay approximately around 40 to 45% as a tax. And this tax, as per Britishers, is less. Okay. Now here, as a part of Rayatwari system, the peasants are dually exploited. Now, how the peasants are dually exploited, I'll give you a very simple example about this. Correct? Suppose if the peasant is unable to pay the revenue to the company, what will the company do? The company will seize the peasant's land. And for a cultivator, for a farmer, his land is everything. Isn't that so? In such a situation, what will the peasant do? He will take loan from the moneylender. So here, zamindar or moneylender, although he is not directly involved, he is indirectly involved. How? In such a situation, the peasants will resort to loan from moneylender, sahukar. And these moneylenders used to charge exorbitant interest rate, very high interest rate. Okay. In such a situation, the peasants are dually exploited. How? If the peasants are unable to pay the land revenue to the company, company will seize their land. If the peasants are unable to unable to pay back the loan and the interest rate to the moneylenders, moneylenders will seize the land. So this is nothing but Rayatwari system of land revenue. And Rayatwari system of land revenue, it covered approximately 51% of British India. Okay. It was introduced in Bombay, Bengal, Assam, Coorg and the different parts. It covered approximately 51% of British India. In Bombay Presidency, it was introduced by Elphinstone, and in Madras Presidency, it was introduced by Thomas Munro and Captain Reeds. In fact, Rayatwari system of land revenue is also referred as Munro system. Is that clear? So this is nothing but the Rayatwari system of land revenue. Hope so the point is clear about the Rayatwari system of land revenue. Yes, Anup, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the compliments. Okay. Now let's understand about the Mehelwari system of land revenue in short. Now, Mehelwari system of land revenue, it is referred as mixture of both, mixture of Zamindari and Rayatwari. In fact, many of the historians do call Rayatwari system of land revenue as modified Zamindari. How? Let's understand about this. Now, what is Mehelwari system of land revenue? Suppose this is a village. In this village, there are 100 farmers. This is English East India Company. As a part of Zamindari system, what used to happen? English East India Company usually appointed a Zamindar. Okay. This Zamindar used to act as a middleman between company on one side and the peasants on the other side. So this Zamindar used to collect the revenue from individual peasants. Correct? As per Rayatwari system, what used to happen? The role of Zamindar got ended, and English East India Company directly collected the revenue from the individual peasants. Now, what will happen as per Mehelwari system of land revenue? As per Mehelwari system of land revenue, English East India Company will not collect the revenue from individual peasants. I repeat, as a part of Mehelwari system, English East India Company will not collect the revenue from individual peasants. The revenue would be collected from the entire village. Okay. Suppose in a village there are 100 farmers. So individual farmers won't be paying the revenue to the company. Entire village will provide one revenue. Okay. So obviously there needs to be a person who will collect the revenue from the individual peasants. So the village headman, who was oftenly referred as Lambardar. Okay, Lambardar, it's a terminology used for the village headman, specifically in the northern part of India. So the village headman, Lambardar, he will collect the revenue from individual peasants on the basis of the production. After collecting the revenue from individual peasants, he will give the revenue on behalf of the entire village to the English East India Company. So what role is Lambardar playing here? Lambardar here is playing the role of Zamindar. Lambardar is collecting the revenue in what manner? He is collecting the revenue on the basis of fertility of the soil. He is collecting the revenue on the basis of production. Isn't that so? So in such a situation, this is a mixture of both Zamindari and Rayatwari. And this system is also referred as modified Zamindari. Mehelwari system of land revenue, it came up during the time of Lord William Bentinck. And it was implemented by R.M. Bird and Holt Mackenzie. I repeat, it was implemented by R.M. Bird and Holt Mackenzie. And it covers approximately 30% of British India. Okay. So, I'll repeat the points again. Zamindari system of land revenue It came up during the time of Lord Cornwallis. It is also referred as permanent settlement, and it covered the least part of British India, 19%, 19%. Okay. Then Rayatwari system of land revenue, it came up during the time of whom? Lord Hastings. It was implemented by Sir Thomas Munro and Captain Reeds in Madras Presidency and Elphinstone in Bombay Presidency. Okay. And it covered the maximum part of British India, that is 51%. And the third important, Mehelwari system of land revenue, it came up during the time of Lord William Bentinck, implemented by R.M. Bird and Holt Mackenzie, and covered approximately 30% of British India. Okay. So this is all about the land revenue system in depth and detail. So I have covered the land revenue system in quite depth and detail. So here all the kind of land revenue system has been explained. As I've told you previously, you can download the PDF from the Telegram channel history_Alok Ojha. Is that clear? So shall we take a break or shall we start with the important peasant movements? Yes, guys. Shall we go for a break? Yes, break hoga. AI edits abhi hoga. Don't worry about that. So guys, it's exactly 5:38 or something. Yes, 5:40 we can take it. So we'll take a short break of 15 minutes again, and then we'll continue till 7:30. Okay? 7 or 7:30. 7 o'clock we can understand till that. Okay. Yes. Vishal, you have asked a question. Were the land rights hereditary? Yes. As a part of Zamindari system of land revenue, it was hereditary in nature. Is that clear? Until and unless they were being transferred to somebody else. Okay. Yes, Pusing, we'll take a short break of 10 to 15 minutes and then we'll continue till 7 o'clock. Is that clear? Okay, so just take a short break, guys. Yes, sub-infeudation system is a different point. I'll explain about that after a break. Don't worry about this. Yes, quick break and then we'll resume around 5:50. Okay. So guys, regathered everyone? Yes. Hope the session is not getting tiring. Yes. Yes, guys. Yes, everyone regathered. Okay, Anup. Yes, somebody had asked, AI edits, you have asked a question, sir, what is sub-infeudation system? See, it was a medieval practice wherein the land was being distributed to the next vassal. Okay, so one of the major flaws of zamindari system was, like for example, if I have been chosen as a zamindar to collect the land revenue from that particular, village, from individual peasants. So what, in such a situation, what will I do? Like zamindar was, he was like taken that he was considered as one of the owners of the land. So he used to give his zamindari rights to somebody else. Okay, like on my behalf, you collect the land revenue from somebody else. So sub-infeudation system led to absentee landlordism. Is that clear? Who had asked this question? AI edits. Hope so the point is clear. So guys, now no more breaks and we'll continue till approximately 7 till 7:15. And as I've told you previously that specifically like the next part of the marathon session, I would be coming up within next 10 to 15 days very soon. Okay, wherein I'll be covering up the different activities of the Indian National Congress precisely related to the important Gandhian movements. Okay. Now let's understand about the important peasant movements. The leaders of the peasant movements are important from the exam perspective. So you have to pay attention properly. First, indigo agitation of Bengal. Okay. Now, indigo agitation of Bengal, it took place immediately after the revolt of 1857. Now, what was the reason for indigo agitation of Bengal? Now, indigo, like prior to indigo, it is said that Britishers used to use the crop of a mustard family as a dye. But due to this, there was yellowishness on the cloth and the shelf life of the cloth could not be increased. So now Britishers focused on indigo, and indigo is a crop that can be cultivated only in the tropical and the subtropical countries. It is also referred as blue gold. Okay. Now indigo can be cultivated in India. So here Britishers, specifically in the Nadia district of Bengal, they had come up with the two important systems. That is Nij system and second one is Rayati system. Now what is Nij and Rayati system all about? As a part of Nij system, Nij means Niji. Britishers cultivated indigo on the land they owned or hired, that is on their private lands. But under Rayati, Britishers forced the peasants to cultivate indigo compulsorily on 25% of their land. Suppose I am a peasant, I am a cultivator, I have 10 acres of land. Compulsorily, I had to cultivate indigo on 2.5 acres of my land as a part of Rayati system. Now, Britishers said that if you want to cultivate indigo and you do not have a money for that, do not worry. We will provide you the loans. And the loans were referred as Dedon. Okay. So on one hand, the peasants were forced to cultivate indigo under Rayati system, compulsorily on 25% of the land. On the other hand, they had to pay interest rate on the loans that were provided to them, that is Dedon. So peasants, they got indebted. In such a situation, many peasants in the region of Nadia district of Bengal said that we are not going to cultivate the indigo. Okay. So the peasants started revolting. And specifically it is said that there were two important leaders who provided the leadership base to the peasants of this region. One was Digambar Biswas and other one was Bishnu Charan Biswas. Okay, they were the leaders of indigo agitation of Bengal. In fact, the plight of the peasants or the plight of the farmers or cultivators was depicted in a play, and that play is referred as Neel Darpan. The play Neel Darpan was written by Deen Bandhu Mitra. Okay, so this is nothing but indigo agitation of Bengal, which took place immediately after the revolt of 1857. Is that clear? Then comes the Pabna unrest, which took place around 1873 to 76. One more thing I'll tell you. See, we have studied about the non-cooperation movement, or we will study about the non-cooperation movement in the further part of the marathon session. So, every one of you might have heard about this, that non-cooperation movement was initiated by M.K. Gandhi. But let me tell you one important fact. For the very first time, we have observed the non-cooperation movement as a part of one peasant movement. And that peasant movement is referred as Phulaguri Dhawa. Anybody knows about this Phulaguri Dhawa, which took place around 1861? Any idea about this? Where did this take place? Phulaguri Dhawa? Just a small guess. No idea. Any idea, Sarji? Or no idea? Phulaguri Dhawa, it took place around the region of Raha Phulaguri in Assam. I'll give you a very simple example. Okay. Specifically, the British planters, they wanted to exploit the local peasants in this region, and they had taken a step for that. And what was that? I'll give you a very simple example. Now, these British planters used to bring the laborers from the other states. Why? Because specifically the local people, they were quite progressive. Since the region of the Brahmaputra river valley, it is quite a fertile region. And since the time of Ahom kingdom, these people are independent minded people. They have not worked as a bonded labor, not even for the rulers of the Ahom kingdom. So how will they work for the British planters? So these British planters used to get the laborers from the other states. But due to malarial type of climate, many of them died. Now they thought that why shouldn't we start employing the local people as the bonded laborers? But as we have discussed, the people in this region were quite progressive. They were quite successful. And the entire credit goes to the Brahmaputra valley and the tributaries of river Brahmaputra. In such a situation, how to impoverish them? So the British planters suggested the British government that why don't you increase the taxation on these people? And when the people won't be able to give the increased taxes, we will seize their land. And land is one of the most important asset for a cultivator or a peasant. In such a situation, he would be forced to work as a bonded labor for the British planters. This was the suggestion given by the British planters to the British government, to which the British government accepted, and they increased the taxes. Apart from this, what happened? Later on, around 1859, now for this increased taxes, there was a person who played a very major and active role in revolt of 1857, whose name was Diwan Maniram Datta Baruha from the region of Assam. Okay, he had sensitized the masses in the Raha Phulaguri region, specifically in the region of hills. Apart from this, it is said that he had created his own army, okay, voluntary army with the help of the locals. Lakshman Singh Deka was the commander of the army. After some time, Britishers introduced income tax, which was new to the people of India. They had introduced new forms of taxes, like you have to give different kinds of taxes on forest produce such as betel leaf, betel nuts, cane, wood, bamboo, and so on. So what happened? In this manner, the people got angry and they said that we won't be able to pay the taxes. So the people of Raha Phulaguri, they decided that they are going to meet the deputy commissioner. They go to their office, but the deputy commissioner was not ready to meet. Okay, in fact, deputy commissioner, he got arrested many of the leaders. And after some time, the deputy commissioner said that we will not take the taxes back. So in the Raha Phulaguri region, it is said that for the first time in 1861, unitedly all the peasants decided that we are not going to cooperate with the government. So Phulaguri Dhawa, it's a peasant movement and it is considered as the first non-recorded, non-cooperation movement in the history of modern India. Okay, wherein the peasants said that we are not going to give up on any of the demands of the British government. Is that clear? So, Fullaguri Dhawa of 1861, it took place in the region of Raha Fullaguri, Assam. Again, it is a peasant movement. Is that clear? So, another peasant movement is Pabna unrest. Pabna, it is located in East Bengal, present day Bangladesh. Now, Zamindar used to follow a very different system here, and that system was specifically at any point of time, Zamindar used to enhance the rent. As we have discussed, as a part of Zamindari system, Zamindar used to act as a middleman between English East India Company and the peasant. Zamindar will collect the revenue from the peasant, okay, give the 89% of the revenue to the company. Now, as we have discussed previously, the land revenue was fixed for the next 1 decade, for next 10 years. So, in such a situation, you cannot go for arbitrary enhancement of the land revenue. But Zamindar, on his own will, he enhanced the land revenue at any point. He used to collect exorbitant taxes from the peasant, except from the recorded revenue or the recorded taxes that he had to pay. So, peasants got angry. In fact, the peasants who were not paying the additional revenue, their land was being seized by the Zamindar. In such a situation, the peasants in the region of Pabna, they declared their district of free of Zamindari control. They decided that we are not going to pay taxes to the Zamindar. And there was a person whose name was George Campbell. George Campbell suggested the peasants that knock the doors of the court, go by the legal process. Okay. And this was followed by the people of Pabna. The leadership base to the movement was being provided by Ishan Chandra Roy. So Ishan Chandra Roy, he was a leader of the Pabna unrest. Okay. And it was also supported by the other leaders such as Bankim Chandra, R.C. Dutt, who has also written a book called as Economic History of India. Then Surendranath Banerjee, Ishwar Chandra Roy. Okay. So this is nothing but Pabna unrest which took place in East Bengal. Hope the point is clear. Then Deccan riots of 1875 and UPSC prelims, there has been a question on Deccan riots of 1875. Okay. Now, we have seen the major reason for Deccan riots of 1875 was the Rayatwari system. And many of the historians do believe that American Civil War was also responsible for Deccan riots. The very basic question that arises in the mind of every aspirant, how can American Civil War be co-linked to the Deccan riots of 1875? Let's throw light on that. In the region of Deccan, there was Rayatwari system of land revenue, and we have seen previously, as a part of Rayatwari system of land revenue, what used to happen? English East India Company directly collected the revenue from the peasants. Land revenue was very high. Specifically on the fertile land, the taxes was approximately around 60 to 66%. On the average land, the taxes was around 50 to 55%. And on the barren land, the tax was 40 to 45%. So the taxes were exorbitant, the taxes were very high. Okay, so in such a situation, what used to happen? The peasants resorted to loan from the money lenders, and these money lenders used to charge the exorbitant interest rate, very high interest rate. Okay. Now, as a part of Rayatwari system, we have seen previously the peasants are dually exploited. If they are unable to pay the land revenue to the company, company will seize their land. If they are unable to pay the unable to pay the loan to the money lender, he will seize the land. So here they were dually exploited. Okay. Now what happened at that particular point of time? I'll give you a very simple example. Britishers, they used to import good quality cotton from America, but there was American Civil War, and so the demand of the cotton declined. So Britishers, they asked the Indian peasants to cultivate cotton, and for that Britishers promised that we will pay you additional revenue. In fact, we'll pay you higher revenue. The peasants who were already indebted thought that this is the time where we can recover back the losses that we have incurred in the previous years. So they started cultivating cotton, and they took loan from the money lenders for that. After some time, the situation got normalized in America. And now the Britishers started again importing the cotton, fine quality cotton specifically from America, and demand of the Indian cotton started declining. Britishers said that we are not going to purchase the cotton. Now what will the peasants of Deccan do? They have no other option now. And like specifically moneylender is saying that if you are not able to pay the loan, we will seize your land. At that time, apart from charging the high interest rate on the loans that they have provided, the moneylenders used to, like, since the peasants were not that literate, like for example, if I'm a farmer, I've taken a loan of 100 rupees, okay, and I have to pay an interest rate of 5%. The moneylender will say that you have to pay an interest rate of 10%. See, you have written this on the bond. So in such a situation, the peasants in the region were exploited. Now the peasants in the region of Deccan got angry, and the movement began from Supa village in Pune. The peasants started attacking the homes of these zamindar and moneylenders. They burnt their home, they burnt their bonds and decrees. Okay, because they got infuriated, because they were angry. Now immediately the police battalion was called in. But police was unable to stop the riot, because with the passage of time, Pune, Satara, Ahmednagar, Nasik, all the different regions of Deccan, specifically the regions of Maharashtra, became the part of Deccan riots. Finally, army help was sought and army was able to suppress the revolt. Okay. Then Deccan Agriculturist Relief Act was passed. As per this act, if the peasants are unable to pay the land revenue for a particular tenure, directly you cannot seize his land. You have to increase the tenure. Okay, you have to provide certain time limit to the peasants. So this is nothing but Deccan riots of 1875. The cause of the peasants in the region of Deccan was being supported by Pune Sarvajanik Sabha of M.G. Ranade. So just remember about the Deccan riots of 1875. This question has been asked in the UPSC Prelims examination. Is that clear? Yes, Aru. Good evening. Okay. Now let's move to Champaran Satyagraha 1917. Is the point clear? Please answer in the comment section. Did you understand about the Indigo agitation of Bengal, Raha Phula Guri Dhawa of Assam, Pabna unrest and Deccan riots of 1875? Yes, are the points clear? Yes, Aru, perfect. Maharashtra. Okay. Now let's understand about Champaran Satyagraha 1917. Now before we understand about Champaran Satyagraha, let me throw light on certain aspects of M.K. Gandhi. Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi. Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi. He was born at a place called as Porbandar in Gujarat on 2nd October 1869. At a very young age, he was married, and after his marriage, he had a desire that he'll go to London to complete his degree in law. He goes to London, he completes his degree in law. Now he had two options, either to register himself at the Bar Council and practice as a lawyer, or work as a legal advisor for the company of Dada Abdullah or Sheikh Abdullah in South Africa. So initially he worked as a lawyer in India. He worked as a lawyer for some time at a Bar Council in London. And he accepted the offer of Dada Abdullah or Sheikh Abdullah. Okay. Now he goes to South Africa. And when he goes to South Africa, he was given the first class railway compartment ticket. Now, as soon as he reaches a place called as Pietermaritzburg in South Africa, which is quite close to Durban, he was thrown out of the first class railway compartment. And he was very much astonished. So he goes to Dada Abdullah and Sheikh Abdullah and asks him, is this the condition of every Indian and Asian living in South Africa? Or was that a special kind of a treatment given to me? Then he comes to know that in South Africa, there are three kinds of Indians and Asians that are living. Indentured laborers, ex-indentured laborers, and Memon Muslims. Indentured laborers are those laborers who are brought on contract basis and forced to work on the plantation fields in South Africa. Okay? Once their contract is over, they go back to their own country. Ex-indentured laborers, like they are also brought on contract basis, but once their contract is over, they don't go back. Okay, they stay in South Africa itself because they believe that we are being exploited in India, we are exploited in South Africa, at least we have employment opportunities here. And then come Memon Muslim, who were the merchants. The condition was very derogatory. Suppose I'm a person who is living in South Africa, an Indian. If I have to purchase a bread from a nearby shop, I have to reveal a passport kind of a document to reveal my identity. Secondly, apart from this, like I cannot use the footpath after 9 p.m. If any Englishman is passing by, forget about bowing down in front of him. I had to kneel down in front of him. So that was a condition of Indians living in South Africa. So M.K. Gandhi decided to fight for the cause of Indians living in South Africa. So M.K. Gandhi coined the term Satyagraha for the first time in South Africa in his newspaper Indian Opinion, not in India. Is that clear? Finally, in 1910, M.K. Gandhi, specifically, it is said that in 1910, he wrote a book called as Hind Swaraj, and in 1915, he came back to India after a successful South African experiment. I'll tell you one more important fact. If you want to note it down, you can note it down. Many times, there are questions in UPSC examination. Which was the first session of Indian National Congress which was presided by M.K. Gandhi, and which was the first session of Indian National Congress which was attended by M.K. Gandhi? Many of the students write the answer 1924 Belgaum session. My friends, 1924 Belgaum session was the only session to be presided by M.K. Gandhi. But M.K. Gandhi attended the session of Indian National Congress for the very first time in 1901. So you have to remember this important fact. The session was held in Calcutta, 1901. Okay. So finally, in 1915, M.K. Gandhi, he comes back to India. And for this, we celebrate Pravasi Bharatiya Divas even today. Now, his political guru was Gopal Krishna Gokhale ji. And Gopal Krishna Gokhale ji had suggested M.K. Gandhi that directly do not enter into the mainstream Indian politics. First of all, understand about the grassroots realities of India, the customs of India, the cultures of India. Okay. And then enter into the mainstream Indian politics. In 1917, M.K. Gandhi got this opportunity. Okay. How? In the form of Champaran Satyagraha. Champaran, it's a district located in northern part of Bihar. And peasants here were forced to cultivate indigo under Teen Kathiya system. Now, what is Teen Kathiya system all about? As a part of Teen Kathiya system, the peasants were forced to cultivate indigo on 3/20th part of their land. Suppose I'm a farmer, I'm a cultivator, I'm a peasant. I have 20 bighas or 20 acres of land. Compulsorily, I had to cultivate indigo on 3 acres of my land. Compulsorily. Okay. If I don't have to cultivate indigo, Britishers said that it's okay. Just give us lump sum compensation, and that lump sum compensation was referred as Tawan. T-A-W-A-N. Now, peasants thought that for not cultivating indigo, if I have to give lump sum compensation, so why don't I start cultivating the indigo? So, peasants suffered a lot. In 1916, the session of Indian National Congress was held at Lucknow. And the session was presided by Ambika Charan Mazumdar. So, a local farmer from Champaran whose name was Rajkumar Shukla, he thought that this is the best opportunity to participate in 1916 Indian National Congress session because M.K. Gandhi would also be coming in the session. And this is the best opportunity where I will meet M.K. Gandhi and talk about the plight of the people of Champaran here. So here he meets M.K. Gandhi and he talks about the plight of the people and asks him that when are you going to visit Champaran? M.K. Gandhi said, don't worry, I'll be coming to Champaran, but he did not give any assurity of the date. So after Lucknow, M.K. Gandhi moved towards the region of Kanpur. To his astonishment, Rajkumar Shukla, he was also present in Kanpur and asked him, M.K. Gandhi again, when will you visit Champaran? M.K. Gandhi said, don't worry, I'll be coming to Champaran. Now, from Kanpur, M.K. Gandhi went to Sabarmati Ashram in Gujarat. To his astonishment, you cannot believe Rajkumar Shukla ji was waiting again in Sabarmati Ashram for M.K. Gandhi and asked him, when will you come to Champaran? M.K. Gandhi said, don't worry, I'll be coming very soon after when I visit Calcutta. So he visited Calcutta. After that, M.K. Gandhi visited Champaran. Initially, M.K. Gandhi thought that I'll be staying in Champaran for 2 to 3 days. Okay. I'll understand about the plight of the peasants here. And after that, I'll be coming back to Sabarmati Ashram. When he came to Champaran, he saw the plight of the people, he saw the plight of the peasants. He stayed here for 3 to 4 weeks. Many historians do believe that M.K. Gandhi was denied initially entry into Champaran by the district collector, whose name was Haycock. Okay, but later on he was given the entry in Champaran, and after that Champaran Agrarian Committee was created. In fact, M.K. Gandhi himself was one of the members of Champaran Agrarian Committee. And on the recommendations given by Champaran Agrarian Committee, finally, Teen Kathya system was abolished. This is all about Champaran Satyagraha, the first Satyagraha conducted by M.K. Gandhi in India. Is the point clear? Please answer in the comment section. Kheda Satyagraha. Now let's speak about the Kheda Satyagraha of Gujarat. Here the leader was Vallabhbhai Patel ji and M.K. Gandhi again. Okay. Now Kheda, it's a region specifically. Very good. Akash, very good. Madhuri. Kheda, it's a region which is located in Gujarat. Okay. Now, usually what is the ethical responsibility of the government, specifically during the time of famine? The major responsibility of the government is mitigation and rehabilitation. Now, what is mitigation? First of all, to remove the peasants from such a situation. And since due to situation like flood and famine, the livelihood of the peasants have been impacted. So the responsibility of the government is to restore back the livelihood of the peasants. So Kheda, okay, it is said that there was a huge famine in this region and approximately 17,000 people had died due to famine, outbreak of different diseases such as plague and cholera. Okay. And Kheda, it was a part of Bombay Presidency. In such a situation, what is the responsibility of the government? Taxes should not be collected here. But what did the government do? Peasants are unable to pay the fixed taxes. But apart from this, the government increased the taxes by 23%. Can you imagine? The peasants are unable to pay the original taxes, but apart from this, you are forcing the peasants to pay additional 23%. How will the peasants able to pay that? So here, the peasants launched no revenue campaign under the leadership of Vallabhbhai Patel ji. Now, the very first question that will arise in your mind is, sir, why didn't you use the word Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel ji? Because till now, Vallabhbhai Patel ji did not get the title of Sardar. In fact, the title of Sardar was given to Vallabhbhai Patel ji in Bardoli Satyagraha by women of Bardoli. Okay, so taxes were increased by 23%. In fact, against this, there were many people who had campaigned along with Vallabhbhai Patel ji, such as Narhari Parikh, Mohanlal Pandya, Ravi Shankar Vyas. In fact, M.K. Gandhi had provided the moral support to the movement by organizing Gujarat Sabha. And finally, government had to take the decision. The peasants who are not able to pay the revenue, their property cannot be confiscated. And the tax collection would be like there won't be any kind of a tax collection for the present year and the next year. Okay, so this is nothing but Kheda Satyagraha. The leadership base was provided by whom? The leadership base was provided by, specifically speaking, Vallabhbhai Patel ji. Since I have discussed the Kheda Satyagraha, I'll also discuss about the Bardoli Satyagraha, which took place in 1928, again in the region of Gujarat. Okay. Same like Kheda Satyagraha. In Bardoli Satyagraha, what happened? Bardoli, it's a taluka in Gujarat, and from 1925 onwards, the region was continuously hit by flood and famine. In such a situation, what should be the ethical and moral responsibility of the government? To what we say, there shouldn't be any kind of taxation should impose on the people. In such a situation, Britishers increase the taxes by 22%. Okay. See, many of the books record that the taxes were increased by 30%. Like spectrum, it highlights that the taxes were increased by 30%. But majority of the book says that it was increased by 22%. So in such a situation, the taxes were increased by 22%. Correct? At this particular point of time, it's the responsibility to lower down the taxes, or you should cancel the taxes. You have increased the taxes by 22%. So the peasants in this region, again under the leadership of Vallabhbhai Patel ji, launched no revenue campaign. It was also supported by M.K. Gandhi. In fact, Bardoli Satyagraha Patrika, it came into vogue. And it sensitized the masses specifically on not to pay the taxes, not to pay a single rupee as a tax to the government. Okay. It is said that 13 chhavnis or 13 camps was established by Vallabhbhai Patel ji for the peasants. The work that needs to be done by the government was done by Vallabhbhai Patel ji. In fact, the women of Bardoli gave the title of Sardar to Vallabhbhai Patel ji as a part of Bardoli Satyagraha. Okay. In fact, against this increased taxes, there were two leaders who resigned from the Bombay Legislative Council, and they were K.M. Munshi and Lalji Naren ji. So K.M. Munshi and Lalji Naren ji resigned from the Bombay Legislative Council against the increased taxes. So what happened finally? Now Britishers had created one commission, that is Maxwell-Broomfield Commission. And on the recommendations of Maxwell-Broomfield Commission, the taxes were now not increased by 22%, but still they were increased by 6.03%. Is it clear? Now, what is the major difference and similarity between the Kheda Satyagraha and Bardoli Satyagraha? Both Kheda and Bardoli Satyagraha took place in Gujarat. The leadership base in both the movements was provided by Vallabhbhai Patel ji. But in Kheda Satyagraha, the taxes were increased by 23%, and in Bardoli Satyagraha, it was increased by 22% or 30%. In Kheda Satyagraha, the decision was taken that the taxes for this year and the next year won't be collected. The peasants were exempted from payment of taxes. But in Bardoli Satyagraha, the taxes were not increased by 22 or 30%, but it was increased by 6.03%. And Vallabhbhai Patel ji was given the title of Sardar as a part of Bardoli Satyagraha. Did you understand the difference between Kheda Satyagraha and Bardoli Satyagraha? Answer in the comment section yes or no. Okay. Next come Ekka movement. Just remember about this. Ekka movement, it took place in 1921 in the region of Hardoi, Bahraich and Sitapur in United Provinces, and the leadership based to the unity movement or Ekka movement was provided by Madari Pasi. So just remember the leader, it was Madari Pasi. Okay. Then comes Mopla rebellion. Now, this question has also been asked in the UPSC Prelims examination, and there was a direct question. I'll tell you one of the statements regarding the Mopla rebellion. Mopla rebellion was anti-Hindu, anti-Zamindar and anti-British, first statement. Second statement, Mopla rebellion can also be referred as extended version of Khilafat movement. Which among the following statements are correct? Okay, which among the following statements are correct? There was a direct question. So both the statements are correct, and now let's understand about this. In certain parts of Madras, precisely in southern part of Madras, there was Zamindari system of land revenue. And we have seen as a part of Zamindari system of land revenue, Zamindar used to act as a middleman between the Britishers on one side and the peasants on the other side. Okay. Now these Zamindars used to exploit the peasants a lot. Now what happened in the region of Malabar? Here majorly the peasants were Muslim and Zamindar were Hindus. And these Zamindars used to exploit the peasants a lot. The actual issue is between whom? Okay. The actual issue is between Zamindar and whom? Specifically, Zamindar and the peasant. But now, specifically what has happened? it has been given a communal color because, specifically speaking, Zamindar here is a Hindu and peasants are Mopla, means they are Muslim. So what happened? The peasants started revolting against the Zamindar. Okay, the peasants became violent. In fact, the movement became very violent. Isn't that so? Like it is said that Malabar Special Police was created, a special battalion to suppress the revolt. And Kunja Ahmad Haji and Ali Musliar. I repeat, Kunja Ahmad Haji and Ali Musliar were the leaders of the revolt. Okay? So specifically speaking, this is nothing but Mopla rebellion that took place in Kerala or specifically in the region of Malabar. Now, why it is called as extended version of Khilafat movement? I'll give you a small example. During the World War I, Turkey was on opposite side of Britain. And after the end of World War I, there were two treaties that were signed, that is referred as Treaty of Versailles and Treaty of Sevres. Treaty of Versailles, it was a very humiliating treaty for Germany. And it had different articles. So Treaty of Versailles had an article number 231. And Article 231, it was referred as War Guilt Clause. As per this, the entire onus on World War I was imposed on Germany. And as per Treaty of Sevres, the territorial boundaries of the Turkey was being redistributed. Now, Turkey, it was an Islamic nation. And the ruler of Turkey, apart from being the Sultan, he was also referred as Caliph. Caliph or Khalifa is the head of all the Muslims across the world. Whatever Caliph used to say, it was the responsibility of every Muslim to listen to that, obey to that. And after that, after the World War I, the position of Caliph was removed. Muslim symbols were being destroyed. Apart from this, it is said that democratic form of government was being introduced in Turkey. And here the major role was played by a pro-Western nationalist whose name was Mustafa Ataturk. So this all activities hurted the sentiments of Muslims across the world, specifically the Muslims in India. Okay, so at this particular point of time, what happened? In India, there began a Khilafat movement. Okay, 19th October 1919 was observed as a Khilafat day. Okay, and after that, Mopla rebellion 1921 took place. And hence, Mopla rebellion is also referred as extended version of Khilafat movement. So it is anti-Zamindar plus anti-Hindu plus anti-British. So hope you understood the Mopla revolt. Okay. Adi Keshav, thanks for the concern. But still, Anup, I'll answer your question. The difference between the Bardoli Satyagraha and the, Kheda Satyagraha. In both of the Satyagraha took place in Gujarat. Here the taxes were increased by 23% in Kheda Satyagraha, and in Bardoli it was increased by 22%. Okay. But here finally, what decision was taken in Kheda Satyagraha? Here the taxes will not be increased. But here it was the decision that was taken was, we are not going to increase the taxes by 22%, but we will increase the taxes by 6.03%. So this is the major difference, and the similarity is the leadership base in both the movement was being provided by Vallabhbhai Patel ji, and the spiritual support to the movement was provided by M.K. Gandhi. Is it clear, Anup ji? Hope so the point is clear, guys. So hope you have understood the important peasant movements. Just go through All India Kisan Sabha movement. Just also go through Provincial Kisan Sabha movement and Provincial Kisan committees or the peasant organizations. Okay, such as Andhra Provincial Kisan Committee and so on. Okay, no issues. You're welcome, Anup ji. So this is all about the important peasant movement. Now, before I begin with the education commissions and the growth of education in the modern India, let me ask you a few questions. Let us go for a quick question and answer round for the next 5 minutes. Is that clear? First question. Who was the leader of Pabna unrest? Fast. Who was the leader of Pabna unrest? We have discussed about the Pabna unrest in quite depth and detail, guys. Ishan Chandra Roy. Yes, Adi Keshav ji, the next topic is education. Ishan Chandra Roy, he was the leader of the Pabna unrest. Okay. Next important question. Who was the leader of or who provided a support to the peasants during the Deccan riots of 1875? Fast. Deccan riots of 1875. Yes. Amma Kutti, perfect answer. Ishan Chandra Roy. Adi Keshav, perfect for the previous one. Pune Sarvajanik Sabha. I repeat, Pune Sarvajanik Sabha. Is that clear? Next important question. I'll be asking you 5 questions. These are the 2 questions. Third question is, which was the first who invited M.K. Gandhi to Champaran? Very simple question. Who invited, a local peasant had invited M.K. Gandhi to Champaran? Name him. Yes? It was Rajkumar Shukla ji. Okay. Yes. M.K. Gandhi, he had visited Champaran and he had campaigned against one system that was introduced by the Britishers for indigo cultivation. What was that system referred as? What was that system referred as? Yes, Anup ji, correct answer for the previous one. It was Teen Kathiya system. Okay, and the last simple question. Okay, the simple question is about the Governor General. And the question is, Vellore Mutiny of 1806, it took place during the time of which Governor General? Vellore Mutiny of 1806. Fast. Yes, Amma Kutti, then Sam Garden, perfect answer for the previous one, Teen Kathiya system. Vellore Mutiny of 1806, it took place during the time of Sir George Barlow. Okay. No, it's not Canning. Pussing, it's not Canning. Now let's understand about the development of education in India and different education commission. We'll understand about this topic in the next 15 to 20 minutes. And we'll understand about the recommendation of different commissions such as Wood's Dispatch, Hunter Commission, Thomas Rayleigh Commission. After that, we will also understand about specifically Hartog Committee and so on. Is that clear? Now let's start with the important education commission. As discussed previously, Britishers were not at all interested in educating Indians. Correct? Because it is quite easier to rule over the people who are illiterate. But with the passage of time, Britishers they aspired to educate the Indians now. And what was the basic purpose for that? The basic purpose for that was because they required Indians in the lower rung of the administration. And the work was being initiated by first Governor General of Bengal, Lord Warren Hastings. So around 1780, 1781, Lord Warren Hastings established Calcutta Madrasa, also referred as Madrasa Alia. Later on, the work was being taken by whom? Sir Jonathan Duncan. And Sir Jonathan Duncan, he had established Sanskrit College. Later on, as we have seen, Richard Arthur Wellesley, he had established the Fort William College in 1800. And the basic purpose for the establishment of Fort William College was to train the future recruited civil servants in the custom, traditions and languages of India. Although this college was being abolished by the Court of Directors or English East India Company in 1806, but the basic purpose of establishing the Fort William College was to train the future recruited civil servants. So first step was establishment of Calcutta Madrasa by Warren Hastings. Establishment of Sanskrit College by Jonathan Duncan. Then specifically, Fort William College was being established by Sir Arthur Richard Wellesley. Then comes Charter Act 1813. And as per Charter Act 1813, government has decided that it is now going to spend 1 lakh rupees every year for the purpose of education. Now the very basic question arises, how do we spend this 1 lakh rupees? And there arose a controversy which is referred as Anglicist Orientalist controversy. What is this controversy all about? Let's understand. As the name suggests, Anglicist viewpoint. Anglicist believe that compulsorily we need to educate Indians in English language. We will provide them modern education in English language because they had a belief that we want Indians by blood and color of their skin, but by their manners, morals and etiquettes they should be complete Englishmen. On the other hand, Orientalists believe that English is a new language to the people of India. Okay, we cannot directly impose English language on the people of India. So at the initial stages, we will provide them education in the local language, in the mother tongue, in the vernacular language. And the higher education would be provided to them specifically in the English language. Okay, so here Anglicists did not agree to this. Okay, and at that point of time, what happened? Under the Thomas Babington Macaulay, they supported Anglicist viewpoint, and Anglicists suggested that who said you that we have to educate every Indian? We will follow a very simple approach, and that is downward filtration theory. We are not going to educate every Indians. We will just educate the elite section of the society. And when the people of the elite section of the society will interact with the people at the grassroots level, what will happen? In such a situation, automatically the education will flow down. Is that clear? Guys, just give me a second. Just a second. Guys, I'm really sorry for the disturbance. I'm really sorry for the disturbance, guys. So, the question arises now. Now the Anglicists said that it is not necessary to educate every Indian. We will just educate the higher echelon of the society, and the people at the higher echelon of the society will directly interact with the people at the grassroots level, and automatically the education will flow down. And this approach is referred as downward filtration theory, and this viewpoint is called as Anglicist approach. Now, Anglicist viewpoint was given by W. W. Bird, C. B. Saunders, Bushby and Colvin. On the other hand, Orientalists such as James and Henry Prinsep believed that we need to educate Indians in the vernacular language in the mother tongue. Is that clear? So specifically speaking, this is nothing but Anglicist-Orientalist controversy. Then Macaulay Commission, Thomas Babington Macaulay, he supported whose approach? Anglicist viewpoint. So this was the development of education during the earlier stages. So I'll repeat the point again. Initially, Britishers were not at all interested in educating the Indians. Then Warren Hastings, he had established Calcutta Madrasa. Then comes Sanskrit College. It was being established by whom? Sanskrit College was being established by Jonathan Duncan. Then Fort William College was being established by Sir Arthur Richard Wellesley. Is that clear? Then comes Charter Act 1813. Rupees 1 lakh every year for purpose of educating Indians. Then crops up a controversy called as Anglicist-Orientalist controversy. Anglicists believe that we need to educate Indians in English language. They believed in downward filtration theory. On the other hand, Orientalists believe that at the initial stages, we will educate the Indians in their mother tongue. Hope so the point is clear till here. Any question, any query, any kind of a doubt, please feel free to ask in the comment section. Okay, now let's understand about the recommendations of the different commissions. Okay, and usually the question crops up in the examination in different form. Like, what was the basic objective of Sadler Commission? Okay, what was the basic recommendation, or these recommendations were given by which education commission? So these kind of questions usually crop up in the UPSC examination. So let's understand about these education commissions in a step-by-step manner. So let's talk about the Wood's Dispatch of 1854. Okay. Now, Wood's Dispatch 1854. Now, it was under, like this commission was established by under the presidency of Sir Charles Wood. He was the chairman of the commission. Now, Wood's Dispatch, it completely rejected the downward filtration theory. Okay, downward filtration theory was completely rejected. Here, what had happened? What were the specific recommendations given by them? Let's understand. Wood's Dispatch, they laid emphasis on female education, vocational education, and teachers training. I'll give you a very simple very simple example. Indian Renaissance, it began around 1800s. Okay, there were many socio-religious reformers of eastern part of India who had a belief that before getting rid of Britishers, we need to get rid of our rudimentary thoughts, customs, and traditions. And for that purpose, it is necessary to educate Indians, because education is a key to overall upliftment. Correct? Because once a person is educated, he becomes economically empowered. He becomes economically empowered, he becomes socially empowered. Once he becomes socially empowered, he becomes politically empowered. So education is the key to overall upliftment or overall empowerment. Okay? So here there are many systems that was holding our society backward. So it is necessary to educate every section, including the women. So female education was focused. Vocational education means imparting certain skills. Isn't that so? Skill is very important. Like these days, you might have heard about this, that there are many engineers who are still unemployed. The reason behind that, in colleges, apart from the assignments that is being provided, proper skills should also be imparted. Correct? Writing assignment is not just the most important aspect. Okay, we need to have a practical utility for that. Then comes finally teachers training. Like, you cannot believe that, as a part of the joke, I'll tell you, I was scrolling down one of the reels on Instagram and I was seeing the plight of the education system, specifically in certain primary schools in the region of Bihar. Okay, there was an English teacher who was teaching specifically the students, primary school teachers. They have a salary around 50 to 60,000, and they were teaching the students specifically about the English and how they pronounced nature, N-A-T-U-R-E, nature, F-U-T-U-R-E, future. Okay, So the major point here is proper teachers training should also be provided. So these were the recommendation. Apart from this, there should be education department in every province, and in every district there should be a government school. And it is a responsibility of the government school to provide annual report to the education department of that province. Is that clear? So it is said that on the recommendation of Wood's dispatch, 3 important universities were established on the lines of London University. And these 3 universities was Bombay, Calcutta and Madras University. Is that clear? So this is nothing but Wood's dispatch of 1854. I'll repeat again. The recommendation, they focused on female education, vocational training and teachers training. There should be education department in every province. There should be a government school in every district. Apart from this, on the recommendations, 3 universities were established on the models of London University, that is Bombay, Calcutta and Madras. Wood's dispatch completely rejected the downward filtration theory. It is referred as Magna Carta of English education in India. Hope so the point is clear. Moving ahead with Hunter Commission. Okay. Hunter Commission was appointed by the Viceroy Lord Ripon, who is also called as father of local self-government bodies. Okay. Now it is believed that it was headed by Sir William Wilson Hunter. He said that the responsibility of the primary education should be given to local bodies. It should be given to municipalities, because the local self-government bodies are more aware about the grassroots realities. Okay. So they can work at the grassroots level properly. So the responsibility of the primary education should be given to the local bodies, and secondary education responsibility should be given to private enterprises, private schools. Now these private schools should also be supported by the government. There should be a system of grants and aid. But when there will be a grants and aid? When there is nothing but payment by result system. Now what is payment by result system? Government will only provide you the support only if you provide quality education. If there is more enrollment of the students in the school, okay, you can expect a support from the government. So this is nothing but payment by result system. Okay. Apart from this, Hunter Commission also focused on physical and moral education. Providing ethical education to the students was another important thing. Is that clear? So these were the important recommendations of Hunter Commission, and on the recommendations of Hunter Commission, 2 more universities were established, Punjab and Allahabad University. Clear? So I'll repeat the points again. Hunter Commission recommended that the responsibility of the primary education should be given to the local self-government bodies or municipalities. Secondary education should be given to private enterprises on the basis of payment by result system. It focused on physical and moral education, and on the recommendation 2 universities were established, that is specifically the University of Punjab and Allahabad. Clear? Please do not get confused between Hunter Commission and Hunter Committee. Okay, Hunter Committee, it was after Jallianwala Bagh massacre, okay, which is also referred as Disorder Inquiry Committee. Now comes Rayleigh Commission, which was established in 1901. Rayleigh Commission, it was established by, or it was appointed by Lord Curzon. Lord Curzon, he is known for his policy of divide and rule. I'll give you a very simple example. Like right from the start itself, Britishers have adopted 2 important policies in India. That is divide and rule policy, and secondly, the policy of carrot and stick. And the divide and rule policy of Lord Curzon was exhibited for the very first time during partition of Bengal. Like in 1905, Lord Curzon, he had partitioned the region of Bengal on what pretext? On the pretext that Bengal has become too big to be administered by a single viceroy. So you could have appointed additional viceroy, additional governor, but no, you had a different agenda, intrinsic agenda that was hidden in your mind. And what was that? You wanted to divide the Bengal on communal lines. Because West Bengal was a Hindu majority province and East Bengal was a Muslim majority province. And against the partition of Bengal, in India began Swadeshi movement. So this same Lord Curzon had appointed a commission referred as Sir Thomas Raleigh Commission. This commission was heavily criticized commission. Okay? Like Thomas Raleigh Commission, they came up with Indian University Act 1904. This commission completely ignored, completely neglected the primary and secondary education. And it just focused on higher education. I'll give you a very simple example. You guys are preparing for civil services. Okay? Like many of you might be appearing in 2026 prelims examination this year. You might have started your preparation way back ahead in 2025, 2024 itself. So first of all, you might have read the basics of history, the basics of geography, economy, polity, and so on. Correct? But if directly you start reading if you directly start focusing on the reference book and your basics are not clear, you cannot expect proper results in your preparation phase. Isn't that so? Similarly here, there should be proper emphasis that should be laid down on primary and secondary education. But here, Britishers directly focused on higher education. So it was a heavily criticized commission. Okay. In fact, it is said that Indian University Act of 1904 was criticized by a moderate leader whose name was Gopal Krishna Gokhaleji. And Gopal Krishna Gokhaleji called this as a retrograde measure, a step taken without giving a single thought. So just remember about Thomas Raleigh Commission. Thomas Raleigh Commission came up with Indian University Act 1904. It completely neglected the primary and the secondary education. Simple words, what was the basic objective of Sadler Commission? Sadler Commission was appointed by the Viceroy, Lord Chelmsford. And the basic objective of the Sadler Commission was to review the working of Calcutta University. Okay, although its basic objective was to review the working of Calcutta University, but still it focused on primary and secondary education. Like Thomas Raleigh Commission, they neglected the primary and secondary education, but they focused on whom? They focused on primary and secondary education, but the basic purpose was to review the working of Calcutta University. Is that clear? Then comes Hartog Committee 1929. Now let's understand about the Hartog Committee. See, Britishers had come up with one act which is referred as Government of India Act 1919. And Government of India Act 1919 is also referred as Montego-Chelmsford Reforms. Why it is referred as Montego-Chelmsford Reforms? Because Montego was Secretary of State for India and Chelmsford was Viceroy of India. Is that clear? Now Montego-Chelmsford Reforms had a clause that after a span of 10 years, we will appoint a commission that will review the working of the entire structure of the administration. Okay? So in 1927, a commission was being appointed, which is referred as Simon Commission. Simon Commission, it was heavily criticized commission. Why? What was the basic purpose or objective of appointing Simon Commission? The basic objective was to review the working of the administration. But there wasn't a single Indian member in the commission. All the 7 members were Englishmen. Sir John Simon was the chairperson or the chairman of the commission. Other members were Donald Howard, then George Land Fox, Harry Levi Lawson, Edward Cadogan. All the members were Englishmen. And wherever Simon Commission went, it was greeted with black flags throughout India. And the slogans were being raised, Simon go back. Rather, it went in Bombay, Pune, Vijayawada, Lucknow, Punjab. Everywhere it was greeted with black flags. Okay. So Simon Commission, to review the working of educational system, had appointed Hartog Committee in 1929. Okay. Now, it was appointed specifically during the time of the Viceroy Lord Irwin. Okay. Hartog Committee, it was headed by Sir Philip Hartog, and he was the Chancellor of Dhaka University. Okay. He was the Vice Chancellor of Dhaka University. Now, this commission majorly focused on primary and secondary education. And it gave a very good recommendation that there is no point in going for multiple schools until and unless you provide quality education. It preferred quality over quantity. Correct? So it suggested, like the Hartog committee suggested, that we should go for consolidation of schools rather than going for multiplication of schools. And we should focus majorly on quality education. Like as we had seen, like Wood's dispatch, they had focused on the education of women. Hartog committee for the very first time had focused on the education of minority and the education of backward classes. Correct? When we will study about the different socio-religious reform movements in the marathon session of modern Indian history as a part 2, we will study about different socio-religious reform movements like self-respect movement, Ezava movement, justice movement. Okay, all the major movements in the western part of India, they focused on educational setup. As we have seen, education is a key for overall upliftment. Once a person is educated, he becomes economically empowered. After he becomes economically empowered, he becomes socially empowered, followed by political empowerment. So here there was focus on education of minority and the backward classes. Is that clear? And finally comes Wardha Scheme of Education 1937. Wardha Scheme of Education, it was being initiated by M.K. Gandhi. Very important one. And Wardha Scheme of Education is also referred as Nayi Talim or Bunyadi Talim. Talim means education. Nai means new system of education. So this was introduced by M.K. Gandhi. Now, M.K. Gandhi had highlighted the flaws of primary education in round table conferences as well. I'll give you a very simple example. When M.K. Gandhi had initiated civil disobedience movement in India around 1930, Britishers had started a series of round table conference. Okay? Series of round table conference from 1930 to 1932. So Indian National Congress only participated in the second round table conference. In fact, M.K. Gandhi temporarily suspended the civil disobedience movement and participated in the second round table conference and represented Indian National Congress. And he had specifically highlighted the flaws of the British primary education system in second round table conference itself. So around 1937, he started a new educational, system, which is referred as Nayi Talim. So Wardha Scheme of Education was announced and the syllabus was being prepared by Dr. Zakir Hussain. It provided that free and compulsory education up to 7 years of age. No education in English language till 7th standard. Okay, mother tongue as a medium of education till 7th standard, and from 8th standard onwards, you can educate the students in English language. Apart from the teachings, basic skills were also imparted to the students, like the skills of handicraft. Okay, so the Wardha Scheme of Education was child-centric and cooperative, because at the center, there was overall development of a child. Okay, so it is child-centered and cooperative. And Wardha Scheme of Education was not at all acceptable to All India Muslim League. Why? Because All India Muslim League was against the activities of Indian National Congress, which was now driven by the ideological perspective of M.K. Gandhi. So this is majorly about the different education commissions. Hope the point about the education commission is clear, my friends. Please let me know. Yes, is the point clear? Okay. Now let's understand about the development of press in India within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Okay. Just 2 minutes. Okay. Very good, Pawan. Very good, Anup. To sing. Very good. Now let's talk about the development of press in India. Okay. This topic, it will take approximately 10 to 15 minutes further. Okay. Now let's understand about the development of press. The first act is Press Censorship Act 1799. Now, as we had seen, Press Censorship Act, it came during the time of whom? It came up during the time of Lord Richard Wellesley. What was the basic objective? The basic objective of the Press Censorship Act 1799 was to stop the French from publishing anything derogatory against the British economic interest. And finally, this act was taken back by whom? Lord Hastings. So just remember, Press Censorship Act 1799, its objective, and finally it was taken back by Lord Hastings. Press Act 1835, and before that, let me also talk about Licensing Regulation Act 1823. Okay, it is written here. Licensing Regulation. Okay. This act was enacted by John Adams. See, press has played a very major role in sensitizing the masses. A very key role. Like, I'll give you a very simple example about this. Like, for example, newspaper, publications, journals, pamphlets and magazines are the best way to sensitize the masses on the different social evils, against the different social evils. Like Rajaram Mohan Roy, he is referred as pioneer of journalism, and he has campaigned against the sati system. He has worked for emancipation of women. Correct? So Rajaram Mohan Roy, he had used press as a medium to sensitize the masses. But in the coming years, what happened? These newspapers also highlighted about the exploitative character of the British rule in India. Isn't that so? So with the passage of time, the number of English newspapers were reducing and the number of vernacular newspapers were increasing. And for that, Britishers came up with an act which is referred as Licensing Regulation 1823. If you have to start your own newspaper, if you have to start your own publication, compulsorily you need to have a license. Compulsorily. Okay? It is believed that Rajaram Mohan Roy magazine, it was a Persian magazine, Mirat-ul-Akbar, very important one. Rajaram Mohan Roy's magazine, Persian magazine Mirat-ul-Akbar, had to stop the publication as per Licensing Regulation 1823. Is that clear? Yes, Viraj. Good evening. So just remember a factual information. There could be a probable question. Which magazine of Rajaram Mohan Roy had to stop the publication as per Licensing Regulation 1823? So it was Mirat-ul-Akbar, the Persian magazine. Okay. Moving ahead, the Press Act 1835, also referred as Metcalfe Act. As we had discussed previously, Sir Charles Metcalfe, he is also referred as liberator of press in India. He believes that press or media is acting as a channel of communication between the government and the governed. How do we come to know about the policies of the government, the activities of the government? Through media. How do government come to know about the plight of the people? Okay, through media. So media is playing a very simple role here. Okay, it is playing the role of the people. It is representing the people. So if the rules are made, the rules should be made similar for everyone. If the license is compulsory for vernacular newspaper, the license should also be compulsory for English newspaper. Or else you have to repeal the existing laws. So Sir Charles Metcalfe, he had repealed the 1823 licensing regulation. And as discussed previously, Sir Charles Metcalfe is also referred as liberator of press in India. Clear? Licensing Act 1857. revolt of 1857, it was not just due to one single factor. Revolt of 1857 was due to amalgamation of different factors. Like every section of the Indian society was completely thwarted by the policies of the Britishers. It was completely exploited by the policies adopted by the Britishers, rather it be the peasants, artisans, merchants, zamindars, anybody. Okay? Like we have seen the zamindari system, rayatwari system, mahalwari system. The land revenue was exorbitant. It was very high. It was approximately 60 to 66%, the average land revenue. Apart from this, there was a lot of racial discrimination policy that was adopted by the Britishers in India. Suppose if I have been recruited as a sepoy in the British Indian Army, I'll retire as a subedar, I'll retire as a naib subedar. On the other hand, if an Englishman has been recruited as a second lieutenant or a lieutenant, he'll retire as a major, a brigadier, a lieutenant colonel, a colonel. So there was a discrimination on the basis of color of the skin. Okay, so there was a lot of racial discrimination. Apart from this, Britishers, they were trying to impose excuse me, they were trying to impose Christianity on the people of India. How? They had come up with Religious Disabilities Act 1850. As per this act, a person who wants to inherit his ancestral property completely needs to accept Christianity. Okay, because if he does not accept Christianity, he cannot inherit his ancestral property. Then they came up with General Service Enlistment Act. Anybody who is recruited as a soldier in the British Indian Army has to serve anywhere else. Okay, so at this particular point of time, all these derogatory laws were introduced. After some time, Britishers had introduced a rifle, which is referred as Queen's Elephant rifle. And the cartridge of the rifle needs to be bitten off by the teeth. Okay. And it had a coating of a cow and a pig meat. Cow is considered as sacred among Hindus and pig is taboo to Muslim. So it is said that the rifles arrived from Meerut to Behrampur. And the unit of the British Indian Army at that time refused to use these greased cartridges. It was 19th Bengal Infantry. The entire unit was disbanded in Behrampur. Okay. And the news reached the Barakpur cantonment. There was a soldier of 34th Bengal Infantry whose name was Mangal Pandeyji. Mangal Pandeyji went on a rampage. And he was supported by his fellow soldier whose name was Isrul Pandeyji. But another person whose name was Sheikh Paltu Khan. He provided the entire information to the Britishers. Finally, a trial was being conducted, and as a part of revolt of 1857, on 8th April 1857, Mangal Pandeyji became the first martyr of Mother India. On 11th April 1857, Isrul Pandeyji became the second martyr of Mother India. Okay. And the martyrhood of Mangal Pandeyji and Isrul Pandeyji spread like a wildfire in the entire northern part of India. Okay. And finally, on 10th May 1857, 85 sepoys from the region of Meerut gave the slogan of Dilli Chalo, start marching towards Delhi. And on the way, they killed many officers such as Lieutenant Willig Boy, Simon Fraser, and so on. And finally, they reached Delhi and chose Bahadur Shah Zafar as a representative of revolt of 1857 or as a face of revolt of 1857. Now, revolt of 1857 spread like a wildfire in the entire northern part of India. But still, it failed. Now, there were many reasons for the failure of revolt of 1857. We'll see that in the next part of the marathon session. Now, but still, people throughout India was sensitized after the revolt of 1857. Like one of the major reasons for failure of revolt of 1857 was it was just confined to northern part of India. Like the people from southern India, central India, eastern India, western India did not participate in revolt of 1857. Or the revolt of 1857 did not touch these regions. The educated class stayed aloof from the revolt of 1857. But still, people were full of nationalistic zeal and enthusiasm. And the entire credit goes to newspaper. Whatever was happening in the northern part of India, people throughout India were sensitized about this. And the credit goes to whom? Newspaper. Okay. And Britishers had come up with an act which is called as Emergency Act or Licensing Act 1857. As per this, compulsorily, if you have to start a newspaper, a publication, or a pamphlet or a magazine, you need to have a license. Even though if you are fulfilling all the eligibility criteria for having a license, whether to grant you a license or not is the discretionary power of the government. The government will decide whether to give you a license or not. Okay, so Licensing Act 1857, the discretionary power were reserved with the government, whether to grant license to the Indians or not. Same thing has been repeated in Registration Act 1867. And now comes the most important act, Vernacular Press Act 1878. Most important, very, very important one. Okay. Now, as the name suggests, Vernacular Press Act, it is specifically directed towards which newspaper? This act is specifically directed towards the newspaper of English language, local languages or vernacular newspapers. Correct? Let me give you a very small example. This act, it came up during the time of Viceroy Lord Lytton. And as per Vernacular Press Act, it is said that during this time, approximately there were 20 to 22 English newspapers. And there were more than 200 vernacular newspapers. Suppose if you have to start your own publication, compulsorily you need to have a license. Whether to grant you a license or not, it is a discretionary power of the government. Even if the license has been granted to you, you have to keep a certain amount of money as a security deposit with the government. If the government feels that if you have written anything derogatory against their interest, the security deposit will be forfeited. Okay? Apart from this, like the press property would be confiscated. You cannot appeal in the court of law. The decision of district magistrate and press commissioner is final. And as per Vernacular Press Act 1878, 4 leading newspapers of that time had to stop the publications. Som Prakash, Dakka Prakash, Bharat Mihir and Samachar. All these 4 leading newspapers had to stop their publications. In fact, to escape the Vernacular Press Act, one newspaper of Shishir Kumar Ghosh, that is Amrit Bazar Patrika, overnight it became an English newspaper. Okay, in fact, Amrit Bazar Patrika, this was an important newspaper, and this newspaper has played a very major role during the Swadeshi movement. Very major role. Okay. So this is nothing but Vernacular Press Act 1878. So as per Vernacular Press Act 1878, like 4 newspapers had to stop their publications, that is Som Prakash, Dakka Prakash, Bharat Mihir and Samachar. And specifically speaking, one newspaper overnight became an English newspaper, and that was Amrit Bazar Patrika. Is that clear? So please remember all the 4 newspaper and Amrit Bazar Patrika. Okay. Newspaper Incitement of Offences Act 1908 and Indian Press Act 1910. Almost similar. Now, what was the basic perspective? Let's understand about this. Indian National Congress, it was formed in 1885 at a place called as Gokuldas Tejpal Sanskrit College, Bombay. Okay. And the first session of Indian National Congress was presided by Vomesh Chandra Banerjee. Okay. It was attended by 72 delegates. The second session of Indian National Congress was presided by Dadabhai Navroji, the Grand Old Man of India, and was attended by approximately 434 to 436 delegates. The second session of Indian National Congress took place at Calcutta. Third session of Indian National Congress, it took place at Madras and presided by the first Muslim president, Badruddin Tayyabji. Okay. Now, one more information I am providing you, although it's a factual one, very important one. If a question crops up in the examination, did any Englishman preside over the sessions of Indian National Congress? I am pretty sure 90% of you will write yes, Alan Octavian Hume presided the session of Indian National Congress. My friends, Alan Octavian Hume was never the president of Indian National Congress. He was just a secretary to Indian National Congress. Yes, there are 4 Englishmen who have presided the sessions of Indian National Congress. First one was in 1888, George Yule. Okay, George Yule presided the session at Allahabad. Then William Wedderburn, 1889 session, Bombay. Second Englishman to preside the session of Indian National Congress. In fact, William Wedderburn has presided the sessions of Indian National Congress twice. Okay, third Englishman was Henry Cotton. Fourth one was Alfred Webb. So these are the 4 Englishmen who have presided the sessions of Indian National Congress. Anup, my friend Annie Besant is an Anglo-Indian. Okay, so these are the sessions of Indian National Congress. We'll study about that further in the marathon session part 2. So 4 Englishmen have presided the sessions of Indian National Congress. Now, right from the start itself, Indian National Congress was divided on ideological basis into 2 parts. Moderates and the extremists. Moderates, they believe that we want independence, but not all of a sudden, in a gradual step-by-step manner. And that too within the constitutional limits. On the other hand, extremists had a different belief. They believed that for gaining independence, even if we have to go beyond the extra constitutional limits, we won't back down. Okay, moderates believe that we want independence and that too in a peaceful manner without any kind of a bloodshed. On the other hand, extremists believe that even for gaining independence, if we have to go for bloodshed, we won't back down. Okay, so moderates believed in peaceful and bloodless struggle. At that point of time in 1905, against the partition of Bengal, Swadeshi movement began in India. And although the call for Swadeshi movement was taken in 1905 Banaras session by Gopal Krishna Gokhale ji, who was a moderate leader, but extremist leaders played a very major role in spreading the movement throughout India, in making the movement pan-India. Okay, like Lala Lajpat Rai ji, he played a very major role in spreading the movement in the region of Punjab. Lala Lajpat Rai ji and Ajit Singh ji. Sayyid Haider Raja in the region of Delhi. Chidambaram Pillai in the region of Madras. Okay, Bal Gangadhar Tilak ji in the region of Bombay Presidency and United Provinces. So here Britishers adopted a very different approach. Now they wanted to suppress the extremist activities and their newspapers. So they came up with Newspaper Incitement of Offences Act, and this was majorly against the extremist activities or the newspapers of the extremist. In fact, there were many extremist leaders who were being arrested. Bal Gangadhar Tilak ji was arrested and sent to Mandalay jail for the next 10 years or next 6 years in 1908. He was finally released in 1914, and in 1916 he had initiated the Home Rule League movement. Okay, so this is all about the Indian Press Acts. Hope so the points are clear, my friends. Please answer in the comment section. Did you understand about the important press regulations? Yes, please. Okay. So these are the list of the newspapers, their founders, their years and the significance that I've provided. And all these newspapers are important from the exam perspective. Sometimes there is a confusion. Like Young India magazine was started by whom and New India by whom? Young India, it's of M.K. Gandhi. New India, it's of Annie Besant. Okay. Indian Opinion, it's of M.K. Gandhi. Is that clear? So specifically speaking, these are the list of newspapers such as Bengal Gazette, Sambat Kaumadi, Miratul Akbar, Rast Goftar, Som Prakash, Amrit Bazar Patrika, Tehzeeb ul Akhlaq of Sir Syed Ahmad Khan, The Hindu, Kesari and Maratha of Bal Gangadhar Tilak ji, then Indian Opinion of M.K. Gandhi. This newspaper was started by M.K. Gandhi in South Africa. In fact, M.K. Gandhi has coined the term Satyagraha for the first time in his newspaper, Indian Opinion. Then comes Bande Matram by Aurobindo Ghosh, Comrade by Maulana Muhammad Ali, Hamdard by Maulana Muhammad Ali. So just go through the important newspapers. Young India, as we have seen, M.K. Gandhi, Mook Nayak by B.R. Ambedkar, Navjeevan by M.K. Gandhi, Harijan by M.K. Gandhi. Another important thing, the term Harijan was not coined by M.K. Gandhi. Term Harijan was coined by a medieval India Gujarati Bhakti saint whose name was Narsi Mehta. Is that clear? So these are the list of newspapers that I've provided which are important from the exam perspective, and you can expect a questions on them. Okay, just go through the revolutionary newspapers as well. Okay, so this is nothing but majorly about the important press regulations. Is it clear? Now, Revolt of 1857 I will cover in the marathon session part 2. But before that, let me talk about the drain of wealth theory. Okay, like who gave the drain of wealth theory? We'll understand about the drain of wealth theory in very short. Yes, perfect, Rahul. Please do not get confused. See, Maratha and Kesari both are the newspapers of Bal Gangadhar Tilak ji. Maratha, it's an English newspaper, and Kesari, it's a Marathi newspaper. Okay? So please do not get confused with that. So just a second. So let's begin with the drain of wealth theory. Now let me explain you drain of wealth theory with the help of a single statement and example. There is a statement by John Sullivan, and the statement goes like, our system acts very much like a sponge, drawing up all the good waters from the bank of river Ganges and squeezing them down on the bank of river Thames. I repeat, our system acts very much like a sponge, drawing up all the good waters from the bank of river Ganges and squeezing them down on the bank of river Thames. I've taken all the good resources from India and I've diverted that resources specifically in Britain. Okay, let's understand this with the help of a small example. Suppose I'm a farmer and Britishers have told me, now you cultivate cotton on your field. And for the cultivation of cotton, before the harvest itself, we will give you, suppose, 5 rupees. Example I'm giving you, okay? Now my cotton is ready for the harvest. Now Britishers are saying me, if you have to sell this cotton at a petty price of rupees 1 or 2, sell it. Otherwise, we won't purchase it. Now cotton, it's not a subsistence crop. In such a situation, I cannot use it for my own personal consumption. So I am forced to sell this cotton at a petty price of 1 or 2 rupees to the Britishers. Now this cotton, it will go to Manchester or Liverpool. From there, it will go to London. Here it will get converted into manufactured textile, and superior quality manufactured textile would be exported to US. The cheap, substandard and inferior quality, it will come back to India. And it is sold at a higher price of 10 rupees. Okay. So the market for raw material is India and the market for finished product is India. In very simple words, what is happening here? Can you observe one thing? How in a very systematic manner, in a very methodological manner, India's resources are being drained out of India? Correct? And this was highlighted for the very first time by Dadabhai Navroji in his book, Poverty and Un-British Rule in India in 1896. This is nothing but drain of wealth theory. Okay. In fact, this point was also supported by whom? This point is also supported by R.C. Dutt in his book, Economic History of India. Apart from this, G.V. Joshi, he has also supported drain of wealth theory like guarantee system. Okay, guarantee system that was established by the Britishers for development of railways. Where will the money for development of railways come from? It will come from India. Correct? So this is nothing but a systematic drain of wealth. As we have discussed previously, after Battle of Plassey, which took place in 1757, and in 1764, Battle of Buxar took place. Just within a span of 7 to 8 years, approximately 4.94 million pounds was drained out of India. Okay. And the money was drained out of India in the form of home charges. Now, what are home charges? Let's understand. Okay. Expenditure on specifically incurred by Secretary of State of India on behalf of India. I'll give you a very simple example. We have seen about the Government of India Act 1858. As per Government of India Act 1858, Secretary of State for India, he acted as a channel of communication between the British India and the British government of the British Parliament. And Secretary of State for India, he was a member of British Parliament, but still he was paid out of Indian revenues. Finally, Secretary of State for India, later on he was paid after 1919 from the British revenues, but now he is being paid out of Indian revenues. He is a member of British Parliament. Apart from this, the pensions, gratuities, okay, like a person who has been recruited as a civil servant in India, his salary comes from India. He gets retired, his pension and gratuity, it will come from India. Okay, perks and privileges, the money will come from India. Apart from this, remittances, they form another important form of drain or home charges. Okay, for production of arms and ammunition, where will the money come from? India. If Britishers have taken a debt in England, who is going to pay the debt? India will pay the debt. Who is going to pay the interest on that debt? India will pay the interest on that debt. Okay. Apart from this, specifically speaking, form of drain, it is said that like for waging war outside India, it was not included in the home charges. Is that clear? So specifically for like approximately, as we have discussed, 4.94 million pounds was just drained between a span of 8 years. And till 1920, more than 20 million pounds was drained from India. This is nothing but the drain of wealth theory given by Dadabhai Naoroji. Hope the point is clear, my friends. Yes, please do let me know. Yes, guys. Hope so the session was interesting, and hope so in today's marathon session of approximately, specifically speaking, the approximately 6.5 hours session. Yes, Sunita ji, thanks a lot. बहुत धन्यवाद आपका. Thanks a lot. So, we will come up with the marathon session part 2. In marathon session part 2, I'll be focusing on revolt of 1857, social religious reform movements, and important activities of the Indian National Congress in short. Okay. So guys, we'll take your permission today, and thanks for patiently listening to me. Now, before I leave, my friends, StudyIQ IAS has come up with GS Foundation P2I batch 2028. It's a resolution batch. Like the batches are available in English, that is Hindi plus English. There's a separate batch for Hindi medium. Then there's a separate batch, okay, for English medium. And all the subjects would be taught to you completely in English language. Rather it be history, geography, polity, economy, science and tech, current affairs, everything. Okay. And the prices are starting specifically at 29,999. So the batch has started on 7th of March 2026. So use the code Alok Live that is flashing on your screen to get the benefits of these batches. Okay. I repeat the code Alok Live. Okay. Yes, Rahul. See guys, I'll answer you. Thanks a lot, Sunita. Thanks a lot. And Adi Keshav, the approximate date when I will take a session by the end of this month, by the end of the March. But please do not worry about this. See, you can join the Telegram channel history_alokojha. I'll update there. Okay. Like specifically about the session when I'll be taking I'll be taking the sessions. Okay. Apart from this, I'll also do one thing. From Tuesday or Wednesday, I would be starting a live session approximately around 3 p.m. or 3:30 p.m. Okay. And this session would be majorly on the PYQs and MCQs. Okay. In every session, I would be going with 20 to 25 MCQs or PYQs. And specifically, here we would be discussing the things from every perspective: ancient, medieval, modern, and art and culture. Like what questions have cropped up in prehistoric culture, Indus Valley civilization, Vedic civilization, modern empire, Gupta age, Satavahanas, Cholas, Cheras, Pandyas, Sangam age, everything. Buddhism and Jainism, everything. Okay. So that would be again a live session that I would be starting approximately from Tuesday or Wednesday. That is from 12th of March or something. Okay. So please do not worry. I'll update everything. I'll update the PDF of this session on my Telegram channel, history_Alok_Ojha. Okay. Hope you enjoyed the session and hope you have learnt something new. Okay. Amma Kuti, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the compliments. So guys, with this, I'll stop my words. Thank you for maintaining the patience and listening to me for the past 6.5 hours. Okay, guys. Thanks a lot to everyone. Thank you. Have a nice weekend. Bye-bye, everyone. Jai Hind. Okay, Adi Keshav.